A warm welcome back to Triton Super High Roller Series Cyprus. I'm Laura Nisi, and today I'm joined by Henry Kilbane and Randy Liu. Guys, I have to say we're looking sharp today.
Thank you.
It feels like we coordinated, but we didn't.
Well,
Well,
I mean,
we
it's
just
a world-class tournament. You know, we got to play it
we
apart.
made an effort, yes. Well, we've a lot to get through. Obviously, the coin rivet, highly anticipated highlight of the series, probably. That's happening today. But first, a quick recap of yesterday's final table. From you, Henry, you covered the final table of the 75K.
Yeah, covered it with Brian, and we came in somewhat short. Given the 40-minute levels, we were kind of expecting to come in deep stacked, allow some of these players to really flourish and showcase their post-flop skills. But I believe before I actually jumped in, there were a flurry of all-ins with 10 left, and the short stack just kept doubling and doubling and doubling. And it really affected the way that a lot of these elite pros could actually navigate it, because everyone was kind of handcuffed due to the ICM. And we ended up seeing a new Triton winner again, 4 of 4, I believe, here in Cyprus. It was Cale Burns that ended up taking it down. But, I mean, let's jump in and just recap the highlights from the 75K. It was Santosh Savannah getting it in good in a spot that a lot of people were unsure of. Took the rejam spot for 10 big blinds, and Linus ended up calling it off with the King, Queen, O. And with the Queen in the window, Savannah was drawing to just 3 outs twice. 10 would obviously give Linus a bigger straight. And we saw him bow out first elimination of the final table, 245K. And he's out there in the 200K, so nice little warm-up for him here in Cyprus. Next, we saw Vazenkov with effectively jamming pre, putting in over 80% of his stack. And well, on the 10-6 tray, was in great shape to get a full double up against the 3 ounce on the flop of Burns, who ended up turning an open ender. Money went in. Vazenkov ahead with 75% equity, but the Queen of Clubs on the river, giving Burns the nut straight. Vazenkov bowing out in 7 for 315K. Next, we saw one of the best in the game, Linus Love, get it in good again. That seemed to be the theme of this 75K. Got in his final 7 bigs and had to fade the old 6 outs twice. 9 of diamonds on the turn rather. Jack of hearts on the river did send Linus out in 6th. 400K going his way. Talal Shakurchi, by the way, who was, I mean, from an ICM point of view, was just crushing this final table, taking rejam spots as and when they came, really putting the pressure on the pros at this table. Unfortunately, blind v blind got the pair in, up against the ace-queen of Greenwood. An ace on the flop sent him home in 5th. And then it was the overwhelming chip leader for most of the final table. One of the best to ever come out of Brazil, Yuri Zivalevsky, again, getting it in ahead against Burns' ace-4. Had to fade the 7 outs once, and unfortunately for Yuri, 5 of clubs on the river sent him home in 4th. Strong start for Yuri at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series, with a couple of final tables under his belt already. Cool. And then we had a very long-winded 3-handed affair between Seth Davies, Sam Greenwood, and Cale Burns. Seth got his final chips in. You can see just by being all in, only 7 big blinds in the middle, and couldn't improve with his Queen Jack against the aces of Burns. Solid start for Davies here in Cyprus. 3rd place for 815,000. And just note the stacks, viewers at home. Very shallow heads-up match, was over in the space of 10 hands. Greenwood getting it in as a slight favorite with the pair of 4s. The 9-6-5 giving Burns an additional 4 outs. And the 7 of hearts on the turn, pairing up Burns. Just need to fade the 4 or the tray. And he did. 5 of clubs on the river sent Greenwood home in 2nd. Another 7-figure score for Sam. But it was Cale Burns from Australia taking down his first ever Triton trophy. And, you know, just a little 1.73 million Shambhala bracelet and a Triton trophy to go with it. You know, it's a strong start to a Super High Roller Series. Kind of gets to I don't want to say free roll the rest of the series, but you guys know what I mean. You know, you're off to a strong start. You have a 7-figure score coming into today, a 200K. You're feeling good about your game, right?
Oh, he's definitely feeling good. You know, Kale Burns, he didn't have a partner yet for the Coin Rivet. I remember I saw him in early events, and he was trying to find someone to play. I mean, when you see the guy ship this event for 1.7 million, maybe one of the businessmen showed up was like, you know what, Kale? Why don't you get in this tournament and ship some more money? So he's playing this Coin Rivet today. Pretty excited to watch him take it down. Just was really good, obviously. And we know we've had so many first-time Triton Trophy winners here in this week. It just goes to show, like, the newcomers tend to just take it down.
They're performing strong. I mean, one of the things I want to ask you, Randy, is about kind of... So Kale was playing until 3 a.m. last night, right? I think it would be safe to assume the adrenaline off the back of winning 1.73 million and your first Triton trophy, probably didn't get to sleep till around 5, 6 a.m. And then coming into today, how do you kind of move on from the win and just come in and focus on the task at hand today?
I mean, it's going to be pretty hard. Of course, he was pretty excited. He probably couldn't sleep. I'm just thinking about all these great plays he made and maybe some of the mistakes. But, you know, all the pros need to understand that it's a different tournament. We got to start at the beginning. Deep stacks. It's going to be a different style of play. But, you know, I think Burns is capable of doing that. Of course, good thing we did start a little bit later today, so maybe he got a little bit extra rest. But, I don't know. I'm not too worried about Burns falling into that.
What about you, Laura? You well rested coming in late today?
I am, but of course we had the players' party last night. You two were busy covering the final table. I got to enjoy that, but yeah, I'm feeling quite fresh.
So 5 a.m.
Given all, yeah.
5 a.m. for you as well. Okay, there we go.
And as much as we'd love to dissect this tournament all day, we do have to move on to the jewel in the crown, the Coin Rivet Invitational. A quick rundown for anyone that hasn't got it yet. The pros and VIPs are separated for the first 8 levels of today, day 1, and they will have a 30-minute rebuy period. 1 rebuy is allowed. And then on day 2, we're going to see the first 4 levels seeded tables. So we're going to have half pros and half businessmen on those. And then after that, redraw, and it will be a mix. The only other thing to note there is that the pairs. So you know, if say Pois and Ivey, they can't be. They have to be separated until the final 2 tables.
Right. I mean, for me, there's just like a couple of things to dive into straight off the bat. So, if you bust, normally you want to go for a walk, blow off some steam. You know, maybe hit the spa or some of the facilities here. But you have 30 minutes. If you want to re-enter, there's no, you know, stalling for 4 levels. And I guess that is to protect the business side of the field, where the pros can't, you know, bust early and then reg right at the end of the day, thus giving them, you know, a much higher chance of making it through today too. So I really like that. But the thing that I'm most excited about today is the difference in dynamics between the pro side of the field and the businessmen side of the field. Now, I spoke to a couple of the pros coming into today, and there are some really funky ICM implications straight off the bat, because let's call a spade. The pros are going to be highly incentivized to try and make it to day 2. As you already mentioned, day 2, the first 4 levels are seeded tables, so there's going to be half pros and half businessmen, where their perceived edge over the field is going to be a lot higher, right?
Yeah.
So, Randy, like, what can we expect from that side? I don't want to put the pros in, you know, in a spotlight, but are they going to be playing a bit tighter? Are they going to be thinking about like that end of day bag a lot more? And then on the business side, we're going to see bigger pots, you know, maybe a bigger chip lead on the businessman side. Yeah,
I will tell you that for the pros, I'm pretty sure that it's crossed their mind that maybe we take a little bit of extra time bank. We are using a shot clock, you know, play a little bit less hands. Because the value in the tournament is technically playing against the businessmen, the people who don't play professionally, but they won't be able to do that until day 2. And at the beginning, like the first 4 levels, they'll get to play with half businessmen, and after that, then potentially a really nice table or potentially a disastrous table. But you know what? Like some pros are going to do that, but there's going to be other pros like, you know what? I know, I'm going to take advantage of him. This guy is going to play tight, trying to get to day 2. I'm just going to multi-barrel, blast him away. So you got to be careful for that. Some people try and take advantage, others not so much.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be the pros that are like you said, going to be very aware of that. And I mean, there's people like Adamo come to mind. He doesn't care. If he thinks that he needs to triple off in a spot and bluff it all off, like he's going to take that spot and he's really going to put the pressure on the remaining pros who are, obviously very keen to make it to day 2. One of the things that I'm looking forward to is the fact that we have 2 feature tables, one of them being the pro side, one of them being the businessmen side. And if I'm not mistaken, one of the biggest pairings of this 200K Coin Rivet Invitational is Bossman Paul Pua partnering up with maybe the biggest icon in poker. Let's be honest, Phil Ivey. He's here in Cyprus for this 200K. And yeah, they've teamed up and we're going to get a glimpse of both of them on both feature tables, I believe. So let's take a quick look at some of our team pairings. There he is, Bossman Paul Pua out here in the mix. Record amount of cashes at Triton series. And is there any surprise in him choosing Phil Ivey?
Nah, I mean, way back when they first started playing poker, Paul and Richard Young, they were playing with Ivey, and they were even playing in situations where, Ivey, I know you're the pro, so when we play these games, you need to show us your cards every single time so that we can learn from you. And Paul has come a long way. So many catches. Finally got his first Triton title in Madrid. And, I think he's going to do very well on the businessman side today. One of the most experienced players, definitely going to be grinding it out.
He is, and also, when you speak to a lot of the pros, they have nothing but love for Paul. Like you said, he really saw an opportunity to learn from some of the best, and when he sits down, he's now deemed as a hybrid. Like, sure, okay, maybe not on the elite level of some of these top tier pros, but he can hold his own in these fields, and he doesn't mind showing up Triton series after Triton series and battling it out in these high stakes MTTs. MTTs, tournaments, super high roller series. There's a bunch of names for them. But let's also take a quick look at Phil Ivey as well. As we mentioned, he is partnered up with Paul Pua. So what can we expect from Mr. Ivey, Nano?
I mean, I can tell you, Ivey's probably not going to be chatting too much with the pros, but he's going to be staring them down, taking their chips. Like, Ivey is just one of those OGs that have held his own throughout the game. He started playing, started to come back and start playing tournaments as of recent and has had phenomenal results. It's a big buy-in. It's not a tournament if Ivey's not there, in my opinion, for No Limit. It's going to be cool to see him try to put some moves on some people.
Yeah, I mean, we have the biggest and brightest names in the industry here in this tournament room. And another name that stands out, Mr. Jungle Man, Daniel Cates, also here. There he is. I mean, one of the most eccentric characters in this industry. And Daniel, fresh off of going back-to-back in the PPC at the WSOP. So again, we talk about confidence coming in to these high-stakes tournaments. He's got to be feeling really good about his game, right? I
mean, he was dressed as the Macho Man, right, throughout that PPC. And he said, this is my tournament. I'm going to win it. When there were so many people left, I'm very excited to watch him play. He's just always saying some funny stuff on stream. I think he'll do it today, too.
And I think another fun character on the businessman side will be Yo Viral.
Yeah, Yo Viral has just been putting on a show from an entertainment point of view on the cash game videos. I mean, he's been out there, straddling, raising blind, just getting involved in big pots. I know, Nano, you've been covering a lot of those from Madrid and Cyprus earlier in the year. And yeah, I mean, he's here on the business side of things, but he's also, in the mix playing in these tough lineups and maybe one of the toughest businessmen to play against.
100% one of the toughest businessmen. But I'll tell you, he played some cash games in Cyprus last time, and you can watch those videos through the Triton app, and he didn't do so well there. So maybe that's why he's a businessman here.
So you
we are moments away from the action. Do we have time for a table preview?
Let's do it. Let's jump into a quick table preview of what's to come in this 200K Coin Rivet Invitational. So here is the business side feature table. Eric Warrior, Paul Nui, Yu Feng, Bossman, Paul Pua, Johan Gilbert, Ramin Hajiev, and Ashkan Fatihi. And then over on the pro side, as we throw it on down to the main feature table, Lara.
And on that note, I'll send you down to Andy Rowe, who is going to get the proceedings underway.
Hello everybody and a very warm welcome to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in beautiful Cyprus. Today we'll be witnessing something very special. We're here for the very first ever Coin Rivet Invitational Tournament. We have a field of 90 exceptional poker players, each paying $200,000 for a seat in the game. Half of our players are elite poker pros, and all of them have received a personal invitation to play by a player in the other half of the field. That half comprises some of the world's most successful business people who are all keen poker players. Everyone in the room is united by that same love for poker, and we are about to see some of the best poker in the world and for the highest stakes. The two halves of the field will play separately for today's first 8 levels. Then after that, the field will merge into one as they battle towards the huge money and of course the coveted Coin Rivet Trophy. One other quick rule reminder, every player is permitted one optional re-entry if they are knocked out, and that is up until the end of level 10. We conducted the table draw last night, and the players are already in their seats. Blinds are 500, 1,000 with a 1,000 big blind ante. The button is on seat 8, and levels are 50. That's 50 minutes long. So, best of luck, everyone. And without further ado, I invite the dealers to shuffle up and deal.
And there we have it. The 200k Coin Rivet Invitational, one of the most highly anticipated tournaments of the year ever since its announcement. People have been speculating as to who the businessmen are going to pro up with. Or pro up with?
Pro up with. I mean, technically, it's a correct statement.
Pro up with. There we go. Just coined my own term, Randy, as we jump on into the action. Hand number 1 of this 200k. Now, Randy, just to note, straight off the bat, 90 players are out there, meaning that the prize pool already stands at 18 million, and that is without a single re-entry. And if these first 4 events are anything to go by, we've been averaging around like 35 to 45% in the form of re-entry. So this could be huge. I mean, we're talking potential 25 million, 26 million prize pool.
Yeah, I thought that when we make the buy-in bigger, the number of entries is supposed to reduce. But I mean, it's going reverse, because this is more entries, I believe, than the last event that you just covered the other day at KO1.
Yeah, that is very true.
And that's with no re-entries so far. So 100% we're going over 100 later. But onto the businessman side, I don't know either of these players. It should be pretty fun. Might see some splash.
See some splashing indeed as we sweat the whole cards of both Fatahi and Yufeng. And out straight off the bat, under the gun, facing a cutoff 3-bet. So,
well, first off, I just want to point out we start with 300,000 chips.
We do.
That is a lot of chips. At 1,000 big blinds, so 300 big blinds is not too many people play 300 big blinds, really. I think a lot of, generally it's like cash game live, like people sit pretty deep, but this could be, you know, a little bit, you know, uncomfortable maybe, possibly a little bit. It's your first, getting your first few hands in, you know, maybe people will be a little bit snug for now, but I mean, I guess we just saw a 3-bet right away, so maybe whatever I said is just completely untrue.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because you would like to think that a lot of these players are already comfortable playing high stakes, but when you look around, you know, over the course of a year, how many 200Ks are there actually? And then second to that, how many 200Ks are there where there's a clear split between pros and businessmen? I mean, this is a big spot for a lot of these pros.
Mm-hmm. Fatahi here. 3-bet, check called flop. Facing a 3rd on the turn.
Yeah, Yufeng with the overpair range advantage. Going to have some ace queens of the world and wants to deny a little bit of equity.
I'm expecting.
Top boat, eh?
Oh,
Just, you
did
know.
he?
Okay, queens. All right.
I know which ones. This one. He said show him. It's all right. In 1 hour. We believe you. In 1 hour. We believe you because we can see. Yeah.
Must be all downhill from here,
Sit
Randy.
down, get aces, really?
Are you
That's
allowed
that's
to
how it's
flop
gonna be?
top boat
I mean,
first hand? Sorry, not flop, turn top boat.
turn it.
Better
Yeah,
than
you're
aces?
allowed
Wow.
to.
Just sit down and flop sets? What the hell?
Sit down and flop sets. Hand.
It's all downhill from here. You
Number
can't
one.
go any better than that.
There you
I
go.
got queens.
Huh?
I got queens.
I was gonna say,
You can see
I feel like the businessman table is going to be the chatty table. So it's going to be pretty nice to. Well, I know yesterday's final table was probably pretty chatty too, but generally speaking, businessmen they play for fun.
Do indeed. That is a strong read. It's the no-co.
I'm not sure I like your tone there, but I'll take it.
My tone?
Yeah, that's a strong. It's a little sarcastic.
No, I think it was more I had a thought in the back of my head of what I wanted to segue into, and I kind of got sidetracked. You know when you have like two thoughts going, and it's like, oh, wait.
Oh, so it's like a
You have
should I call or raise situation?
Yeah. It's like I still have to finish what I'm saying before segueing into the next part, but hey. Thanks for calling me out on air. No worries, you know.
300 big blinds deep, ace jack suited. Yeah, I think people are going to play a little bit slow right now, but I don't know. I don't know this player. Looks like a call.
Yeah, just warming up. Nui opening from UTG7. Sorry, from +1 is 8-handed. And both players, Randy,
Flopping it.
flopping top pair.
I would be starting to go for some value. But ace jack, you could check raise. Just kind of depends if you're the type to check raise bluff here and there. But I think check call is okay when you're really deep because maybe you don't want to play like a 100K pot all of a sudden first level. But we'll see how Fatahi responds, a businessman. It's raising chips, aren't they?
He does come with the check raise straight off the bat with a very disguised top pair, top kicker. Just flat calling pre-flop. I knew he's going to have to stick around. King of clubs. It's a potential bailout card should it come running clubs.
Well, improves the ace jack top two. Unfortunately for him, while he may seem like that's a great card, it's pretty scary for Nui.
Yeah, some of the ace-x of clubs that may decide to check raise on the flop, now improving to top pair. Little does Nui know, he is drawing stone dead on the turn. Tahi coming with just south of half pot.
So King Jack. I think Nui's a little bit confused why his opponent's betting on the ace, but I'm just going to play it safe. Nui actually has a lot of tournament experience. I see him in high rollers all the time.
Yeah, he does indeed. Does indeed. I mean, he's been around for a long time, right? He's back in the UK, played in some of the biggest televised cash games from before I even knew what poker was, Randy.
You're a little baby, huh?
Something like that. Actually, I was a pretty big baby, but you know. Yeah, great to see. And on the business side, we have 2 female representatives out there battling in this 200K.
Yeah, that's right. I believe those 2 females are Ebony Kenny, right? Oh, there's
Ebony's
3.
on the pro side, I believe.
Oh, okay. Sorry, on the business side, there's Sosia Jang, right?
Yep.
And is it Malika Razavi? Is that her?
I believe so.
Malika Razavi. Yeah, Malika was on our featured tables in a previous event and had a lot of chips and just ran terrible. I remember watching that, but she made some sick plays against Sam Greenwood, I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like bluffing. It's like bet, jam all in with 8 high on the queen jack board, got the jack to fold near the bubble. It's just like, that's what I want to see at my featured tables.
She's certainly got some moves, that's for sure.
Onto this hand. We got some, getting some premiums out. Not premiums, but you know, right next to it. Hajia, ace jack suited, going for the 3-bet.
We can see Jiev is in trouble here. Xu won't be going anywhere with the ace queen O.
Yeah, but he's got the initiative, so that gives him a little bit more opportunities to win the pot post flop if both people don't connect.
Does indeed. We go heads up to a flop in our second 3-bet pot. The first 3 hands here, Randy.
Bit of trouble on this flop. Both players flop in the ace. Man, it's a good flop for ace queen.
It is indeed. It's a great flop for Hajiev as well. No reason to believe that he doesn't have the best hand. Comes out firing just north of 20% on the ace, king, deuce. Couple of clubs, 1 diamond. Yufeng going nowhere, understandably. That is a trouble card, Randy. Hajiev.
I think Hajiev has 2 options. Either you bet the turn, check back river unimproved, or, you know, check and just maybe try to pick up some draws, keep pot control a little bit more. Safe. Saved, huh? You jumped out of your chair, the running 5s.
Teach me how to get out of jail that easily. Running 5s. They are going to chop this one at showdown due to the king on board.
Yeah, given the kicker doesn't play anymore, kind of makes sense to go a little small. Just trying to get some crying calls out of, you know, a king. Maybe some pocket pair. It's going to see a snap call. Maybe some laughter coming up.
Chop it up, gentlemen. Chop it up. And rest of the table going to see the ace queen at showdown, and Hajiev realizing that got out of jail. Got out of dodge on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was a good card for you. Happened to be a good card for me.
There's a laughing. I knew it was coming.
I was like, his ace 10 got there.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, at home, if you are interested in sweating alongside us, the outer tables, the Triton Poker Plus app, every single hand from every table being documented over on the app. So if there's anyone that isn't at the feature table, you're curious to sweat alongside, you can download that.
Yeah, I second that thought. The Triton app's going to make your viewing experience here even better, just because there's so many fan favorites out there. We got so many different tables, so we won't be able to cover them all. But we're going to be switching the featured table, I believe, every break. So everyone get a fair shot at on the spotlight.
And it's worth noting, Randy, I'm looking, hand number 1, Bossman Richard Yong down to just 44k after losing what looks like to be a, wow, a 520k pot against KT, 3-bet pot, Richard Yong with the aces, KT with the queen jack of clubs, and the flop came jack 8 7 2 clubs, so top pair flush draw for KT. Turn brought the ace of clubs, giving Richard top set, but giving KT the flush, and Bossman down to fumes straight off the bat will look to spin. And talking of spinning, can spin it on up over on GG Poker. Got the 5K main event coming up on the 26th of September, WSOP Online, which you can spin your way into from as little as $5. 20 million guaranteed prize pool over on that one. And shout out to all of you viewers at home that have been grinding alongside us in the free rolls. Got all-in free rolls every stream on GG Poker. Provide the passwords in the chat, so you know. Make sure you got the stream up. Let us know how you're getting on in those free rolls. There is a special promo code for new players as well. Triton 2022. Get on over there, Randy.
Yeah, you know, you just to rewind a little bit. KT over chip leader, massive, so early, and you know he cashed all 4 Triton events so far.
No, has he really? I didn't know that.
He did every single one. You can always take a look at the player profile while you're browsing it, and just look at it. It's just beautiful. We got a 7th place, a 10th place, and a 3rd place. 100% cash rate.
Strong.
Yeah.
Strong from KT. So we jump back into this 3-way affair. Johan Gilbert kicking things off with the suited king from +1. Complete whiff for him and Warrior. It's Yu Feng with the best of it after defending the 4 deuce. Connecting with bottom pair, but this 5 of diamonds turn card, Randy, giving Johan an open ender and Eric a 10 high flush draw.
But the best hand's the one that's betting. Figured it out with deuce 4. On Gilbert lays down the straight draw. If he can deny equity from these 2 hands, it would be a really nice win for the deuce 4. Ace 10, really not that much of a hand to continue.
Yeah, it could be drawing to 2 outs, right? Like, you're up against a hand like Queen Jack, Queen of Diamonds.
You don't know what you're chasing. Are you chasing the ace, but he already got a big hand, or are you chasing the diamond? They got a bigger diamond draw. It's just trouble.
How big my diamond?
Huh?
No diamond. No diamond.
A huge turnout here in Cyprus. All this 200k
What
coin
people like for
Rivet
tonight, at least.
Invitational.
I'm gonna see you tomorrow, bro. Yeah.
90 players taking their seats at the start of the day. Quick look at the chip counts after first 5 hands. It's Yu Feng out in front. Still incredibly deep here. Starting off at big blind 1k, the 300k starting stack. 50-minute clock. Going to be playing 8 levels today, Randy and I. Going to be calling the action for you for the first 4 levels before we tag in Mr. Ali Najad and Brian Rast for the final 4 levels of the day.
Crazy. Yeah.
Are you a massage at the table kind of guy, Randy?
I am not. Why do you ask? Is there someone getting massage? I didn't notice.
Go viral.
Go viral?
I recently became a massage at the table kind of guy, especially, you know, if you dialed in, you know it's going to be a long session. I try and stand up and...
I've seen some streams where, like, someone gets massaged, like, to, like, 5 hours straight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Right.
and I'm like, doesn't it hurt after a while or something? I don't know. I like to watch the people on the stream to get into the head massage, and it's just like, and they're deep in the tank, and they can't really think, but then like they can't really tell Zeus to just stop.
Jungle Man comes to mind from
Jungle
some
Man.
of the cash game streams in
Yeah, I think that's what I was
Madrid.
thinking of. Yeah.
So we jump back in.
Right.
Jeff slow playing the jacks.
Jacks versus Jacks. Johan Gilbert. Wow, 4 betting, ace-7 suited. This is a pretty bold play early on level 1. I should be able to kick out the first 2 jacks. I mean, it's annoying to fold jacks, but there's a squeeze and a 4-bet in front of you.
Yeah, and note the positions, Randy. This is under the gun open, +1 flat. Eric 3-betting from the cutoff. Action folding back round to Johan, who's clicked it. 4-bet, well, I say clicked it.
That's a big click.
He's 4-bet to 27,000, and all of a sudden, sure, you've under-repped your hand pre in the form of flat calling in +1. But you're facing a 3-bet and then a 4-bet behind.
Wow, you can see he really doesn't want to let this go. Hajiev, a fan of poker. Red jacks. And it's just such a trouble spot. You could be ahead, but I feel like the downside is much more scary.
Well, given that both Eric and Hajiev have jacks, Johan could be in a great spot post-flop to take this down, one would assume, given that it's impossible for Eric to flop a set.
Eric Roy here, pocket jacks. It's a little bit worrisome, you know? The players put a big 4-bet in front of you from under the gun, gonna see a flop, trying to hit a jack that is literally impossible to hit.
He is closing the action in position. First 4-bet pot of the day, 65K in the middle, and well.
A dream flop when you 4-bet A7 suited. You got the flush draw, you got a dry texture. You could blast away at least 2 streets on here and get a lot of credit. I mean, if you had aces and kings, you would bet here and bet the turn.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, so you'd only worried about pocket 10s or some slow-played kings occasionally.
Yeah, expect to see Johan come with something in the form of
20-something maybe?
20%, 25% pot.
Well, really small. That's 10K into 65,000. Yeah. Very, very small.
Just giving himself plenty of room to navigate turns and rivers.
When he bets this small, he's got a lot of intention of betting big on the turn if he misses. He shouldn't be expecting... He should be expecting very little hands to fold that flop for that sizing. And on the turn, we are getting the ace.
There we go. Just in case the spade wasn't get out of jail free card. Eric is now drawing dead.
I believe you're going to see the ace-7 suited want to kind of check here, play cautious. He could be behind. You know, a hand like ace-king, ace-queen would call 4-bet and call that tiny bet. Plus, if you bet again, you know, some like random spades might just fold, and you don't want those hands to fold when you got 2 spades yourself. I like to check here, maybe induce some bets. You know, if he floated you king-queen and give him a chance to hang himself.
Yeah, I think the ace-x that come to mind are the ace-king, ace-queen of clubs type holdings, as well as, you know, the ace-kings that you mentioned.
This is the dream river card for the ace-7, just because in case I was out-kicked, I've got no more worries now. You gotta bet a size that you think a mid-pocket pair would call, like jacks, 9s, queens. I'm thinking he's gonna go small. He's gonna hope for the crying calls. Oh, he's actually going big. Wow, he's reaching for chips quickly. Alright, does he want to continue with the 2 jacks? I guess with the bigger sizing, he's like, Gilbert's saying, I got the ace or nothing. I wouldn't go with this big sizing bet queens and kings. So it's quite polarizing.
He's incredibly polarizing.
Yeah.
Eric's saying he doesn't think he can fold. Says nice hand. It's going to get shown.
Oh, no.
Wow. Randy, what have we got going on here? We quickly switch over to the red feature table. On the river, we have Linus facing an 80,000 chip bet with the stone cold nuts.
Wow, it's nut flush versus second nut flush. Level 1 with 300 big blinds. Henry, this is massive. I don't know if Ivey can fold, can he? I mean, he's got some soul reading. You can see he's not committing to chips yet because he's suspicious. We've seen him make amazing folds in the past. Is Ivey going to be able to do it, Henry? Oh, my. Reaching. I mean, he's up against the one guy who's definitely capable of making a sick play.
Ivey with the second nut flush facing a check jam from one of the best in the world, and not the start to this 200k they expected.
Yeah.
I mean, this is nuts or nothing, right? Linus is going to have to be turning a hand like
Ace
X with the ace of diamonds into a bluff, and you could argue that a lot of those, given that it's small blind v hijack, one would assume potential 3-bet pot.
It is a 3-bet pot. Linus was a 3-better.
And holding the king of diamonds and jack of diamonds, you're kind of really only losing to ace 10, ace 5, ace 3, ace deuce of diamonds. Shouldn't really have many offsuit combos.
Wow.
To be perfectly honest with you, it'd have to be like ace queen O.
Okay.
Ivey deep in the tank. Potentially going to be our first elimination here. This coin Rivet Invitational.
Oh, he said, okay, but he didn't drop the chips in yet. He's changing his mind. Ivey's capable of making this fold. I know it.
Oh, he is more than capable of getting away from this, Randy. Let's try and reverse engineer this one. Small blind 3-bet. Sure, there are some ace-queen combos with the ace of diamonds. Wouldn't they just rather check call? Beating plenty of bluffs if they need to turn themselves into a bluff. One would argue that you just click call with ace-queen, ace of diamonds. It's a really narrow range. When we think of total bluff combos that Linus could have. Is there ever a world where he's check jamming aces with the ace of diamonds, potentially, for value?
It's crossing his mind. I don't think so. But you never know. I mean, Linus is... He's pretty creative, so it's definitely possible for sure. Yeah, this is pretty sick.
Holding the king and jack of diamonds with the queen of diamonds on board,
yeah,
really makes this tough for Ivey to get away from. Literally feels like there's a combo of each.
How many am I use? 5?
Oh, sick spot for Paul Pua's partner, Phil Ivey. He doesn't like it, Randy. That's for sure.
I've never seen Ivey put in the blender so hard than his hand.
Starting the hand 300 bigs effective. See if Ivey can get away from the coldest of decks, level 1. This 200k coin Rivet Invitational.
You do my shoulders.
Feels like an impossible fold against that man.
Yeah, if it was close, and then I look at this guy, I'm like,
Okay.
I know he's okay.
Said
He's going for it.
makes the call, and Randy, straight off the bat, Linus Love with a huge double, eliminating Phil Ivey. Level 1, 300 effective.
If you had told me someone was going to bust in level 1, I wouldn't have said Phil Ivey, I'll tell you that. I would assume it would be on the business side of things. Wow, he's gone.
Drinking espresso martini?
Oh, it's I guess yes.
Couldn't
Yeah.
get away
Yeah.
from the
Got it
second
ordered from
nut.
our friend. Unexpected. He said it yesterday. I thought he meant it as a joke, but
You're supposed to fold that hand.
GG's. Phil Ivey, true legend of the game.
He's not supposed to.
Sure, he'll be
oh yeah, it's
Like, what the fuck is he
jumping in again, Randy.
oh no.
First re-entry of the tournament.
One of the
Yeah?
businessmen is
Friendly game.
You all live in Dubai?
Yeah, I'm living in Dubai.
Oh. Can't believe Phil Ivey's our first casualty.
Dinner sometime. When we are in Dubai.
2,500.
But yes, he did have 30 minutes to make that decision. But was it ever a question whether Phil Ivey was going to put 200K more to get back into the coin rivet? I don't think so.
Just to recap, that went Ivey open from the hijack 2.5K. Linus with the 3-bet to 12K. Call. Ace, Queen, Trey, 2 clubs, 1 diamond. Linus C-bet 8.5K to 26. Ivey called with the gut shot, backdoor diamonds. Turn, 4 of diamonds. Linus checked. Ivey bet 23K into 43K. Linus just clicked call. The 6 of diamonds rolling off on the river. 89K in the middle. Ivey went big. 80K into 89K, and Linus with the check jam, putting Ivey all in, and he just couldn't escape the second nut flush. We have our first casualty here in Cyprus. What a sick start. This event. Linus claiming the first scalp of the tournament.
We lost one already.
Yeah, we lost Ivey.
Last one?
Eric?
Richard Young was short, maybe him.
Yeah.
It was not Richard Young. It was Ivey, guys.
All the big ones.
Next time, 500K.
88 more.
500.
Huh?
88 more to go. That's been aces.
More chips.
Yeah.
I don't.
88
3 hour level.
Probably like 40.
No, it doesn't change.
Does Paul know it's Phil Ivey yet?
I don't think so. Don't think they know yet. They're gonna find out soon.
The marquee pairing. 1 down already. Jeez.
I think we blocked it.
Yeah,
Randy.
we're highlighted. I'm like, man, they're
If we
coming in
hadn't
deep
spoken
right.
about it, we absolutely
I
blocked
reject
that.
those cards.
I'm afraid Ivey's just staring us down right now.
Ooh,
Take us
chills.
out.
One of the most intimidating stare
over
downs in
here
the
in
game.
the 1 seat.
Oh, man.
Ivy bust. Crazy.
Oh, there we go. They learned.
Huh.
Mid-hand, they tell Paul Ivey's busted.
Oh boy.
He's got nothing to say right now.
Harry's over there cheering for himself.
Check, check. Queen.
Hello. Little top.
Not too bad.
Tahi with a potential turn probe here. Doesn't really have much showdown with the 10 high. Does have equity against any of Paul's continuing range. And some potential to fold out
Yeah.
some king jacks, ace X's of the world. Instead knuckles over. One would assume is going to come with check call facing this small bet.
Yeah, versus
From
a
Paul.
3,000 chip bet.
Yeah.
Like, you probably would lay it down against a big bet, but here, I don't really see why he wouldn't potentially continue. He could also check raise if he really wants to get really crafty. Gonna call.
19K in the middle. Insignificant king of diamonds on the river. Unless Fatahi somehow mashes the 3x pot button, it's safe to assume that Bossman is going to get up to over starting here in this 200K. Still some value to be eked out
Yeah, you can see he's reaching for chips. This is a very good read, you know. Some people, they see the scary card, overcard, and you're like, ah, okay, let's just check and just try to win this. But he's correctly figured out that, you know,
Look,
maybe
Randy,
Fatahi's got like a middle pair, worst queen.
if you're going to at me, just call me out. Just say my name. All right? Yes, I'm knuckling back. I'm scared. The King Queen got there. King 7 got there.
The King 7.
You know, King 7 of spades. It's there.
Right. Oh, he's flopped quads. He's trapping me.
You got it.
Just call me out directly next time, okay? There's
I
no
got-
need
All right,
to beat around the bush, you know?
Okay, I got a question for you. What hand does Paul got on his jersey on the back? What do you think?
Do you know the answer?
I don't,
Okay.
but I've got a good guess.
If I had to guess, I would say it's probably the winning hand from the event they took down in Madrid.
God, those are the words I was going to say.
That's
I
what
was
I'm
going to
going.
sound like a genius. Now,
I mean, he might mug both of us off, and it's just like 9 deuce offsuit.
9 deuce offsuit.
Who knows? I've seen a couple of, you know, the players rocking their, what I can only assume, their birth year. Seen
Yeah.
a couple of 94s.
How about, what, Ben 86? I assume he's born in 86. I assume.
If I had to put 2 and 2 together, then yeah.
Yeah, 86 offsuit doesn't seem like a good hand.
That depends what year you started playing poker in. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you know.
I started playing in the... Oh, I didn't start playing.
9,000.
I am 85 myself, so 86 is realistic.
Are you really?
Yeah. What do you like?
You've aged well, pal.
What are you, 99 or something?
Something like that. You got a few years on me, buddy.
All right. Fatahi 3-betting the pocket 10s. Oh, pocket queens. Roy, he already down 100K because he lost to Johan Gilbert earlier. 4 bets to 30,000. Feel like every time Hajiev plays a hand, he sees
Yeah.
these 4 bets. He's like, "What are you guys doing? Is this supposed to be a friendly game on the business side?"
Is this where the seed of doubt sneaks into your mind? You're just like, am I the spot? Am I the person that they're going after? That's how I feel when I join a new table. You know, and within the space of 10 hands, I get 4 bet 3 times or 2 times.
Pocket 10s. Solid hand, but you know, you gotta play 30K. I mean, it's a lot of chips already to start with into this pot if he decides to continue. Given the stack, 200 big blinds. Let's see what he thinks. He is playing in position. That helps.
Closing the action, in position.
Could be able to see a flop. Comes low cards, call one off. It's like an ace-king type hand. I wouldn't really fault him. Depends of how big of a pot you want to play right now. He looks like he's ready to play.
I think worth mentioning that Eric did just lose that big hand to Johan, so maybe that coming into play here for Fatahi with the 10s, and well, picks up 17% equity on the Jack 5 tray mono. All spades. Fatahi, the only player with a spade in hand. 70,000 in the middle.
Double check those cards. They're black. Definitely got to draw. I mean, for 30K, you got to see a flop. I mean, you got to see a turn card. I mean, could easily be up against ace-king.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're up against kings and aces and they don't got a spade, you got a decent chance. This is a huge pot so far. Level 1. Just everyone firing away.
Yeah, here we were at the start of the day, being presumptuous. Say, oh yeah, they're probably going to, you know, proceed with caution, try and bag day 2. No. 130 bigs in the middle as the 4 of hearts rolls off on the turn.
Queens. It's uncomfortable here. You know, you 4-bet pre-flop, a man Fatahi calls, a jack on the board. You know, pocket jack's definitely in play. Looks like he's going to just keep firing away. 70,000, pretty much committed. And this is absolutely annoying for pocket tens. It's very reasonable for a hand like ace, king, one spade to 4-bet, bet the flop, and bet the turn, especially when they pick up a wheel draw. It will also be a huge call if he was to make it of just 2 tens, especially with one over. I mean, Eric Roy is representing the premium hands right now.
Has to be concerned about being up against an overpair with a spade in hand. Queens, kings, aces. Obviously, we can see it's actually pretty live and getting the right odds. 3-1 on a call, thereabouts.
Lays it down.
Get away from it.
I think the problem here is that he's not sure, okay, if I hit my spade, am I just getting stacked by another spade? Or it's just a huge guessing game. And you're level 1, do I really want to get stacked here? Probably not.
Yeah, guessing game level 1 of a 200k. Not the spot you want to be in. That's for sure. No guessing game as to who the chip leader is. We got it up on the app. Linus Love on the red feature table.
Linus first.
3-bet pot probably.
3-bet pot.
Linus 3-bet. We call it king jack.
Players just discussing that bust out hand of Phil Ivey.
Crazy.
You get all the news, huh? You already
huh? You say you get all the news?
No, it's on the apps.
Up.
Oh.
Triton up is very good.
Click Ivy, you can see the head. The best app I saw.
Yeah, I never see that in poker.
Huh?
It's amazing.
Nothing compared to that. Nothing even close.
2.5.
Why do we even get paid, Randy?
They're
doing it for us.
All the viewers are actually probably downloading it now because someone at the table said it.
Yeah.
So worth it for.
It's like, why listen to Henry and Randy when we can listen to players and Bossman talk about it?
I saw the watch yesterday, the 1 million watch, the Triton watch.
Oh.
She showed me. It's beautiful watch, Jacob. The one with the ace king suited inside the watch.
It was a runner. It was a runner too.
2.5.
Talking about those Jacob & Co. watches.
They are indeed.
Picking up some sales. Also, we did not help once again.
Jacob & Co.
If he re-enters, he's got to do it in 30 minutes, right?
Yeah, apparently. Yeah.
And he gets the same seat or not, you know?
I don't think so. I think it's a redraw between the pro table. That would be my guess.
I mean, because there are not.
If you draw into those seats, those tables they have less players.
Less players, yeah.
So if there's 3, you draw 1.
Yeah. Okay.
Like everybody have 8, we have 700.
We are 7 because of 90 people. Yeah. You draw between those.
So Hajiev was just reviewing that hand.
Yeah. Or maybe they do it like the normal one.
Unfortunate runner.
One come in, the big blind move, all that.
Maybe come.
Yeah, I think this
No spades. You have 10 spades?
Yeah.
Tough straight on. Tough straight on.
Okay, time 跟他们打广告.
I was hoping you didn't have jacks when you were like in the tank, because I mean, you're only calling with ace king or I had queens, you had 10.
They're also doing the play-by-play for us, Randy. You know, we might as well just peace out right now.
Yeah, that's why I haven't said anything in a while. I'm like, all right, I'm just thinking about my next job.
Thinking about that long old flight home. Tuggy. A little bit loose from the hijack, but why not? 200 plus effective.
Let's see, Paul.
The
Queen
legend, Paul
9.
Pua, is in the hand.
Yeah. He is in hand, correct? Wow, they are really taking our jobs. All right, top 2. Paul Pua. Ace 5. Not much of a hand, but you got initiative. Why not take a shot?
And Paul coming with a check raise makes sense. The top 2 want to extract max value, start building a pot when you are this deep against, you know, the kings and aces of the world. A little bit of protection against the king jacks, king tens.
These guys are just always announcing their hands. Just keep it simple. We don't need to go review the hands, have someone at home telling us what go, or looking at the app on delay. You know, like, yeah, easy peasy.
Well, I'm looking at the app right now, seeing 8th place finisher, Santosh Savannah, up there, 3rd in chips. Let's go.
Linus, what
On the
math
business
class
side.
what was the last math class you took?
You just started seeing her.
Math class.
High school. I met her in Barcelona in 2019.
Really?
So in the
What do you
August.
mean by math?
Just
Sounds
after
like a
Triton,
lie.
so.
The massages,
I know
the
you took
facial
some
massage.
advanced shit, some advanced computer science shit.
Did you study?
Oh, no, I didn't study.
Jungle man.
Welcome to the Jungle Man Show, ladies and gentlemen.
What did you try?
IT.
University?
Yeah,
How long you last?
few weeks.
Few weeks.
No, I didn't like it.
Okay, fair. Yeah, I didn't like it, but I stayed there. So nice to be away from home.
Sounds like Michael Zhang tried getting into the IT
I
sector.
was already into poker back then, so.
Didn't like it.
I had to stay at uni to
Yeah.
get more into
Now he's playing the highest stakes possible.
wasn't allowed at home to stay.
One could say a wise choice from him to drop out of uni.
Definitely. And this is his first event at this series. He's been to previous Triton stops.
Vogelsang clearly came straight from Burning Man.
Yeah, I'm loving that top.
Cyprus with what I can only kind of describe as a shirt that belongs in a Drake music video. Blind v blind confrontation. Chidwick finding the double barrel with the 6 tray.
Wow.
Unblocking some of the queen high, jack high floats of the world.
The very tiny bet is just designed to knock out these little floats.
5 hours, 4 hours.
Something that might just think, I'm stabbing. Wow, queen high is calling again. That's a nice call.
Yeah, I met him actually.
You gotta be terrified now, right, if you're Chidwick. The 3 does counterfeited. Still got 6 high.
Wasn't wife though. You have a lucky girl.
See what Stevie comes with.
I'm done with relationships.
Big fan of Chidwick's presence.
Triton is in Thailand. Will be.
Every feature table he's on.
Visit.
Not just feature tables, just his presence at the table.
Nice warm locations like
Very composed, deliberate.
Have you been to Roswell?
No, never.
Becomes small again. A very intricate part of the game tree here. Chidwick
Wow.
just really going after these queen high, jack high, 10 high type hands. That's the hand to do it with.
Oh my, he called 3. Oh, he raised.
Some improving to do.
Okay.
Some improving to do still.
I'm actually way
Still,
better than I
he's
was
figured
when I
out
started.
Chewit doesn't have much of a hand.
Chips everywhere.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is on purpose. This is on purpose. You think this was an accident? You think I don't conform to your rules. I have my chips how I want, like Vlad. Vlad does whatever the fuck he wants.
I meant more when they came over here.
Huh?
I meant more when they came into my stack, but you took them back.
Oh,
Now
good
it's
Sam
fine.
bluffing with the best hand.
Hopefully.
I refuse to have my chips in an orderly fashion. You know what? That's what I think of your order and rules.
Jungle laying down the law.
Thank you.
Doesn't strike me
I think I'm allowed to do this. Pretty sure.
as the type of man to follow the rules, Randy. Jungle man, Daniel Cates. Bottom of the chip counts, but still very early doors here in Cyprus. Still way over 200 and, well, I mean, 300 big blinds effective, or average stack rather. It's Linus Love out in front, courtesy of one of the roughest beats of the series.
No one stops in jungle.
Runner, nut flush against Ivey's second nut flush.
No one stops the jungle. That's what he said.
It's actually
Okay.
one trick where you're supposed to do like these ones are so tough. You have to have such fucking dexterity for these things. I'm supposed to like do this. Who does that?
Oh man.
What is... Jungle, you can't stack your chips like that. What?
9,000?
He hasn't even removed the sticker from his Triton hat. I mean, this guy. He's out here doing yoga with Pete, filming some content, and here he is getting a face massage, stacking his chips like my grandma
2
would
years
in
ago,
our
we
Christmas
played a
home game.
tournament. I remember Michael Jang folded a lot to my 3-bets.
Right, we're moving to level 2 in the Coin Rivet Invitational. Same blind levels, 500, 1,000, and 1,000.
Sure, 2 years ago. I don't think many people were playing poker 2 years ago.
Huh?
Online?
No, on live.
2 years ago?
2 years ago.
We played 2 years ago?
Seems unlikely.
I think we did.
September 2020.
Prove me wrong. September 2020.
Were there even tournaments then?
Maybe.
I was like only just allowed out of my house in Spain. In September 2020, I was like barely allowed out of my flat still in Spain.
I was definitely not playing then. I was playing online before that.
In hindsight, everything is 2020.
Oh, take a break. Jungle, take a day off, mate.
I think that's a saying. Should qualify as a saying.
Absolute
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
legend.
that's a saying.
Okay.
I'd
It
be
is
better
a
for
saying.
sure.
I'm sure it is, Jungle. I'm sure it is.
Michael Zhang, by the way, absolute legend on the UK poker scene. Last recorded cash came in £150 buy-in. Randy, that's how much this man loves.
£150,000?
£150.
150.
150.
Your games.
Okay, yeah, you added me this time, thank you, yeah. The GUKPT Goliath. £150 entry, and here he is, just a couple of weeks later. The stakes have gone up a little bit.
They've
Randy.
gone up a bit.
200k buy-in. Here we are, flopping top pair.
Okay, this isn't his first Triton. He's not a newbie.
I
Okay,
know.
he's played the 100k mains in other big tournaments. He played the 250ks, a super high roller bowl. So
Came sixth in that 100k main that you mentioned back in London.
yeah,
£700,000.
he's a big crusher. He started as a cash game player, played tournaments just like every other cash game player, and has all the money.
Does indeed. Very, very highly respected player from the UK. Spent a lot of time out in Thailand, I believe.
All right, so action on heat. Picks up open in the straight
Sorry.
draw. There is a lot of connectivity It's gonna be interesting whether he wants to barrel this or not against the top 2 pair. Checks it back, figures there's too much chance he's gonna get called on the turn. And the 8 rolls off. Michael needs to figure out if he should be value betting this. Could lose to an 8 now.
Queen of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds in hand.
He's thinking about what hands as bluffs he can represent, and he's having some trouble thinking of some hands, so does opt to bet.
Swift fold from Heath. Michael Zhang up to over starting stack. We have a new chip leader, Randy.
Who is it? Tell me.
A new chip leader.
Looks like a French flag.
Yes, indeed. I'm gonna try not to butcher the pronunciation. Carl Chape Gatien.
I'm really the wrong guy to ask. But he is the chip leader on the business side of things. And I believe he invited Rui Cao to play. So maybe similar styles. Just smashing, going for chip leads, or busting immediately.
Looking at the chip counts.
Yeah, I love that we can just keep an eye on it. Oh, look. Look who's in 4th place. It's Rui Cao. That pairing is just crushing this tournament right now.
Let's go, Rui. I mean, when you think of like true legends of the game, Rui it's been around a minute.
Is it possible that Carl is actually the master of Rui Cao, and that's where Rui Cao learned all his moves from? Possible. Inside straight drop for Daniel Cates. Woodigan. Ace-7 of clubs, absolutely nothing on a board texture deck. Could easily hit the big blind. Those middling cards. A lot of guys like to put a little C-bet out there, see if they can just take it down.
You can see what everyone has. Big starting group.
No? Oh, it's starting.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, we get a good view on it as well.
The side of the table is better as well.
Yeah.
We could watch it.
Does get called.
You can tank on the river and look behind to see if the hand is showing or a read from the previous.
5 is not much of a card. It's hard for Ace-7 of clubs to barrel again unless he's very ambitious.
1 hour delay.
Wow, he's going to reach for chips. Just trying to muscle his way through it.
Yeah, that's a swift fold from
shit.
Daniel.
I saw the smile you had. I saw this. Everyone saw the smile. Apparently, I feel like you felt it. Huh?
Not
No.
used to photo
Think of the kids.
Just tell what they tell me to do.
Yeah, you think of those kids. Think of
my kids here.
Oh.
Not his future kids.
Whoa. Well, okay. Yeah, you don't have any
You
kids.
just said it's the world.
Are they going to show it for everyone? Or?
I'm the Santa Claus of the third world
I
countries.
think when they're talking about certain.
Ah, okay.
So I think they were talking about Paul.
Instead of an old white guy with the beard, they get some weird.
Oh, you think if
You should get a jumper like that. You should
you're going to show my pose when I win, when I start?
Really?
If you want, that's your style. One of your personas must have that.
You're this weird white dude that talks like Santa Claus. Wears a beard.
Yeah, just don't wear that cap backwards.
Don't wear the cap backwards?
If you have
Huh? Why?
don't think it suits the outfit with that persona.
Well, what if I'm trying to fit in with the kids, wearing the cap backwards and all that?
Okay, ace, king, as we get back to the poker.
14,000?
Oh. So we got an interesting spot. They're actually pretty deep here. 260 big blinds. But in the late positions, the positions where you can see the ace king coming for a 4-bet, knowing that Jungle Man's small blind 3-betting range is going to be pretty strong. Not pretty strong, pretty weak, sorry.
And the interesting thing to note, Randy, is that Daniel...
40,000?
Wow.
Wow. Okay, Daniel Cates announced that, hey, this kid, Michael Zhang, was folding a lot to my 3-bets back in the day. Small blind v big blind. Zhang with the 4-bet to 40,000. Action back on Jungle.
Jungle got a big decision on whether to call the 4-bet or just put in a 5-bet for a lot of chips. They're playing very deep, though.
Wow. He just rips it.
Wow, rips it in.
Well, the big blinds, Jungle.
It is
Michael
a lot of big
Zhang.
blinds.
Straight away, you just saw him melt into his share. It's a lot of big blinds. 257 to be exact.
Wow. Just so annoying. You're like, man, this is level 1. Can't believe I might be.
Times 3 bets to you out of position. You're making a stand.
Zhang just a world of pain here.
Trying to pick up something. Can he be up against the same hand? Can he be up against queens? Let's put a lot in there. 40,000.
I wonder if this dynamic, the verbal jousting that's been going on back and forth, will play a role in Michael Zhang's decision making.
A little bit, I would suppose. And it's just very tough.
He does make the call. I mean, massive sigh of relief for Michael seeing the ace-king.
Huh? That's one way to look at it.
Jungle saying he'll take it.
You could also look at it as
both got one life flush draw.
If this is your kind of battle.
Clubs for Zhang.
Boring.
Diamonds for Cates. Boring announced.
It's not my kind of battle. I'm
On the rainbow board.
Yeah. See, it was actually teamwork. That's another way.
We got 1K each. Did I use 2 or 1?
You know, we gotta think of the kids. Like,
wouldn't
this
want
guy's
it.
not
This could
thinking.
pay the kids.
He's thinking of his own personal kids.
Shit, we're taking from animal equality as well. It's even worse.
Huh?
Yeah, I have a charity hot.
He's repping a charity and we're taking from it.
What do you have?
Hey, back to the business side. Both tables are really chatty and funny right now. I'm loving this. And like, you would think that the bigger stakes, maybe things get a little bit more tense and serious, but like.
I think tomorrow for sure. I think everyone, you know, from what I've seen on social media, I mean, the atmosphere in the room when we came in today was just absolutely electric. You know, that being a massive understatement. It's just buzzing in here. Everyone's super excited to be here playing, you know, one of the biggest tournaments of the year. And I'm not surprised that everyone's in high spirits other than Mr. Phil Ivey, who has re-entered. First casualty of the day, level 1.
There's actually a lot of guys in the field. This is our first event at Triton. Showed up specifically for this tournament. On both sides, the business side and the professional side. Yu Feng getting out of line here. Ace-7 offsuit from the small blind out of position.
Let's go, Yu.
The UK. So he did use a little bit of a smaller sizing, hence why you're seeing Roy peel the Queen 10 offsuit. Just a little bit of connection for both players.
Yu Feng in the form of a inside gut shot. Warrior with the 2 overs. Gut shot to go along with it.
Yeah, well, when you 3-bet a hand like Ace-7, it makes a lot of sense to just continue. Repping a big hand. So you got 2 overs, inside straight draw. Love to see a call of Queen 10. You got the position. by raising, you might bloat the pot and have to fold a hand with clean outs to the nuts. So I like the call.
The cards are not showing.
Just come on the stream,
Yeah, queen. Well, we don't see it.
Eric turning top pair, and
Can't check him.
all of a sudden, Yufeng drawing to just 5 clean outs. Heart would be no good.
Does check. Roy, queen 10.
Oh, that's the first time.
I kind of would lean towards a check here. Just you got a marginal hand. Your opponent could be playing a slow out. King is a very. I think the king's a solid card to bet. If I was Yufeng, you 3-bet ace kings. You're expected to. You can represent those big cards. Your opponent calls the flop. It's very hard for him to have a king, given the board texture, to call flop bet. Yeah, I like that he's reaching for chips here. It is very credible. And he's targeting a mid-pair type hand often, you know, like 8-7, 10-9, pocket 7-6. He's got a lot of hands that are quite weak. And this size is a little milky looking, so it's credible. But I think Eric's just like, I know you're capable. I know you can see him reaching for chips. Put in that call.
Turn top pair. Have the 10 of hearts. Flick in the call and he gets the good news. Eric, after a bit of a up and down start, it's back up to over starting stack. Now, Randy, we're an hour in. We have a lot of new people that have tuned in over the last hour or so. I see a lot of questions in the chat in regards to the structure of this tournament. Now, Day1 going to be playing 8 50-minute levels, and the pros and the business side have been separated.
Correct.
So we have 45 players on the pro side that were all invited by the 45 players on the business side.
We agreed before we started.
How does the elimination re-entry work, Randy?
So if you do happen to bust out, like Phil Ivey did, for example, you have 30 minutes to decide whether to rebuy or not. If you do not rebuy within 30 minutes, you're locked out of the tournament.
Right.
2.5.
So if someone is eliminated, they have 30 minutes to just go and get a coffee, blow off some steam, take a walk, come back. They have to be in their seat after 30 minutes. Now tomorrow, Day 2, the first 4 levels, as Lara explained during the pre-show, they're going to be seeded tables. So we're going to have half and half. So for example, on an 8-handed table, we're going to have 4 pros and 4 VIPs. And then after the first 4 levels, there's going to be a full redraw. Pairs have to be separated until the final 2 tables. So it could be a case of a full redraw that has all pros or all business or players from the business side, or it could be, you know, a mix.
Of course.
Oh, you're a big
And
star on the screen there.
your pairing needs to stay separated
That's right.
until the final 2 tables.
That's right. Which I'm interested to see how that one plays out. Because if we get down to the final 3 tables...
Well, we've had pairings reach the end at the Triton Million, I'm pretty sure. So, you know, nothing really changes. So it makes sense that you invite the strongest player so you don't have to play with them until the final 2 tables. That's why Paul picked Phil Ivey. It makes a lot of sense, although he did bust out first. So maybe not the right time to say that.
You've just been throwing shade all day, Randy.
I'm not throwing shade.
What did they put in your coffee this morning?
True statements.
Been calling me out on stream.
Hold on. Let's worry about the shade another time. We got a race here. Top pair, nut flush. Fatahi has a better hand, but it's a little scary. Of course, if he's behind, he's very behind. Usually it's up against a 2 pair or a set.
Yeah, the saving grace of this hand for Fatahi is that, you know, he is just looking down at top pair, 8 kicker.
Makes the call.
Let's see one out of position.
Oh,
wow.
I mean, that's the card that you're like, okay, I don't feel too worried anymore.
How has the dealer found the most exciting card in the deck? The offsuit 8, giving Fatahi 2 pair. Now still losing to the sets and the ace-9s of the world that you already mentioned, but it does knuckle through. Eric taking a free card.
This is a bit connected. Once he sees a check back on a turn, he won't be worried about, you know, a bigger 2 pair of sets. Those will most certainly bet the turn with deep stacks. Maybe a bit of value he can find. There's a...
I'd like to see him come with like 15% block.
22,000?
How about 22,000? 15% is kind of small. But I see your logic is mainly the 4 straight out there where people don't like the hero call as much against the tiny bets. I like this 22K. And ace deuce of hearts. Man, it's kind of weird because like you block hearts, but the hearts aren't relevant. Right, the ace of hearts, the deuce of hearts. You know, no one really plays the little heart. I'm using a time bank here.
Eric's been through the blender today already, level 1. Been put in a lot of tough spots.
6.
From what we've seen, you can get a bit sticky in these river spots if
Had a huge flop.
the sample size of 1 level is anything to go by.
Yeah, he's trying to. If he calls, he's trying to pick off like the queen jack or hearts type hands.
All right.
Even jack 10 of hearts got
Aces
there.
up.
Aces up is good.
Tahi getting value on the river. Eric unable to get away from top pair.
Monster flop. He could have done some damage. Unfortunate.
Thanks. That beat me on the flop.
Ace deuce hearts.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the viewers and Triton fans at home. Sweating this 200k coin Rivet Invitational alongside myself and Randy Lou. As always, if you are enjoying the content that Triton is providing you at home, make sure to press that thumbs up button over on YouTube.
4 times.
Why not drop us a follow or hit subscribe. Also worth mentioning as well, Randy, a lot of content being put out over on Instagram in the form of, you know, exclusive interviews with some of the biggest stars in the game. Some real close-ups, insights that, you know, we don't get that often.
That's true. They're only willing to really do these kind of interviews at Triton. So if you want an insight to like players like Linus Love, I saw him getting some interviews.
Yep.
So take a look over there.
Reigning world champion, Espen Jorstad, also always got a camera in his face.
Of course. But you know, Eric seems to be in every pot right now.
He does. In bad shape.
And never like crushing it. Besides the queen versus 10s hand earlier. King queen versus Paul Newey's aces. On the flop, I'm going to drop an ace. As good as it gets. Top set. No flush draw. So dry. Pretty tempting to bet.
65.
Yeah, just a quarter pot. You know, just try to get your opponent to do something.
Paul Newey, what a legend of the game. Randy, if you had to guess, when do you think Paul's first recorded cash on the hand of mob was?
If I was to guess,
If you had to guess.
I'm going to go with 2005.
2005.
It's blind.
Let's have a quick look. I'm going to take the unders on that. I'm going to say 90s.
90s. Did hand of mob even date that far back?
You come to Dubai sometimes.
I was just in Dubai. I came
Yeah.
from Dubai to here.
Me too. Then you will back again.
Oh yeah.
Perfect.
Oh yeah.
Paul Nui, best live cash, 1.4 million.
He's there.
It's gonna be very, very nice video.
Oh yeah.
It's
yeah,
in the
coming up.
You keep
1
scrolling.
million.
How many cashes does he have?
He cashed the $1 million one drop.
Vegas.
Nice.
Legend of the game.
Not really.
The first
no,
recorded cash came in the form of a £25. Sorry, a £25 no limit hold'em recurring tournament in Birmingham. Came ninth for £60 back in 2012.
2012.
2012.
So you were way
I
far
was
off.
way off. I'm trying to think.
I didn't
why
do that good,
is.
and that was pretty closer.
pandemic, didn't have chance to play the
Yeah.
tournament.
All right. So bad at live reads. Okay. Nice to know about you.
I mean, that's why we're in here and they're out there. Let's be honest.
Look at this. Oh, smashes the straight. He did go check on the flop rather quickly, I believe. Or maybe there was a small bet. Might have missed that.
What are these flops, Randy?
Look at that. He's two spades. Quick call. Gotta feel pretty good about the straight when you get a snap call. Seems like you're up against an ace.
Yeah, both flushes bricking. Pure river for Tahi. Tahi bombing river. 23,000 into 22.5.
No kicker for the ace deuce. Yufeng. I guess he's thinking, doesn't my hand look like an ace? And are you trying to move me off of it? Or do I look like I got a middling pair?
Yeah, not surprised to see him pay off there, Randy. As you mentioned, you know, check back on the flop. Tahi with all the 6x, all the 7x, diamonds bricking, some queen 10s, 10-7s that just bomb. We've underrepped our hand on the flop and pays him off the top pair.
Don't drop it in.
Hey, there we go. A little secret lab Titan Evo. Randy, we've had the pleasure of sitting in these bad boys for, I mean, over 100 hours now. And there's a little giveaway going on over on our Instagram. You can click the link on YouTube and Twitch as well to stand a chance to win one of these limited edition Triton Secret Lab chairs. And the way to enter is quite literally as simple as clicking a link, following us on Twitch, YouTube, some of our socials, and you're automatically enrolled. Proud partners. Secret Lab, the official chair partner of the Triton Poker Series, and I mean, we know why.
You might as well just do that, right? You're watching the show anyways. Just click the little links. Easy. Help us out. Help yourself out with a nice chair.
It's a positive free roll. There is a more than 0% chance that you win one of these chairs.
I think it's higher. It's like 1% chance. Okay, probably not, but
Probably not, pal. That would mean that only 300 people would enter. All right. Do you even math, bro?
yeah, I was listening to that. I was just confused. But hold on. Johan Gilbert's opened 8 deuce of hearts. Is this a normal raise from the cutoff?
I didn't see it. I can't see the flop.
Is that a real question, Randy?
Yeah, it's a real question.
Well, you can see that Johan has raised from the cutoff.
Well, we've actually kind of got a little bit of action pot brewing up because of this ace deuce of hearts opening it up. There's a 3-bet. Eric, who seems to be in every single pot lately, so his VPIP is looking quite high. Might get some action. Cold 4-bet incoming.
Would like to see a cold 4-bet, especially in these positions. Cut off the small blind, the big blind.
I mean, he made it 30K before queens. That's about right.
You're sensitive on my 3-bet, huh?
I can officially say I like this table. Good table.
Action table.
Johan
sure.
announcing action table after opening the
When I
8 deuce
play-
suited.
Always with us.
Yeah, but ace-7 spades. What's it now?
Let's see. Ace queen, a tricky spot. And actually, if that 8 deuce of heart didn't open, we could have a very different pot. Probably a 3-bet pot, but now we've got a 4-bet potential pot. Depending if he wants to continue with ace queen. He's out of position, which is pretty annoying. It's a very confusing hand to play. Then again, Eric has been, he's 4-bet before. Seems to be calling 3-bets.
Last time he did have queens.
Tight fold.
Wow, big laydown.
Tight fold.
I have 8 juice.
Very, very tight fold.
Have 8 deuce.
Using my phone.
No, no,
I'm
two.
not sure.
8 juice.
I'll be
You raise
telling
with
the
ace
table.
deuce, jack.
So it means we have the same hand, huh?
You had ace jack?
You had ace queen?
Get in there, get in there.
Wow, tight fold, jacks.
I played that hand really well until the river. And then I didn't play it
You can
well.
fold the river.
Yes, I can. Easy. Should have been easy. Got in my head, man. Crawled around in my head, messed with me. Playing voodoo tricks. Casting a spell.
Now you make me fold 8 juice.
Johan, image
I don't know
building.
what you made him fold. But probably a good
Yeah,
hand.
I think you're right. You want to image build on the cheap levels. Then when we get to the later part of the day, play solid. Everyone remembers 8 deuce.
25.
Your countryman, chip leader, Gaston.
Chip leader. How much he has?
25?
600?
Almost 800.
Wow.
Talking about our chip leader, Carl Gassion,
Cow.
playing 781 big blinds.
On Twitter. Cow Chap. How is it pronounced? CHAPPE. Chappy?
Jiv getting a bit frisky from the calf. We are 300 deep.
King 7 of clubs, looking good on this flop.
Checks round to the pre-flop razor, just 6 high. 14-5 out there. Knuckles back as well.
That's
Nine
a
of clubs.
Action.
Giving Eric 2 pair, but Paul Nui has turned the second nut flush. And Eric, again, finds himself on the wrong side of a tough spot. Comes with the turn probe, 4K into 14.5. Paul just going to flick in the call.
Wow, that's an action killer. Let's see if Eric just tries to check. Pray for the check back.
Yeah, Eric at present is going to be absolutely seething at that river carver. Little does he know,
Saved him.
saved him a lot of chips as Nui had the goods on the turn.
Well, I mean, he folded so fast we didn't even need to change the camera angle.
Didn't get a chance to. Cards were already in the muck.
He could head you on the turn, Paul.
Nope.
Really?
I wouldn't have thought so.
Really?
Seen half an hour.
Turn 2 pair.
Yeah? Wow.
I don't know, Randy.
Instant fold.
Hmm.
High stakes live poker is back, pal. We're back.
Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah.
wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. You have to give some action to us.
By the way,
You're the owner.
We're getting hands now. The poll's finally getting some hands.
I saw
We've been card dead for like
Volkman.
an hour and a half.
I believe it was Volkman had one of those jerseys on. In his hand
We need
was
minimum
pocket
70%
tens.
VPIP.
Oh.
But what did it say on the back?
Wow.
TT or 1010?
1010.
You're not sure, are you?
No, I saw it. So
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sure.
But how would you want it if you had it? TT?
No.
You're an online player. You got to go with TT, right?
I know what you're saying, but you're just going to get a lot of weird comments from non-poker players. So, TT?
What does it stand for?
What does this stand for, pal? Like, you know? So, 10-10.
There's the Ivey hand, the King Jack of Diamonds. Sick.
So onto this pot. Not much going on here.
Oh, we both did?
Second nut flush to nut flush.
Oh, okay.
Runner, runner.
Oh, running. Wow. Wow. That's insane. Oh, he back to the same table again.
Same spot.
Looks like Yufeng is thinking about sliding in a little bit of chips.
See if Paul decides to show down his king high. He does. Get shown the sevens and small one for Yufeng. Players took their seats at the start of level 1 here in Cyprus. The Triton Super High Roller Series Coin Rivet Invitational. 200k entry with a split field. 44 players on the business side. All invited. 1 pro each. Generating a prize pool of 18 million. That's without re-entries. All players do have an optional re-entry, just the one. Tomorrow at the start of the day, first 4 levels, we're gonna have seeded tables, half pros and half VIPs. Then there will be a full redraw.
Oh, everyone flopping flushes with the clubs.
Just that easy, eh?
Johan Gilbert. Whoa. 1,000. The absolute minimum. I mean, Paul's got a raise now. He's got 5-4 clubs. Oh, wow, he just calls here. That is the slowest
Milky again.
slow play I've ever seen. Against the min bet. Okay. Maybe he sees that the min bet treats as very weak, and he's more likely to get chips from multi-barrels. And the king is the kind of card where maybe you'll see Johan Gilbert multi-barrel. Gonna check.
Unfortunately for Johan, does not improve to 2 pair or better.
Wow, Paul has checked again.
Oh, flat. Why no more milk?
You tried.
No more milk for you.
Tried sliding it on over. Johan not taking the bait.
Here?
I want to see what Bossman has on the back of his shirt now.
Yeah. I don't know if we're going to get to see it.
8s are lucky, right?
Yeah.
Am I right in saying that?
8s is...
Pocket 8s, maybe?
Yeah, it's possible. But I really do think it should be the hand from Madrid, right? Like, but maybe he didn't think about it when he picked his favorite hand.
Not trying to sound funny. If we thought of it, Randy, I'm sure when he was, sat there thinking about what to put on the back, it would have,
Maybe it just says
25.
like aces.
I mean, I don't know if anyone out there has the aces on the back of their shirt, but
Like, it always crosses their mind, like, this doesn't seem right.
you remember the old school interviews where they would ask players, so what's your favorite hand? And everyone would just be like, oh, obviously aces. But then that became the fish response, right?
Yeah, so you had to like throw some suited connector in there. Okay. Nui's got kings. Yufeng's been 3-betting a little bit. I think everyone at the table knows that. Nui with the king slow play, given how deep they are. Just playing cautiously. That is a monster flop for Yufeng. It's ace, queen, ace of spades, inside straight draw. Maybe hit an ace. He's actually ahead. That's hard to do against kings.
That is hard to do. Ahead in regards to equity. Behind in regards to current holdings. We out in front with the overpair. So we see the equities now shift, courtesy of this deuce of diamonds on the turn. There's one action card in the deck, and we all know what it is. Apologies for slight technical difficulties.
Wow, did Nui just lead out? 16,000. The 2 kings. It is odd, right? You see your player check call and then lead on the deuce. Kind of looks like he's doing like a blocker kind of bet, even though he's actually got kings. You think deciding whether he should raise or call? Wow.
Clicks it.
A mid-raise. He thinks this hand he's up against is like pocket 9s, 8s, something he can maybe blast away on the river. He's actually up against king. King's going to come along. King's going to be a little bit cautious, though. Just a little bit scary. We got a lot of stack to play for.
Brick on the river. 100,000 in the middle. So 3-bet pot and check on the flop. Nui with the 40% turn probe. Yufeng clicked it. Nui just calling with the kings.
I don't think he thinks the ace-queen is good. If he wants... He might think he needs to bet really big to win this pot. But I doubt it would work against 2 kings. He does give up.
Paul Nui wins a big one. 100,000 chip pot. Randy, level 1.
I mean, there was a 600,000 chip pot. We lost Phil Ivey.
It was indeed. Minus love. The Phil Ivey assassin. Currently sat second in chips. Move back to the pro table.
Is that who I think it is right there? That's Phil Ivey. He's back. He ponied up another 200K. Got sat at the same seat. Okay, round 2.
Yeah, so I do believe he was given 3 cards face down.
Okay. Basically the ones with less players.
Yeah.
And
he somehow
He knew where he wanted to go. He's like,
To be honest with you, that's how I'd want it. If I just bust, at least I get to see my chips, my 200,000 that's already in the prize pool, and I have the chance of getting them back and then some off the player that stacked me.
I'm gonna tell you though, this table is definitely one of the toughest tables on the pro side of what I've seen. Linus, Jungle Man, Michael Jang, like this is just an Ivey now. I wouldn't want to be here. Actually, everyone, 2 players are with. Ivey, who's re-entered, got the King Queen. Top pair.
35. 35. That's 3,500.
3,500.
Did anyone else see on this hat? Triton is where dreams are dealt. High stakes dreams are dealt.
Yeah, that's their slogan.
I did not know that. I didn't know where. I guess I should have
Maybe
known.
they put jungle there.
Huh?
Should have put jungle here.
I really should. I want my own personal hat. They probably would.
I know, it says case there, but...
It does say Dan Cates on the hat. Does he not realize it's personalized for him?
This guy.
I want to show one, but I can't show either of those. You'll see it in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
One of the biggest personalities in the game are Jungle.
Thank you.
Sounds like...
Did the 20K started? No? Nobody. Yeah, okay. Good. So.
Gonna be a 15-minute break.
Yeah, so basically we will switch out the feature tables, get a new cast on the business side and pro side.
3K.
Everyone getting their time to shine. 3K for Yu Feng. He's been active.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
$3,000.
Oh, top pair for Yu Feng. Tahi.
Inside straight draw is good enough for a continue or maybe a check raise, depending on how risky you're feeling.
No, I don't hate the check raise on these dry boards. Fold out some suited broadways. Couple of overs, you know, the ace queens, ace kings of the world.
Yeah, start for call. Nothing wrong with that. Just spike a jack, get some value out of that queen 10. But, you know, queen 10 picks up 2 clubs.
Does indeed. Still with 32% equity.
It's actually on Fatahi. Think about leading out. Yeah. Just trying to... expecting checkbacks from those 10x's, 7x's, or cards. So, going for some value. From Yu Feng's point of view, you got to be thinking, well, if he's leading into me on the jack, most likely he's hit this card in some manner. Whether it's 8-9, 2 pair, or a little inside straight draw. So, calling seems like the right play here. Try to hit your hand. You got the position. Don't got to worry about it getting checked through in case you do hit your hand.
Yeah, Yu Feng must be getting slightly frustrated. He's bricked a lot of big draws so far today. Nut spades twice. Now getting led into on the turn after flopping top pair and turning a queen high flush draw. Bricks out, 6 of spades on the river. 35,000 in the middle. levels with half pot. I don't think Yu's going to be able to get away from this, you know.
Well, you need to think about what hands check called, let turn, and can lead river as a bluff. So it'd have to be like, maybe like he check called a king queen, something that just kind of started to blast away all of a sudden. We gotta stretch a little bit to try to think of a hand.
You don't like to fold, huh?
Wow, some verbal play.
Who does?
Don't like to fold. Bunting or call.
You never like to fold.
I don't know, man. My opponent sat there saying, hey, you never like to fold up. Bit of a read in my book.
Yeah, there's definitely something to read into there. Then again, these guys are... It does make the call. Gets them to call with that comment. It's like, you know what? You're right. I do like the call. And you lose chips.
Wow. The speech play getting Fatahi paid on the river, 69,000 chip pot heading his way.
Yeah, queens.
We are going to be swapping feature tables after the break, so we're going to be getting 16 fresh faces. 8 from the pro side, 8 from the business side.
There are some good tables out there.
There are some sick tables, mate. It sounds like we will be going on break after this hand.
Dealers in the Coin Rivet Invitational, if you start a shuffle, please don't play the hand you're on, otherwise you can send a place on a 15-minute break. Please, once again, a reminder that we're going to come back from the break. Table number 2 will be our left-hand side feature table.
Wow. He just defend the 3x and the big line of queen 3 offsuit. Little ambitious.
Can't go too wrong, Randy, when you're 300 effective or 265 at the start of the hand, but I know what you mean. Yufeng has been incredibly active and hasn't liked folding many rivers. Deuce of hearts on the turn. Eric with the flopped gut shot, now turning a queen high flush, which we can see is no good.
Nice spot to fire out a bet. You can definitely get some high cards to fold.
Eric with the turn probe. You must just be getting sick of this.
Yeah.
Just like, I'm just bricking every flush draw so far today.
Not this time. And that is an action card. It's Queen of Hearts versus the Ace of Hearts on a 4 flush. And you know what? Eric's going to be thinking, no, Yufeng likes to call. That's the saying around here. So maybe I should value bet this. Oh, he's going to check. Now, Yufeng can pretty much bet any price. I don't think that Queen of Hearts is going anywhere.
Yeah, Eric with the third nuts. It's also been put through the blender today as well in the form of
difficult decisions.
Tough spots. And a snap call. Getting paid off on the river by Eric. So Yufeng finally picking up
hey, how are you?
A decent sized one just before break. After rivering the nut flush. So we head to the first break of the day here in Cyprus. It is Johan Gilbert leading the chip counts at this feature table on the business side of things. But overall chip leader, Randy, none other than Carl Gatien with 755,000 chips. Good for 2.5 starting stacks after just 2 levels being played. A couple of key talking points to go over from these first 2 levels here, Randy, in this 200k Coin Rivet Invitational as we welcome you back into the booth. The main one that we have to just jump into straight off the bat is the Phil Ivey elimination after the first 10 hands. Backdoor, second nut flush rather, running into the nut flush of Linus. Is that just an unavoidable spot against a player as good as Linus?
I would think it's an unavoidable spot. We actually got to take a glimpse of Phil Ivey in the tank. He used so many time banks with that decision. It was a 3-bet pot. There was a lot in there. And, you know, he said okay, but didn't put the chips in yet. And then he used multiple more time banks there and said okay one more time, dropped them in, saw the bad news. And it was just an absolutely disgusting hand. But fortunately for him, he is able to rebuy, and he's exercised that option to rebuy and has been seated at the same table, the same seat.
He did indeed. It looked like he took that 30 minutes, as we already alluded to just kind of blow off some steam, take a walk, recollect himself. But Ivey, a veteran of the game, you know, he's been around for decades now, and he's taken plenty of beats like that throughout his career as he re-enters back into the 200k coin Rivet Invitational. Randy, Lou, and myself are going to be going on a short break. When we come back, plenty more action from sunny Cyprus. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys shortly.
Well, really small. That's 10k into 65,000. Yeah. Very, very small.
Just giving himself plenty of room to navigate turns and rivers.
When he bets this small, he's got a lot of intention of betting big on the turn if he misses. He shouldn't be expecting... He should be expecting very little hands to fold that flop for that sizing. And on the turn, we are getting the ace.
There we go. Just in case the spade wasn't get out of jail free card. Eric is now drawing dead.
I believe you're going to see the ace-7 suited want to kind of check here, play cautious. He could be behind. You know, a hand like ace-king, ace-queen would call 4-bet and call that tiny bet. Plus, if you bet again, you know, some like random spades might just fold. And you don't want those hands to fold when you got 2 spades yourself. I like to check here. Maybe induce some bets. You know, if he floated you king-queen and give him a chance to hang himself.
Yeah, I think the ace-x that come to mind are the ace-king, ace-queen of clubs type holdings, as well as, you know, the ace-kings that you mentioned.
This is the Dream River card for the ace-7, just because in case I was out-kicked, I've got no more worries now. You gotta bet a size that you think a mid-pocket pair would call, like jacks, nines, queens. I'm thinking he's gonna go small. He's gonna hope for the crying calls. Oh, he's actually going big. Wow, he's reaching for chips quickly. Boy, does he want to continue with the 2 jacks? I guess with the bigger sizing, he's like, Gilbert's saying, I got the ace or nothing. I wouldn't go with this big sizing if I had queens and kings. So it's quite polarizing.
I think I can fold, Johan.
It is incredibly polarizing.
Yeah.
Eric's saying he doesn't think he can fold. Says nice hand. It's going to get shown.
Oh, no.
Wow. Randy, what have we got going on here? We quickly switch over to the red feature table. On the river, we have Linus facing an 80,000 chip bet with the stone cold nuts.
Wow, it's nut flush versus second nut flush. Level 1 with 300 big blinds, Henry. This is massive. I don't know if Ivey can fold, can he? I mean, he's got some soul reading. You can see he's not committing to chips yet because he's suspicious. We've seen him make amazing folds in the past. Is Ivey going to be able to do it, Henry? Oh, my. Reaching. I mean, he's up against the one guy who's definitely capable of making a sick play.
Ivey with the second nut flush facing a check jam from one of the best in the world, and not the start to this 200k they expected.
Yeah.
I mean, this is nuts or nothing, right? Linus is going to have to be turning a hand like
Ace
X with the ace of diamonds into a bluff, and you could argue that a lot of those, given that it's small blind v hijack, one would assume potential 3-bet pot.
It is a 3-bet pot. Linus was the 3-better.
And holding the king of diamonds and jack of diamonds, you're kind of really only losing to ace 10, ace 5, ace 3, ace deuce of diamonds. Shouldn't really have any offsuit combos.
Wow.
To be perfectly honest with you, it'd have to be like ace queen O.
Okay.
Ivey deep in the tank. Potentially going to be our first elimination here. This coin Rivet Invitational.
Oh, he said, okay, but he didn't drop the chips in yet. He's changing his mind. Ivey's capable of making this fold. I know it.
Oh, he is more than capable of getting away from this, Randy. Let's try and reverse engineer this one. Small blind 3-bet. Sure, there are some ace-queen combos with the ace of diamonds. Wouldn't they just rather check call? Beating plenty of bluffs. Would they need to turn themselves into a bluff? One would argue that just click call with ace queen, ace of diamonds. It's a really narrow range. When we think of total bluff combos that Linus could have. Is there ever a world where he's check jamming aces with the ace of diamonds, potentially, for value?
It's crossing his mind. I don't think so. But you never know. I mean, Linus is... He's pretty creative, so it's definitely possible for sure. Yeah, this is pretty sick.
Holding the king and jack of diamonds with the queen of diamonds on board,
yeah,
really makes this tough for Ivey to get away from. Literally feels like there's a combo of each. A warm welcome back to the broadcast booth. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane here, the Triton Super High Roller Series. It's the 200k Coin Rivet Invitational. And Randy, straight off the bat, we just saw there one of the biggest highlights of this 200k thus far was the elimination of Phil Ivey within the first 10 hands of the day. Calling a 3-bet pre with a King Jack, called flop, then bet turn when checked to when the flush draw came in on the turn, rivered the second nut flush, and then faced a check raise jam from Linus Love. Took his 30-minute break, has re-entered, and he's drawn the same seat. So he's at the same table with the same players. But look, from Ivey's point of view, what's to be expected? He's just dialed in, right?
I mean, he's dialed in. He understands that, if you dealt bad cards, it is what it is. But he thinks he's profitable, so he's going to rebuy into this tournament, gets the same seat. He's got some reads on some of the players already. He's played a couple orbits already. So, yeah, game time. Game time.
Well, tell you what, it is game time because we've got 16 new faces that are going to be on our screens for the next couple of hours. And we're going to be starting things off over on the business side. It is bossman Richard Young out there in the mix on a really short stack. We did mention the hand that he was involved in against KT. We'll discuss that in a minute. Let's get a quick look at bossman himself. Invited none other than one of the best to have ever come out of Brazil, Yuri Zivalevsky as well, who's had a strong start here in Cyprus. And Richard Young's gonna, he's gonna try and spin it up. He's down to 9 bigs, turned top set against KT's turn flush, and lost a, huge pot. If we take a quick look at the app very early on, it was, as you can see, aces for Richard, 3-bet pot. Flop came Jack 8-7, turned the ace of clubs, and then ended up paying off KT on the river. And then if we go back to the red feature table, we have a lineup of stone cold killers. It is Richard Young's partner, Yuri Zivalevsky from Brazil, that we're going to take a quick look at, as he is going to be one of the highlights of the main stage. Strong start for him at his first ever Triton, with a runner-up finish to Ben 86 in, I believe, the 30k 6-max, and then yesterday evening came fourth in the 75k 8-handed. But looking at this table, Randy, a bunch of crushers, like stone cold killers, pal.
Yeah, when I heard that we were going to change tables, this was the one that popped out, like, let's put this on the featured table, and my wish was granted.
Well, let's jump on down to the main stage as we strap ourselves in for another 2 levels here. Is the 200k Coin Rivet Invitational with 90 entries from the start, generating a prize pool of 18 million. And, well, courtesy of that Phil Ivey elimination and re-entry, that prize pool is now up to 18.2 million. To take a quick look at this, I don't even know how to describe this lineup of players.
Shaving. I just look dirty and weird.
Quite literally.
I'm sorry? Okay, sorry. Same.
Some of the best players in the world: Fatal Holtz, Michael Adamo, Adrian Mateos, Mustafa Canet, Ike Haxton, Luke Giles, and Yuri Zivalevsky. Blinds are up to 1k, 1.5k, the 1.5k big blind ante.
No. Check it.
Adrian Mateos down to 50k, by the way.
Gentlemen. Yeah. I was thinking that, the first level, we wouldn't, couple levels, we wouldn't have so much damage to some of these stacks, but I guess they're just going for blood.
Well, when you've got Adamo on your direct left.
Yeah, the chips didn't go that way. The chips,
there's some
kind of
cash
sprinkled
well.
amongst all the players.
Here, huh? Coins, everything.
So small.
Fatal first blood at this feature table with a racing take.
That's beamed out. Just go on the floor or something.
Oh yeah. Floor. Yeah. This is Jungleman's Dankates.
Okay.
Thank you.
What happened? You need to.
Yeah. Somebody left all his stuff here.
Thank you.
Jungleman just left his stuff. I'm not sure what he did.
That does not surprise me in the slightest, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't surprise me if Jungle's kind of, you know, locked himself out of his apartment on several occasions where he's just in a rush to run down to a game or whatever. Or he's left the hotel key card in his room, comes down, plays for 14 hours, strolls back and is like, oh, hang on a minute.
I can't get in.
Forgot something on my way out.
Haxton. See some flop. I like seeing some really skilled players play some deep stacks. It's quite the treat.
It really is, and it's not often we get to see them, you know, 200 big blinds effective and navigating post-flop against each other.
Not much of a hand for Haxton, but Holtz. 2 pair. 10s and 6s for king kicker.
Warm welcome back to all of
So
our
your phone is more
viewers
important than all of us.
at home.
For 1 second. No, okay.
So Holtz.
He was at least 45
pre-flop
seconds.
raise, but actually check the 10-6-6. Trying to be a little tricky.
Thank you. I left
Probably
my
would
phone
do
in the
this
room
medium strength
because I
hands like
wanna give
ace
you all my
highs,
attention.
medium pairs. Check, check.
You're a nice guy. I want to give you all my attention.
Let's keep looking at each other.
Why no
Nice
mustache?
stop,
Me?
Chat end up.
No, you should shave everything and keep the mustache.
Oh, like that. Yeah, I've done it once. Was okay.
I think it would be
okay. Was okay.
Yeah, it will look good.
You will look good. You will look good.
This one, I really like this.
Yeah, this good too.
Yeah.
You will look good. With the blue eyes, you will be.
Yeah. I tried it once.
Next life, if I'm a woman.
8,000.
8,000.
Holtz. Check, check, flop. Bet the turn.
And a swift fold from Ike as
Yeah, didn't work.
Mustafa and Yuri exchange mustache notes.
There are pictures. I played a poker too.
Yeah. Usually, you know, is wives. They're like, oh no, it suits you. You need to keep it, or like, no, you need to cut it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think my wife was a fan. I don't think anyone was a fan. It was pretty bad.
Yeah, I made a surprise to my wife. Like, she left, and then I made the mustache. Then when she came back,
She liked it.
yeah.
And then she left again?
No, she stayed, and she liked it, really liked it.
Same with me. I did it one time with one ex. She really liked it. She was like, don't shave it, and then
Do you remember when Phil Grissom did it?
feel good. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was
sure.
I like how he just went for it. He,
But Phil with the mustache really looked like an 80s porno actor. Porno.
but he,
70s.
you know, at least he stuck to it.
Late 70s.
Yeah, late. Wow, very specific.
Yeah.
Yeah, talking
You can
about
see
It was very specific. It was a special
Mustaches.
mustache.
Yeah.
German legend of the game, Phil Ball, Philip
I
Grusom.
mean, the thing with mustache, you
Retired
need to
now?
own it. You know.
You don't retire permanently from this
he's-
game. He'll be
trust me,
back.
Phil Ball, it will not be back. He is living the good life.
But I think maybe it's too big, because
No, it's good.
So Fedor wasn't
I like
living a good enough life, so that's why he's back. Is that what you're saying?
It's good.
No comment.
Ace deuce of clubs. Going to raise against the small blind limp of Adamo.
It's not bad.
Slightly
it's
above
pretty-
3x.
let me see it.
To be honest, I don't dislike it.
I think you had a lot of faces right with the long
I
hair.
really like it.
Yeah.
You like it?
I really like it.
It gives
super
personality
stylish. Look at
to your
this
face.
shirt.
This is like Italian mustache as well. Like
I really like it.
I support
The
it.
look fit for a poker tournament in Florida. I'll just say that.
I think this was in the Bahamas. Yes or no?
Florida.
The shirt.
With
The
the,
Bahamas? Oh,
Florida.
with the glasses,
It's okay.
I really like it.
1 hour away. I mean, to be honest, I like it. I support the mustache.
Me too.
Like everybody who told you looked bad doesn't have style.
Very supportive group.
Yeah. Look, if the Italian and the
I
Brazilian,
thought it was really not so good.
if both the Italians of the table tell you look good, you look good, you know.
Fair enough.
I'm a piece of shit. If you would look bad, I will tell you.
Oh,
you
I
look
know.
bad.
I mean, I don't think you would lie to me.
Yeah, I would love to laugh about you, but you looked great. Better than with this mask, for sure.
I mean, yeah, that's... I could draw a mustache on the mask. That might be good.
If you do it for tomorrow, you have a free coffee from me. Even though the coffee is free here, but...
But it will be from you.
I go pick it up for you.
This reminds me of the pre-pandemic days, Randy. Just Mr. Ike, Fedor, all playing a high roller, talking at the table.
Yeah, having a good time. Now Damo is talking of his chips. Raises ace 5, is outflopped by Luke's king 10.
Nothing but killers.
Is he going to see that or check? It looks like he wants to start with a bet. It's the type of board that's supposed to hit him more often than the big blind.
Starts by firing a 1/3 size pot bet. 1/3 pot size bet, rather.
Damo with just ace high. Is he thinking about doing something crazy and betting again? Very well calculated player. Alright, he's gonna give up. Bricks off. Luke with the king 10. Often we'll be going for a value bet here. If someone was bluffing you, they would have took a shot at the turn. You can represent all the missed straight draws. Queen 10, queen 9, 10, 9, things like that. Just gotta think of the perfect sizing. He might not think Adamo's got a king too often, given he checked back the turn. Well, but he's going full pot, trying to make his hand look polarized as a straight draw or a top pair. And he knows his opponent does read into these situations.
Well, the fact that Adamo is tanking here with ace high, is ahead of those 10-9s, queen 10s, queen 9s of the world. Does eventually find the fold button with ace high. Well, I'm just looking at the app.
Look at how many from the business side is in the top 6. It's 5 out of 6 players at the top.
Yeah.
With Linus Love.
John No Thoreau, Phil Nagy, Ken Stahel, Santosh Savannah, chip leader Carl Gachien. It's kind of what we predicted, right? That the businessmen would just be out there, you know?
Yeah, but we didn't say out there and crushing the tournament. How many businessmen busted? Just Phil Ivey? No, I mean, he's not business. I mean, only players. Ivey. Actually, I'm looking at the app. Yeah, just Ivey. Huh. Okay, on to this hand real quick. Mustafa 10-8, Jack 8-6. Checks it back, mid a pair. You want to play cautiously. Turns the flush draw. 5-4, open-ended. When he sees his opponent check back from early position, they kind of represent those ace highs a lot. And you can put a lot of pressure when you're open-ended. Maybe go for a bigger bet.
Really coming with the half pot turn probe. The Canet check back flop, just trying to fold out.
Yeah, ace
some of
highs.
those ace highs.
It's enough.
King, queen, king 10.
Little pocket pairs like 5s, 4s, deuces. Brings an overcard to the board. Yuri. If he hit that king, it's most likely king X of hearts or king jack, given the way the hand's played out. Yes, the king is supposed to improve Cannon's range, but given the way he's played the hand, I think it's a little bit less likely. 11,000.
Yeah, I mean, Yuri at the stone bottom of his range.
Yeah, and Cannon's hand looks kind of weak. Didn't see bet the flop. Probably doesn't have a jack. Wow, snap call. Mustafa. First event here in Cyprus.
What an absolute legend as we switch on out to the business side. Just giving it the Ronaldo. I can't even do it. We'll leave that to Musta.
That was so unexpected. What?
Tibuk opening things up from +1. KT! Oh man, cash in every event here in Cyprus so far.
Did you get a little spin of his roulette wheel yet?
Yeah, I haven't had the chance to spin it myself.
David Einhorn, his first event. This series stop.
Oh, looks like we're going to go 5 ways to a flop here, Randy, with a few of these hands sharing cards. Some potential room for carnage. $21.5 in the middle. A rare 5-way affair. So we head to the 10-9-9. So top pair for Oolong Zhao. Trip 9s for Tibuk. Open ender for Einhorn. Einhorn's rather, sorry. Under pair for Starhorn. So, you know, a little something. And 6 would be the real action turn card.
Well, let's lead out those trip 9s. Got to clear out the field. Joe here, queen 10, top pair. Okay, I mean, you got to play cautiously given there's like 5 people in this pot. Einhorn. Open-ended on this quite connected board.
Let's see what Einhorn comes with. Jack could be dead. He's going to stick around, getting a reasonable price on a call. To see one more.
Yeah. First heard of Einhorn when they had that $1 million WSOP event, and he only shows up for the biggest buy-ins. He's like, 50K, a little too small for me, you know, 20 too small.
$5 million in total live earnings. Best live cash, 4.3 million. Came third in that 1 mil, the big 1-for-1 drop back in 2012.
Well, the flush gets there, scares the king 9 into checking, and it's going to let Einhorn pick up the straight. Oolong Joe's going to check his 10. That's a terrible card. Pretty much expecting to lose that pot. Einhorn. I think a bet's a nice spot here. I mean, you see everyone check around the hearts. Doesn't seem like someone's got a flush.
Yeah, I'd like to see him come with block sizing on the river.
Try to get value. Like a 9, a jack.
It comes with a large sizing.
Yeah, it's interesting. 'Cause I think he thinks someone's got a 9 a lot. But if you look at this board texture and for Einhorn to overcall, it's really hard for him to be bluffing, right? Like, a 10 turn into a bluff's the only thing I can really think of. Let's see if Taboo can get away from trip 9s. I mean, it's such a strong holding. 3 ways, the value does go down. And then he throws some straights, flushes out there. And a player to act behind you, not feeling comfortable, does make the crying call. Action on Joe. Gonna lay it down.
David Einhorn getting paid. American investor and hedge fund manager, the founder and president of Greenlight Capital. Loves a bit of poker, as Randy already alluded to. Has just 11 cashes on his Hendon Mob. Do you know what he jumped into after playing the 1 million 1-for-1 drop?
What?
Well, his next cash came from the $400 deep stack re-entry at the WPT Borgata.
No way.
So he went from playing a milli to a 400. His most recent cash back in November of 2021 was a 500 no-limit hold'em tournament at Foxwoods.
Okay, so he does play small binds. It needs to be really big or really small. Nothing in between.
Oh, you're going to love this. He's also cashed a Rio Daily Deep Stack. Let's go, David Einhorn.
The Rio
Absolute
Daily Deep
lover
Stack.
of the game. The 1 p.m. $250 Daily Deep Stack. This man.
And he cashed it.
Just loves it.
That means he played long enough to cash it. He was just grinding it from the start of level 1.
Sorry. I'm left-handed. This is.
Okay, I love that. That is some dedication.
Kind of in front a little bit.
Lover of the game.
Those are not bad. But I gotta go back and forth.
I don't think I've ever played the daily deep stack. How do you do that?
Okay.
Or maybe he was thinking, I'm gonna play the $1 million tournament. I'm gonna get some practice in daily deep stack. Talent's about the same level. Huh. Elton Sang. We love Elton Sang, don't we?
I'm a big Elton Sang fan. He's just one of the most entertaining players that we have come to these Triton events.
He's won $1 million tournament for a lot of money. I forget how much. I believe it was in Monte Carlo.
Swing and a miss. All 3 players.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that everyone's got the same cards and we throw out 3 little ones. So you want to stab. Gotta take down this pot. Elton thinking about it as the pre-flop raiser.
Seven.
Wow, Queen Jack, the worst of it, going for it. What has he got? Just a power position.
I mean, Randy, is this just going to work on the turn?
It feels like it should. I mean, Elton doesn't have the backdoor club draw. Elton's not. He's a field player. He thinks he's got the best hand. He's just going to go for it. But it's a tough call to make. Out of position. Wow. This man is just hard to play against. You can't get him to fold ace queen on 7-5-4 3 ways. Turn is an 8.
Sticks around with the best of it. Going to be really difficult to see a river if Stale bets on this 8 of spades turn. Although there must be some alarm bells ringing through the Norwegian's mind.
Oh my gosh, he's reaching for chips again. There is some straight poker going on here. Queen Jack Stabbing. Elton lays it down. First time I've seen him play. Wow, this is great from Stali.
Let's go, Stali. Getting one through against Triton regular, Elton Sang. So we move back over to the pro feature table. No need to introduce these 7 players.
Fedor Holt, Queen 7 of Diamonds, early position. Kings for Yuri. He's had a phenomenal run so far this Triton debut series. Multiple final tables. I mean, I feel like he could have shipped both of them.
Yeah, I mean, he was chip leader in that 75k yesterday and just a couple of rough spots, unavoidable ones. Got it in good, that's all you can ask.
He also was chip leading the one that Tolerine eventually won. Did lose heads up to Tolerine. But, you know, it's disappointing. But in the end of the day, it's still some good scores.
Thank you.
In brutal fashion as well. He turned top 2 pair, Ben 86, Rivet top 2 pair, and also Yuri qualified into the 25k through a satellite on GG Poker. And talking to GG Poker, Randy, one of our proud sponsors here at Triton, and well, one of the things that I keep talking about to the viewers at home is that 20 mil main event, September 26th, where players can qualify from as little as $5. That is a 5k buy-in, 20 mil guaranteed bracelet event with plenty of other bracelet events running through till September 27th. And we are offering a new player sign-up bonus offer for you viewers at home. Promo code Triton 2022. Let us know how your grind is going over on GG as you keep Randy and myself company. Level 3 of this 200k coin Rivet Invitational here in Cyprus. Damo facing an open from +1. Flicks in the call. Going to defend with the 7-6-0. Swing and a miss. The Australian. See what Luke brings with the 9s, 1 over.
Yeah, I think a mixed strategy seems reasonable. Pocket 9s, whether it's check or bet. You're usually got the best hand. It does get a little tricky if you get called on many turns and rivers, but you know, keep it simple by starting with a bet.
Just keep scrolling through the app. Jason Kuhn, currently sound 380k. Nikita Badziakowski up to 7th in chips, 450k.
Yeah, but they can't break into the top 6 from the business side. They're just crushing it.
Adrian Mateus currently the shortest stack in the tournament. Just 24 big blinds. Still plenty of play. 300 big blind starting stack, 50-minute
Quindi ogni
clock.
pausa c'è rotazione? Ah, hai messo gli stessi team quindi.
Per questo sì, facciamo la storia. Han seguito prima.
Phil Ivey on his second bullet. Hovering around starting.
Yeah, I believe.
Può pescare tutti i
Also lost Richard Young. That's 2 bust outs. As you can see, we got 90 of 92.
Non si sa mai.
Scarso in tutto nella vita.
Io mi fido, però
Scarso in tutto. Le cose
che non gioco da un sacco di tempo, capito? Lo chiedo per informazione, non...
Call.
Cioè, sono abituato a Vegas, all'IPT ora sono una banda di cani.
So Adamo here with top pair. 3 club board, no club in his hand. Club for Yuri. Gotta keep checking. Yuri might be tempted to fire his queen of clubs. Indeed. $6,000 into Damo's small blind.
Yeah, Damo not going to be going anywhere facing the 2/3 bet on the turn. Does call 21,000 in the middle going to the river. Yuri needs a club. Doesn't find it. Damo with the 100% check mark next to his name. Should it go check, check?
Yeah, I mean, he should still be checking on this card, I imagine. Trying to make it look like he's got like 7s or 8s that maybe can't handle another barrel.
And Yuri with just queen high must know that he has close to, I don't want to say little or no showdown value. There are some hands that
Okay, he just overbet the pot. 1.5x, queen 10. Adamo in a tough spot. He was looking to call like, you know, 15K, a little bit lower. Pretty often, right? But when you see the 1.5x, now you're like, seems polarized. There is the paired board. So full houses in play, flushes. I think with the overbet, you can discount the ace kings and ace queens a lot, given the board texture. So definitely something Adamo's thinking about.
See if Michael can sniff this one out. Yuri putting him in the absolute blender with top pair on the ace 4 deuce. 3 clubs. 6-6 board.
Adamo's confused.
Feels a bit iffy, I'm not going to lie. Randy, check, check, flop. 2/3 turn. B150 on the river.
It doesn't smell right, does it? It just seems... Wow, lays it down. Sick play.
Yuri
Stole it.
Divalevsky. Richard Young's partner in crime in this 200K. Getting one through on the river.
That's robbery. Wow. Getting Adamo to fold that.
I mean, Yuri's just been performing, so... I mean, he just put on a clinic yesterday in regards to just how aware he was of the ICM situation at hand. And like I said, you know, a couple of rough spots, ended up bowing out in 4th, but a really strong start to his Triton Super High Roller Series career. First time ever coming here. 2 final tables already.
And we haven't had that many events. Just been crushing, been impressive.
Now, I can confirm, Randy.
Yeah, what?
That we've lost another player. And that is none other than one of the bosses.
Richard Young.
Richard Young will most likely be re-entering, but he was just left incredibly short after hand number 3. Turn top set against the turn flush of KT and just couldn't recover. Mateos currently the shortest stack in the tournament. Opening the ace-8 of clubs from the cutoff. Flops an up flush draw. Both Luke and Holtz breaking the flop.
With his stack, he's going to be looking to get all the chips in sooner than later. Lots of fold equity.
6,000.
56,000.
Holtz with the most interesting decision out of the two behind Mateos. 2 overs, Queen of Clubs. That Queen Jack somewhat wrapped around, or at least connected with the 9 of Clubs on board.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. He doesn't have that much stack to play for, given Mateos only start 27k behind. So I think if there was more stack to play for, maybe he can find some kind of creative plays. But here, it might be a little spewy to kind of continue.
Must have just a little round of applause for Adrian Mateos. Oh, well.
Fresh stack.
Richard
300K.
Young. Fresh stack, and this looks like maybe hand number 1, or at least one of his first hands after re-entering. Looks down at ace-king from +1. Elton Sang a few seats over with the goods. Aces 3-betting to 11,000, and this could spell disaster.
Oh, thank God he just called, because he knows Elton Sang is usually up to no good.
Yeah, I mean, these two have, so much history, right, Randy?
They've been playing a long time with each other in cash games and tournaments. Absolutely bricked it.
Fortunately for Richard, he has completely whiffed on the 10-7-6. Not even a club in hand.
Does go check, check. Elton getting a little tricky, a little pot control. Actually, when you see the check, you might be thinking the ace-king is good, and you might call a turn bet. See how Elton wants to proceed. Don't think he'll check again.
20?
20,000.
20,000. It's a big bet. It's tough for ace-king to continue.
Yeah, swift fold from Richard, and he's going to look back on that one, Randy, and maybe give himself a look in the mirror later on today, and it's just like, I can dodge bullets, baby.
You think Richard Young is saying that?
I can dodge bullets, pal. No? Is that not?
No, I don't. Richard Young does not strike me as that guy. No.
Phil.
Is that you've done this before, haven't you?
No, this was Phil Hellmuth. You've seen that?
Yeah,
Surely
okay.
you've seen it. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
No, I haven't seen this video you're talking
You
about.
haven't seen this video?
No, I know that's his saying though. It's a video where he looks in the mirror.
No, he doesn't look in the mirror. It's at the table. You know, it's like WSOP.
Oh, okay. Yes, I know.
Camera crew all round.
Yes.
Just looks at the camera, you know. Just Hellmuth doing Hellmuth things.
Why is he at this table? Is it this tournament? Is it just too tough for him? Oh, did I drop that one out? Oops.
Wow. Bang, bang. Where you at? You know, if you want the best in the world, self-proclaimed.
Yeah, you kind of have to compete with the best.
This is,
in my opinion, at least. I think I'm allowed to say all that.
This
Wasn't
is I mean, we'll see. We'll see if you're here tomorrow, pal, you know? We'll see if you're still in the mix.
Look at that for King Queen. That is one heck of a draw. 2 overs, King of Spades, open-ended. Gene Thoreau here, 9-6. Red cards on 3 black card board. All right, just 5,000. Why not? See if I can hit it. Pair to jack.
JNT bubbled the, I want to say 25k in pretty brutal fashion.
He lost with like aces or something, I think, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. Something ridiculous, like, I believe it was against Rob Young. No, sorry, it was 10s against 6s on the bubble of the 25k.
I've also seen him lose aces at the feature table prior to that then. Maybe at the beginning. Hits the straight. But Thoreau does not take the bait and stab despite missing a straw. So Elton want to go for a lot of value.
Great start to this feature table for Elton Sang. Oh, we've had another elimination, Randy. It is King's Casino owner, Leon Tukanik.
No. He invited Elke to come play.
That doesn't surprise me.
Can you find out what happened to him?
Well, he got incredibly short. Was down to just 19k and got his ace-9 in against pocket 9s. But I'm just looking through the hand histories.
What was the key pot? Was there one Devastator?
Lost the relatively big one to Santosh Savannah. That was a 200k pot. The Savannah bet on the river and Leon folded, so we don't know the holdings of both players. And then it was just kind of, you know, small pot after small pot. Didn't really get anything going.
Pocket 9s and 10s. Richard Young does just call 2 overs.
Yeah, KT maybe going to find a way to win this one with the 9s.
Cool.
Richard keeping him honest for at least one.
KT, your favorite tie player? Is that possible?
He is my favorite tie
He
player.
is.
I think he's just maybe one of my favorite tie people.
I can't believe he did that move on Grafton, that final table, right?
The 4-3.
4-3 offsuit. It was rough. Wow, so KT gets the better pocket pair to fold on a 2-over card board. He's got game. Like, the first couple events, saw him reach the final table, but he was short, so I didn't know what kind of a game he had. But then when I finally saw him get the deep stack, bluffing people away, like, this is probably his comfort zone right now. Like, the early levels where he's just, yeah, I know how to maneuver these big stacks. I know how to randomize in my roulette, Jacob and co-watch.
He knows how to find aggression, that's for sure. And it makes him really tough to play against because he is unpredictable.
Very unpredictable.
Seems to understand pain thresholds really well. Knows when he can apply pressure and when to kind of slow down. Came third in that 50k. 3 for 3 here in Cyprus. Although actually, no, sorry.
Well,
I don't believe he cashed the 75k.
Oh, he
right?
didn't. Is that right? I thought he cashed 4. He was trying to go 4. I guess he didn't. So 3 or 4 then. Still pretty good.
Yeah, did not cash the 75k that Burns won yesterday. Well, today actually. That finished around 3 a.m.
Yeah.
There is currently... Well, there are currently only 2 players in the top 10 from the pro side. As we kind of expected, you know, coming into today from hand number 1, some weird ICM implications at play straight from the start.
That's 7,000.
Jumping back into the action, as there was a birthday celebration going on behind us in real time, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
It's merit tradition, you know, to just throw these small well wishes some of the players' ways. And
yeah.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I'm seeing some Dom Perignon there in the background, champagne glasses. We got the poppers, there's cameras all around. I mean, look.
I see all the businessmen grabbing a drink.
Yeah. That looks like a solid birthday celebration out there. So we jump back into the action here. Elton Sang going to win a sizable one. Swapping top pair against Saleh's turn second pair. Level 3 here in Cyprus of this Coin Rivet Invitational. 90 players started, generating a prize pool of 18 million. And we've currently got 2 re-entries with Leon Sukanek with the option to re-enter. We'll see if he dives back in. We'll keep you updated as things stand. 89 players out there.
We got 3 bust outs so far. Yeah, I wonder what the final number is going to be for entries. Really not so sure. You got a good guess?
I'm going to go with 123.
How about 132? Beat that record. 131 is our record before?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do 132, can't we? How many people would need a bust? Half the field and re-enter. Possible.
16,500.
Do you want to bet?
Not really.
No? Okay.
I'm not really good at this stuff.
I mean, neither am I. It's not like I have it solved. It's just, you know.
You haven't run the sims on it.
I've said a number. You've said a number. We both
have no
enjoy
idea.
to gamble. Enjoy the gamble. Why not, you know, friendly 100.
I need to think about it some more. I was just trying to beat the record.
All right, you think about it whilst we jump back into this lineup of stone cold killers. We just get to mute our
That
mics.
was a great bit of slapstick. I enjoyed that. Good timing on the delay before the second one.
Yeah. It was really, you could really see with his finger he was aiming to like, okay, like,
I was like,
now.
don't do it again. Don't repeat the same mistake.
All right, Haxton. King 10 with roughly starting stack.
I'll let you announce that one.
You're from Europe. You can do it.
You can't get out of it with the old "you're from Europe" line. It doesn't work like that, pal. Thies Vad Hanberg.
It's pretty good.
Has been eliminated. Getting his 8s in against the 10-8 of Santosh Savannah.
Wow, actually had a really aggressive play he made. Tried to semi-bluff with the blockers. Pocket 8s on the 9-6 deuce 7. Suvarna with the nuts 10-8. 2 flush draws. Checked raise and got jammed on. Snap called. And he's out of there.
He's a pain.
Yeah.
Spend the present for my birthday.
Sick, so good.
He told she made us make from her.
Talking of sick hands. What a sick turn from the dealer.
Of course.
Both Adamo and Haxton turning top pair. Haxton, kicker in play. Adamo looking for a jack, queen, or an ace to get out of dodge, or a king, or a 4, you know, if you really want to be nitpicky.
Okay. 6,000. I mean, Adamo, of course, will be calling this. Trying to make it look like he's got a 5, an ace, maybe that can't handle a heat. But I'm actually in kicker problems. There are a lot of cards that could chop it up, though. Jack, queen, ace. Good amount of outs. Get to hit a 4. A king. Actually, a lot of chop potential. That's a chop.
Moving on, level 4, similar level as the previous one, 1,000, 1,500, 1,500.
So blinds going up. Well, staying the same, I should say.
Sure.
We are now on level 4. Level 4. 4 bust outs. Bust out per level. Damn, Randy. We're going to be here for about 5 days. Averaging an elimination per level at the moment.
Come on, you know it's going to get faster.
Oh, as we say that, another elimination. On the business side, Malika Razavi has been eliminated, so she'll have 30 minutes to decide whether she wants to re-enter for another 200k.
Looks like
I feel like a big coward checking that.
Malika lost a lot of chips.
No great loss.
A 4-bet pot
I
to
didn't-
Nagy.
I didn't think of that
And
kind
then
of man.
I didn't think I
got
was
in her
either.
remaining chips with Ace King against Queens of Sean Perry. And actually flopped an ace, but River,
Look at the guy.
the queen.
No mustache, no mark.
Queen sending a queen to the showers, eh?
Might not even be wearing pants.
Brutal.
Usually he doesn't.
It's been a rough week.
He has shorts. Never wear pants. Yeah. He doesn't like pants.
It's true.
Open breeze on the legs, you know? Open breeze on the legs. Yeah, I know. You've played me in the past.
Pour one out, ladies and gentlemen. You know. These things happen.
Trademark.
But yeah, if you guys want to see these bust outs as they happen, open the Triton app, download it yourself, and just browse around. It's actually pretty fun to do. You can do it while you watch the stream as we commentate this game, and we do lose Tala Shakurchi. He's out.
Wow, Sir Raidalot, absolute legend of the game. Also,
Final hand was ace queen against 9-8 suited. Wow, it was runner flush on the queen jack 6-5-4 with the top pair top kicker, losing to Sternheimer's multi-barrel. But look at this, Mateo's all in, possibly another elimination coming as he gets it in with a damo, ace king ace 10.
Mateus in rough shape for his final 18 bigs. Some potential running cards for Adrian on the queen 9-6. Now needs a 10 and a 10 only, as he will be GG's.
Good luck.
GG's for Adrian.
On another table.
Couldn't get anything going in the first 4 levels of this Coin Rivet Invitational 200k. It's going to be given 30 minutes to decide whether he will want to re-enter. You know, Nano, I got a funny feeling we're seeing more of Adrian Mateus in this 200k.
Is definitely re-entering, but you know, he'll get to draw randomly, but it would have to be on the pro side of things.
So, just as we were complaining that we were going to be here for 14 days, given the rate of bust outs, we have now lost 7 players. 85 left. Field size of 92, but we do currently have 4 people on the rail. Sorry, 5 people, I stand corrected, on the rail with the option to re-enter. Quick look at the chip counts here on one of the main feature tables. It is Mustafa Kane.
We also have a new chip leader, Santosh Suvarna.
That doesn't surprise me. The man has been on an absolute tear. Every elimination I've seen, he's been responsible for it. So
pocket jacks under the gun for Yuri, who's been just playing phenomenal throughout this week. Gets called by the cash game expert, Luke Giles.
Kluka.
Luca. That's
Good
right.
old Kluka. So many legends.
Yeah,
showing
it's
up
nice
to
to
these.
see them playing these live tournaments.
Yeah.
You know, because you just see the screen name, you're like, you know, it's not the same. You want to put a face to the name.
That's true.
This face has got middle pair and a backdoor club draw, backdoor wheel draw.
The thing I really like is how a lot of them, Randy, seem to only show up for Triton events.
100%. There's a lot of them.
Like they'll literally say on stream the reasons for it. How about, because sometimes, you know, you turn trips in these 200Ks. That sounds like a strong reason to show up to these Triton events, Luke.
He's thinking about leading here. The 7's supposed to improve his range from the big line, especially against under a gun. Not too many players hold a 7 from under a gun, besides like the 8-7 suited, 6-7 suited. An ace will definitely be appealing here, and he's going for these tiny bets. You often see these tiny bets on these paired boards from the lead.
It certainly is a turn card that favors his range. Yuri not going anywhere with the jacks, and wow, another overcard to his pocket pair.
But Luke's going to think he's up against an ace, or at least he's going to try to get paid off by an ace, and he's going to size in a way that he thinks an ace would call. And, you know, there's no kicker issues for any ace.
It's kind of weird because Yuri does have an aces and kings range advantage. And although we have a trips advantage, I don't know if we want to come... Ah, it comes with the overbet.
He's trying to make it look like he's moving Yuri off of a chop. It would be a reasonable bet if you had an ace yourself, just trying to rep that 7, knowing that you don't have any kicker problems with the king dropping off. Yuri with 2 jacks gonna lay it down.
Yeah, fortunately for Yuri, just a pair of jacks. Been a lot tougher if you sat there with ace king, ace queen. Gets away from it. Level 4, we have the 75k runner-up, Sam Greenwood, jumping into seat 1.
You have 1 optional re-entry to be used until the completion of level 10, but you will have 30 minutes to do so after your elimination.
Fresh off a $1.2 million score.
Greenwood. Kind of short. I mean, I don't know if short's the right word, given he still has like a ton of blinds, but relative to the starting stack.
Just scanning through the app. Espen Jorstad now in the top 10 of SOP main event champ.
16.
Oh, okay, Fedor. Let's bump it up with king queen suited in position. Adamo try to see a cheap flop of 10-7 suited. 1 laydown, 2 laydown.
Value raise, Randy.
Yeah.
Value raise.
It's annoying to have Fedor behind you. He just seems to be relentless.
There isn't a single person at this table
that likes Fedor on their left.
Well, that's a bit harsh, Randy. I was about to say there isn't a single person at this table that I would like to have at my table. They're all killers. Each and every single one of them.
A top fold.
Think of some of the best players in the world. A few of these names come to mind.
Is big blind or raised?
Understood.
Good to know. No, I'm joking. I mean, I'm in a completely different position.
Yes.
But I would have folded.
Little pocket pair for Adamo. Luke's got pocket 6s, dealer button, deep stacks. Seems like a good spot to try to flop a set.
Oh. Guys, who buffs Sam Greenwood? Bounty.
Wow. Must have the €100 bounty on Greenwood's head. As Ike Haxton looks down at pocket jacks in the big.
Who?
Potentially have
This guy collects bounties all the trips.
a 3-way 3-bet pot here. Well,
wow, 30,000 is a huge squeeze.
Yeah, Ike with the 7.5x.
That's 20 big blinds, but mainly because we're 200 big blinds deep, and he knows Adamo likes to try and see some pots.
Conversion is
3-bet pot, so sizing up a bit. So it gets Adamo out of there because of the huge size.
Winning trip is a winning trip.
Now
Winning trip is a winning
Kluka
trip.
closing the action in position. Deep enough.
Winning is the
Randy
bonus.
decides not to.
I just think
go
the
set mining.
size is a little bit too much.
I'd much rather win.
He agrees.
And play well.
You can always play well next time.
Yeah, playing well, whatever, that's easy.
Yeah, you can always play
easy.
good later. Another time.
He played well for so many years. It's fine to just get lucky. You don't need to explain. Oh, I won because just win. Fuck it. You know.
Small win.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
100%.
Okay. Then I win.
I agree. I
Yeah.
win too.
Good.
Yalla. Maybe we chop.
What do you think, Mike? Win? Because you didn't so much of it. But
I mean, maybe my favorite hand I ever played against you. I played it terribly.
Which one?
Like, winning or playing well?
I bet you know.
I mean, if you mean the Jack 10 suited, yes,
Of
I
course.
will never forget that one.
Exactly.
That was probably the one that haunted me for the longest time. Mostly because I was questioning whether the reality I believe in is. Because, you know, the thing was always like, I thought when you do something, like, you must have your reasons. So I was like, I looked at it for hours and I was like, I don't understand. I cannot come up with why you did.
Yeah, it's 6,000.
But
Enough time has passed to admit that was just real bad. For a lot on the bubble.
wow. I guess it was probably that you. I mean, you could have only thought that you were committed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I had just learned that this was a good play in some similar spots for chips, and
And then you
had a
thought you
moment
do
of
it 8 left
confusion.
with 7 paid.
Yeah.
First against second. Yeah.
Well,
That's fair.
Who was one of the guys on Paladin who was obviously some sort of account who LTA or whatever.
Who?
Somebody on one of the accounts
someone on
Paladin
Party?
that was obviously doing that, with like a 25k with 13 left, 10 cash. They found the three-bet call and with 10-8 suited for 20 bigs, and I was
Well, you have good charts, and you don't know what to do with them.
Wait, 3,500.
I always love it when the King 5 off suddenly pops up and you're like, all right.
All right, back to the action. Ace 5 of hearts for Adamo.
Thank you for bringing us back, Randy.
Solver special. Yeah, they were having their solver jokes, it sounds like.
Yeah, it sounds like they're reminiscing about a hand that a rare.
I don't know this hand, do you?
Ike
Jack?
Haxton Butcher.
Yeah, must have been
14.
a long time ago. Haxton trying to muscle his way against Adamo. 6-5 of clubs. I don't think Adamo's the type to fold ace 5 suited 200 big blinds. Even out of position.
I'm more interested in is will Adamo take this upstairs in the form of a 4-bet? He does. 49,000 to go.
49. Yeah.
49,000. Well, this pot is getting big. 6-5 of clubs. It is tempting, but it's a big 4-bet, so I'm not sure if Haxton wants to put more chips in.
Missing a 3.5x
Oh
4-bet.
man, look at these hands. Dominated somehow. Have you ever called a 4-bet of 6-5 clubs thinking you're dominated?
I have not, but there is a flop where Adamo hits the showers early today. Oh, well. How about an open-ended straight flush draw for Ike Haxton and an open-ender for Adamo? 102,000 in the middle. SPR just over 2. A ball texture.
Wow.
I'd expect to see Adamo knuckle. He does.
Gonna check. Paxton got a pretty good hand here. Does he bet to protect against equity? And, you know, if he happens to have to commit, can't be doing too bad against an overpair. Or does it just check? See what rolls off. Play it slow. They got a lot of stack to play for.
They do indeed. And we all know, you know, Adama is going to be balanced enough here to check his overpairs as well as his ace-kings and ace-5s of the world.
I don't mind a bet here if Paxton opts to find one. It just doesn't hurt to deny some equity against those two big cards. Yeah, it's not a common spot under gun versus dealer, 4-bet pot. Yeah, just something out there. And against
the quarter pot.
Against this sizing, well, can't be folding the ace-5. Still have a draw to a pretty good straight. Yes, if you do hit a 9, they could have a 10. That's a little bit of a disaster. But the price is pretty darn good.
The old B25. I wonder if the solver likes check jamming like aces and kings on this board texture versus
You paid one?
25% stab from Haxton.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. Oh, these are some deep stacks too, right? It's what, 100? They start to hand up 200 big blinds.
Sure, but the stack size is somewhat irrelevant once the SPR is reduced, because when the SPR is reduced, the leverage changes, the stack off thresholds change.
Mm-hmm.
So sure, we started off the hand really deep, but this is a 4-bet pot.
And they did use pretty big sizes too.
Yeah, it's a hefty 4-bet from
49,000.
I'd love to look at this spot later on. I get the chance to speak with Ike at some point on break. Really like to find out whether Adamo just has check rips here. It feels like he does. And those are raising chips.
Wow.
62,000.
62,000. It's a small raise. I think it's a little bit designed to also kick out those hands that call it a 4-bet. They're just going to take a little stab. Haxton, 6-5 of clubs. When he sees this check raise, though, he thinks Adamo's hand is pretty big. I don't think he thinks it's ace-5 of hearts. So he might just call, thinking that if he jams, he's going to get called a lot of times. He's trying to figure out, is there enough bluffs? Or maybe jamming might be a better play. Going to call here.
So this hand was 4-bet pre, Adamo opened, Haxton with a button 3-bet, Adamo with the 4-bet to 49,000, Haxton called. Flop went check, B25, check raise in the form of 2.5x, 226,000 in the middle. Ike bricking the turn, but still with the best hand, although Randy, probably safe to assume that Ike doesn't know that, given the action thus far. As the King of Diamonds rolls off on the turn, and oh, suddenly Adamo with 0.75 SPR going.
75,000.
I mean, when he sees that king, he's thinking, this has got to be scary if Haxton's holding like a pocket pair like 10s, jacks, or queens with an overcard. 4-bet pot. Adamo probably also thinks Haxton would jam the flop a good amount of time if he had a premium holding on his flop, like, you know, like 2 pairs. Oh.
Such a sick spot. This is,
I mean,
exactly what we signed up for, Randy.
When the man check raises you in a 4-bet pot and the king rolls, I mean, still bets, I guess you just call with 6-5 of clubs. But it's so little behind, too. Maybe you just put it in case your opponent's on a weaker draw. I mean, this is a tricky spot. It doesn't seem like he should be jamming when Adamo 4-bets bet check raises flop and bets the turn on the king.
All in.
All in from Haxton. Oh my. Adamo has put in so many chips in there. Just gonna have to lay that down.
Well, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Ike Haxton with the turn jam. Had the best hand.
He did have the best hand.
Did have the best hand. So we head back out to the business side feature table. What an absolute savage Mr. Ike Haxton is.
Yeah, by him just calling that flop, actually extracted that extra 75,000 on the turn as well. 6 again. Terrell going aggressive with 10-7 offsuit on King Queen 10.
JNT loves the game. I don't think Ihon is a fan of this bet size, but can't go anywhere just yet with top pair. Blind v blind. Irrelevant 6 of clubs on the river. 70,000 in the middle. Oh, go on, J-Dog.
Wow. There's a lot of chips in the middle, and this King 3 is starting to look a little weak, but he's actually got call-on chips, putting it in. He puts it near him like, you got me, right? Nope.
10-7, no good. Ihon, out of nowhere, just winning a sizable pot here. Moving up to 527,000 chips. Puts him 4th in chips overall. 7 eliminations so far today. A couple of re-entries.
Oh, he's back in after busting earlier today.
He is indeed. Click the old re-enter button.
Yeah, we got a lot of re-entries actually.
Santosh Savannah came 8th in event number 5, 75k 8 max yesterday evening. Cashing for just over 200k. Chip leader early on here. In this Coin Rivet Invitational 200k. Still a long old way to go. 5 more levels to be played today. 5 50-minute levels. And tomorrow, Randy, we're going to be playing down to the final table.
Yeah, that's going to be... I can't even imagine how much first is going to be, too. Like, this is a massive amount of entries. 90 to begin with re-entry. Yeah, it's going to be fun, I'll tell you that. Einhorn re-raises with the Queen of Hearts. What you think the other card is?
I've got a funny feeling it's either an ace, a king, or a queen, Randy.
Yeah. It's a jack. You laugh, but it's possible, right? Einhorn strikes me as a...
If it's a jack, I will eat my sock.
I wish there was a way...
Live on air.
Can production just edit that card for us? We don't need to see if it actually is a jack.
Well, hang on a minute, because Timber's coming with the old UTG 4-bet with the 5s. After Einhorn 3-bet button against UTG, and, well, I think I'm now even more confident that that's not a jack.
What do you think it is, though? Queen or ace?
What do you need me to do?
I'm going to say ace of hearts.
Ace of hearts. Okay. Well, there is a 94k chip pot with pocket 5s. 4-bet. And it may or may not be good.
Imagine if it's just Queen 9 of hearts. We're both sat here like, come on, what's going on?
Well, T-Bulk here. Gotta try to take it down. There is some little cards, so you could definitely have the best hand.
It's also T-Bug's birthday.
Yeah, it is his birthday. We'll see if it's gonna be a birthday pot or maybe made the wrong wish.
Maybe his wish was just to get a massive bluff through on stream.
I mean, if he gets his Queen of Hearts to fold, I want to assume he had the best hand with these 2 5s. But
I agree.
he hasn't folded yet. So I'm beginning to think it's like pocket queens. All in for Einhorn. It's pocket queens, right? It's got to be.
That's Queen Jack, mate. Just has a gut
You
shot.
said it was
Go
ace
over.
queener. You can't just change it to Queen Jack. I said it was a Jack of Hearts. You said it wasn't. Not. Which one is it?
I said I would eat my sock on stream.
Okay. Well, I hope he calls and it's a Jack of Hearts and you eat your sock on stream. But this is tough for pocket 5s, right? Because when you bet 4-bet and you get jammed, oh, it lays it down.
Yeah, Tibbet kind of just digging himself a little hole there by 4-betting pre.
No, these are mine.
With the 5s, could have easily just flat seen a flop.
Didn't show us. I'll never know.
Well, David Einhorn moves up to 4th in chips. Sat on over 400 big blinds now. Just take a quick look at the chip counts at our feature table. And I mean, Tibbet sat on 74,000 chips, but still good for 50 big blinds. So even though he may feel slightly down and out, has plenty of time to turn things around. And you know, these players just need to remind themselves to stay patient. It's a marathon, not a sprint. KT, 2nd in chips. Solid start to the Triton Super High Roller Series Cyprus here for him. 3 cashes in the first 3 events. Did break the 75k, but finds himself up there. 8th in chips. After 4 levels of play in this 200k Invitational.
That's a pre-flop raise from KT. Flop's top pair. 2 people have got top pair. Inside straight drop for Stolly.
I'll tell you what. They don't want to turn kings and jacks, that's for sure. Start
Yeah.
to turn Broadway.
True. They're probably rooting for it. Snap call. Einhorn with a marginal spot, but still top pair. Gonna make the call as we head into the turn card. Scary.
Yeah, 10 of clubs on the turn. Einhorn has now found a way to win this one outright. The only player with a club in hand.
As played, I think I like a check here. It's just, well, it's actually reaching for chips. I was gonna say it's a little bit scary.
Yeah, kind of setting the price for himself, right?
Yeah, I guess he kind of wants to clear out the field and most certainly going to check back the river unimproved. King Jack actually in a really tough spot here. You got 2 people who called your flop bet. It seems like someone's got a 10 or a club, but wow, he still makes the call here with King Jack. Good read.
KT sticking around. The only way he can win the hand outright is if he gets Einhorn to fold river. They are going to chop this one should it go to showdown.
I'd be shocked if he was to bet this. Okay. You're going to Get a nice little smile as these king jacks are rolled over. Feeling good.
These are the club.
Just scanning through the chip counts, the outer tables.
Yeah, this is like the most I've been using this app. It's like really fun to look
Yeah, it's
around.
pretty sick. Yeah,
And
it's
then just
pretty
like,
sick.
oh, this person has a lot of chips or lost a lot of chips. Let me just see how that happened.
Tony G, up to over 300 bigs, 475,000. Mason Kuhn, 370k.
4,000. Chantuel here. Ace 9. Looks like he's thinking about popping up. We'll just call in position. Ace 9 offsuit. Richard Young suited. Connectors. Ace 7 of clubs.
Call.
Man, this hoodie's very bright. Oh, a 5-way pot, bro. You don't really see this at pro tables, do you?
You don't really see it in 200k buy-ins either, Randy, but it's happened for the second time today.
And you
Only
might
4
be
levels
thinking
in.
that everyone's got like, you know, pretty solid hand, but there's some marginal holdings in there.
What is to book? The birthday boy. That's flopped best. The 5 deuce deuce. Head of Jerry. Pre-flop razor. Not interested in taking a stab. 5 ways. See a turn card dealer. Yeah, spades now giving boss man Richard Young the best hand.
Yeah, everyone's like having trouble throw a stab out there. I would like to see Richard bet. His hand is very vulnerable 5 ways. You got position.
Yeah, still needs to fade 17 outs going to the river, by the way.
Yeah, this is smart.
I'm a fan of this. Thinning out the field.
The 5. It could be good. But you are playing 5 ways. Nice laydown. Didn't get committed to the hand. Wow. Ace 9 calling here.
Thorough non-believer, as we've seen plenty of times before. Likes to get sticky.
Yeah, that was just, you're doing an in-position bet. Let me just call you. It's pretty surprised. I think this 8-7, though, be hard to get called by worse. Like to check.
Yeah, and Thorold tables the ace high, Richard Young with the winner after a rough start to his first bullet. Out here on bullet number 2. Only 88 players in the field, 96 entries thus far. Prize pool of 19.2 million.
See you later. Oh, yeah.
And can confirm, Randy, that Yu Feng has been eliminated on the outer tables.
Looks like he lost. Wow. He lost with ace king to ace queen.
Ooh.
In a, I don't know. There's so many players in this pot. A 5-way pot, possibly 6 ways. A 5-way pot. And it came ace queen 3. And he got into ace king on the turn against the top 2. Lost it all.
Yeah, losing to Raman Hajiv, who we saw on our feature table earlier on today.
Don't ever do it again.
250k pot.
Tabuk re-raising king jack offsuit with his shallowish stack. Cannot shake Thorell. Richard Young, queen 10. Okay, so no respect. Just snap call him.
Yeah, I mean, closing the action, queen 10 of spades. Oh boy. Queen 7 deuce, couple of clubs. We know JNT's not going anywhere. Richard with top pair.
So the 3-better, it's got the worst of it. It's gonna check. It's hoping for that king. Breaks off. Thorough here. Betting out. I like how fast this table plays. Richard Young's like the fastest player I've ever seen, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty sick given that we're playing a 200k buy-in tournament, Randy.
Just playing like a home game.
Wow. Richard rivering top 2. See if Thorell does knuckle it over this time. And again, a very
you can't read into
decision.
Richard Young's speed because he always plays fast, whether it's a bluff, a big hand. Ace, 9 of clubs. What's he think? Okay, I was going to say, he was taking his time with there, like he wanted to look him up again.
Soul read his opponent for 4 or 5 of clubs or something.
It would have been the wrong play, so.
Couple of pros have broke into the top 10 chip counts. Christopher Vogelsang, Victor Malinovsky, Ike Haxton. Moving on up.
Creeping in on the business side, but it's a name I haven't seen. Elias Talvietti, King 10. Okay. Doing good in 4th place. Remember, day 1, separation business side versus the pros. Day 2, first 4 levels. First 4 levels, first 2 levels. Was it Henry? Whereas
first 4 levels tomorrow, yeah.
Is split.
That's correct. And then after.
Then a full reshuffle.
That's correct.
And then we redraw. Or you can't play with your partner until the final 2 tables.
KT not getting any customers. Kings on the button. Flashes them over to JNT. As we wind down the clock here on level 4 of this Coin Rivet Invitational 200k. Live from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa here in Cyprus. Triton Super High Roller Series, Randy, is well and truly back, my friend.
It is truly back. Yeah, record-breaking numbers.
Thank you.
Record-breaking numbers. $18 million in the prize pool before a single card has been dealt. I mean, maybe we're not back. Maybe no one shows up for the main. You know, I don't know.
Oh, the main is going to be huge.
Main's going to be.
It really is. If all 90 of these players play the main,
I think the main might break some records.
Yeah,
Not gonna lie.
It was funny because I think Laura said we're gonna break the main, and we're kind of like, really? Now I'm starting to think, oh, for sure we're gonna break the main for 100K buy-in. That's coming up. Got some more no-limit events. Then we transition over to short deck. Huge buy-ins as well, and more new faces are coming to play some short deck. Some of these guys only like to play short deck.
Yeah, that's a good point. I assume there's going to be a couple of people that fly in specifically for the short deck events.
Watch, in a couple of years, we're going to have the Invitational short deck event next. It's going to be, I mean, when we get a little bit bigger. Well, let's go on to this one real quick. The 8-9 is best.
Yeah, 3 players
Yeah.
flopping bottom pair. KT in there with the 9-8-0, flopping middle pair. That's when somehow an undercard to the board has rolled off. KT still with the best of it. Should it check to him? May see him fire out a bet.
Yeah, checks around to you on flop. Of course, you're going to be a little bit worried with the middle pair, but when it's around again, might as well bet and protect your equity.
Comes with the one big blind bet.
Yeah, it's kind of like...
He's going to pick up 3 customers, Randy.
You usually expect to get one of them out.
No one folding to you, KT. No one.
We will see.
And 8-9 is still best. On a card that you might not think is best, because, you know, you can see like a 5-6 maybe get there. Just some jack-nines. Just a really friendly family-style pot. Little mini bets. He's just laughing it up. It's good.
Four-ish.
Everybody 4.
I have 8. When he's got the 8.
8 got 8. Well, 3 got 4.
Not 4 for me.
I love how that went around the table one hand at a time. 5-4 getting exposed. It reminds me of that scene from Casino Royale.
It's like, I've got 4 of a kind. I've got
Yeah.
straight flush.
Not quite as dramatic, but yeah. I love how confidently in that scene from Casino Royale, the guy showed the king high flush on the river, given that there were hundreds of millions of dollars being pushed in. He's like first to act and 3 players stack off behind on a paired board, and he's just like, yeah, king high flush, boys. Let's go.
Oh, I gotta watch that scene again.
It is a good scene.
It's the greatest poker scene.
Well, hang on a minute. Hang on. It's not the greatest.
It's up there.
Sure, it's up there, but there's a difference between being up there and being the greatest scene. Like, let's be honest. All right?
Okay, okay.
Teddy KJB just splashing all the chips in the middle where a young Mike McDermott has just flopped the absolute stone nizzles on the 10-7-6 rainbow. I mean, that.
True, true. You got me.
That's the scene, pal. It's the reason why I'm sat here. It's because of that scene. As we jump back into the action, Tibbuk. Things not going his way in the first 4 levels, but it is his birthday.
Yeah.
He's got that to look forward to.
I mean, she's showing some discipline despite having a small stack. Some people might be like, oh, not doing so well. Let's just splash around this king 10 suited.
Tibbet needs that break. Let's walk things off and compose yourself. 50-minute clock. Still have plenty of big blinds. Going to be coming back to 1K, 2K.
Free roll. D1.
Paul Poor has moved up to 7th in chips.
Oh, nice.
Sat on 510,000.
He had a bit of a quiet feature table.
Yeah, only 3 pros in the top 10 chip stacks.
Nice.
Which makes sense given the structure of this tournament.
Okay.
Last hand before we head to dinner break.
So, Terrell's 3-bet 6-5 offsuit on the dealer button. Just going for it. Thibaut jams his last 52,000. It's going to take a very key pot for his stack.
Go on, JNT. Just a little squeeze with a 6-5-0. Huge pickup for Thibaut, by the way, increasing his stack by 40% without seeing 5 or the risk of being eliminated as we do one last hand. So the last hand before a 30-minute dinner break where, Randy, you and I are going to be done for the day.
Yeah.
A little half day here.
It's okay. It was really fun. But we're going to get a good squad to replace us.
A good squad.
The A team, the B team.
Yeah. So they've called in the B team, hey? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying who's A and who's the B, but there are 2 teams.
B team being called in. Brian Rast, Ali Najad. Going to be covering the final 4 levels of day 1 here in Cyprus. Little 200K invitational.
Little. Seems big to me.
200K coin rivet invitational, part of the Triton Super High Roller Series. KT not interested in sticking around with the Jack High. Now the players are going on a hour-long dinner break. We're only going to be gone for 30 minutes due to, well, the magic of modern-day technology, Randy. Going to cut some of the time out and tag Brian and Ali in. Quick look at the chip counts at this table. David Einhorn leading the pack on the business side of things, 404 big blinds. And he's actually 6th in chips overall. As we already alluded to, a bunch of the business side leading the way here in Cyprus, Randy. Level 4 has concluded, and welcome back to the broadcast booth. Randy Lou alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Just quickly, Randy, Cale Burns moving up into second. Linus Love sat in third, but it is Frenchman Carl Gachien who has led the way for the last 2 levels. I'm sure we'll be seeing some of him. But something that I want to talk about is that Ike Haxton against Michael Adamo 4-bet pot. Can you just break down the insanity of that hand for us quickly?
It was definitely insanity. Adamo raised under gun with the ace-5 of hearts, got 3-bet by Isaac Haxton. Adamo 4-bet and got called by Isaac Haxton 6-5 of clubs. Flop came 8-7-6, smashed Isaac Haxton. Adamo checked of ace-5. Haxton bet quarter pot, check raise, call, turn was a king. Adamo bet 75K. Eventually got jammed on and was down to a short stack around 75K remaining.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is exactly that he only had 75K behind, but Ike decided to just come with the the jam on the turn and got the fold from Adamo. So Ike flying the flag on the pro side high up to 11th in chips. As we take a quick look before we send you guys on break at the top 10 chip count. So Carl Gachien leading the way, 774K. And then from the pro side, only Cale Burns, Linus Love, Christoph Vogelsang in the top 10. Bossman just sneaking in, KT, Phil Nagy. But Randy, you and I are tagging in the B team. Arlene Najad and Brian Ross are going to be closing out the final 4 levels of day 1 here in Cyprus, the Coin Rivet Invitational 200K. And Randy, you and I will be back tomorrow for day 2, where we're going to be playing down to the final table. But from us here in Cyprus, or at least from Randy and myself, see you guys tomorrow.
About pocket 10s or some slow played kings occasionally.
Yeah, expect to see Johan come with something in the form of
20 something maybe?
20%, 25% pot.
Well, really small. That's 10K into 65,000. Yeah. Very, very small.
Just giving himself plenty of room to navigate turns and rivers.
When he bets this small, he's got a lot of intention of betting big on the turn if he misses. He shouldn't be expecting... He should be expecting very little hands to fold that flop for that sizing. And on the turn, we are getting the ace.
There we go. Just in case the spade wasn't get out of jail free card. Eric is now drawing dead.
I believe you're going to see the ace-7 suited want to kind of check here, play cautious. He could be behind. You know, a hand like ace-king, ace-queen would call 4-bet and call that tiny bet. Plus, if you bet again, you know, some like random spades might just fold. And you don't want those hands to fold when you got 2 spades yourself. I like to check here. Maybe induce some bets. You know, if he floated you king-queen and give him a chance to hang himself.
Yeah, I think the ace-x that come to mind are the ace-king, ace-queen of clubs type holdings, as well as, you know, the ace-kings that you mentioned.
This is the Dream River card for the ace-7, just because in case I was out-kicked, I've got no more worries now. You got to bet a size that you think a mid-pocket pair would call, like jacks, 9s, queens. I'm thinking he's going to go small. He's going to hope for the crying calls. Oh, he's actually going big. Wow, he's reaching for chips quickly. Boy, does he want to continue with the 2 jacks? I guess with the bigger sizing, he's like, Gilbert's saying, I got the ace or nothing. I wouldn't go with this big sizing if I had queens and kings. So it's quite polarizing.
Fold, Johan.
It is incredibly polarizing.
Yeah.
Eric's saying he doesn't think he can fold. Says nice hand. It's going to get shown.
Oh,
oh
no.
Wow. Randy, what have we got going on here? We quickly switch over to the red feature table. On the river, we have Linus facing an 80,000 chip bet with the stone cold nuts.
Wow, it's nut flush versus second nut flush. Level 1 with 300 big blinds, Henry. This is massive. I don't know if Ivey can fold, can he? I mean, he's got some soul reading. You can see he's not committing to chips yet because he's suspicious. We've seen him make amazing folds in the past. Is Ivey going to be able to do it, Henry? Oh, my. Reaching. I mean, he's up against the one guy who's definitely capable of making a sick play.
Ivey with the second nut flush facing a check jam from one of the best in the world, and not the start to this 200k they expected.
Yeah.
I mean, this is nuts or nothing, right? Linus is going to have to be turning a hand like
ace-x
with the ace of diamonds into a bluff, and you could argue that a lot of those, given that it's small blind v hijack, one would assume potential 3-bet pot.
It is a 3-bet pot. Linus was the 3-better.
And holding the king of diamonds and jack of diamonds, you're kind of really only losing to ace 10, ace 5, ace 3, ace deuce of diamonds. Shouldn't really have any offsuit combos.
Wow.
To be perfectly honest with you, it'd have to be like ace queen O.
Okay.
Ivey deep in the tank. Potentially going to be our first elimination here. This Coin Rivet Invitational.
Oh, he said, okay, but he didn't drop the chips in yet. He's changing his mind. Ivey's capable of making this fold. I know it.
Oh, he is more than capable of getting away from this, Randy. Let's try and reverse engineer this one. Small blind 3-bet. Sure, there are some ace-queen combos with the ace of diamonds. Wouldn't they just rather check call? Beating plenty of bluffs. Would they need to turn themselves into a bluff? One would argue that just click call with ace-queen, ace of diamonds. It's a really narrow range. When we think of total bluff combos that Linus could have. Is there ever a world where he's check jamming aces with the ace of diamonds, potentially, for value?
It's crossing his mind. I don't think so, but you never know. I mean, Linus is, he's pretty creative, so it's definitely possible for sure. Yeah, this is pretty sick.
Holding the king and jack of diamonds with the queen of diamonds on board,
yeah,
really makes this tough for Ivey to get away from. Literally feels like there's a combo of each.
How many am I use? 5?
Oh, sick, sick spot for Paul Pua's partner, Phil Ivey. He doesn't like it, Randy. That's
No.
for sure.
I've never seen Ivey put in the blender so hard in his hand.
Starting the hand, 300 bigs effective. See if Ivey can get away from the coldest of decks, level 1. It's 200k coin Rivet Invitational.
You do my shoulders. Sorry.
Feels like an impossible fold against that man.
Yeah, if it was close, and then I look at this guy, I'm like, okay. I know he's okay.
Said
He's going for it.
Makes the call, and Randy, straight off the bat, Linus Love with a huge double, eliminating Phil Ivey. Level 1, 300.
Assume.
If I had to put 2 and 2 together, then yeah.
Yeah, 8-6 offsuit doesn't seem like a good hand.
That depends what year you started playing poker in. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, yeah.
I started playing in the, oh, I didn't start playing.
9,000.
I am 85 myself, so 86 is realistic.
Are you really?
Yeah. What do you like?
You've aged well, pal.
What are you, 99 or something?
Something like that. You got a few years on me, buddy.
All right. Fatahi, 3-betting the pocket 10s. Oh, pocket queens for Roy. He already down 100k because he lost to Johan Gilbert earlier. 4 bets to 30,000. Feel like every time Hajiev plays a hand, he sees these 4 bets. He's like, what are you guys doing? Is this supposed to be a friendly game on the business side?
Is this where the seed of doubt sneaks into your mind? You're just like, am I the spot? Am I the person that they're going after? That's how I feel when I join a new table. You know, and within the space of 10 hands, I get 4 bet 3 times or 2 times.
Pocket 10s. Solid hand, but you know, you gotta play 30k. I mean, it's a lot of chips already to start with into this pot if he decides to continue. Given the stack, 200 big blinds. Let's see what he thinks. He is playing in position. That helps.
Closing the action, in position.
Could be able to see a flop. Comes low cards, call one off. It's like an ace-king type hand. I wouldn't really fault him. Depends of how big of a pot you want to play right now. He looks like he's ready to play.
I think worth mentioning that Eric did just lose that big hand to Johan, so maybe that coming into play here for Fatahi with the 10s, and well, picks up 17% equity on the Jack 5 tray mono. All spades. Fatahi, the only player with a spade in hand. 70,000 in the middle.
Double check those cards. They're black. Definitely got to draw. I mean, for 30k, you got to see a flop. I mean, you got to see a turn card. I mean, could easily be up against Ace King.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're up against kings and aces and they don't got a spade, you got a decent chance. This is a huge pot so far. Level 1. Just everyone firing away.
Yeah, here we were at the start of the day being presumptuous. Oh yeah, they're probably going to, you know, proceed with caution, try and bag day 2. No. 130 bigs in the middle as the 4 of hearts rolls off on the turn.
Queens. It's uncomfortable here. You know, you 4-bet pre-flop, a man Fatai calls, a jack on the board. You know, pocket jack's definitely in play. Looks like he's going to just keep firing away. 70,000, pretty much committed. And this is absolutely annoying for pocket tens. It's very reasonable for a hand like ace, king, 1 spade to 4-bet, bet the flop, and bet the turn, especially when they pick up a wheel draw. It will also be a huge call if he was to make it of just 2 tens, especially with 1 over. I mean, Eric Roy is representing the premium hands right now.
Has to be concerned about being up against an overpair with a spade in hand. Queens, kings, aces. Obviously, we can see it's actually pretty live and getting the right odds. 3-1 on a call, thereabouts.
Lays it down.
Get away from it.
I think the problem here is that he's not sure, okay, if I hit my spade, am I just getting stacked by another spade? Or it's just a huge guessing game.
Why?
I don't think it suits the outfit with that persona.
Well, what if I'm trying to fit in with the kids, wearing the cap backwards and all that?
Okay, ace, king, as we get back to the poker.
14,000?
Oh. So we got an interesting spot. They're actually pretty deep here. 260 big blinds. But in the late positions, the positions where you can see the ace king coming for a 4-bet, knowing that Jungle Man's small blind 3-betting range is going to be pretty strong. Not pretty strong, pretty weak, sorry.
And the interesting thing to note, Randy, is that Daniel...
40,000?
Wow.
Wow. Okay, Daniel Cates announced that, hey, this kid, Michael Zhang, was folding a lot to my 3-bets back in the day. Small blind v big blind. Zhang with the 4-bet to 40,000. Action back on Jungle.
Jungle got a big decision on whether to call the 4-bet or just put in a 5-bet for a lot of chips. They're playing very deep, though.
Wow. He just rips it.
Well, rips it in.
Well, the big blinds, Jungle.
It is
Michael
a lot of big blinds.
Straight away, you just saw him melt into his chair. It's a lot of big blinds. 257 to be exact.
Wow. Just so annoying. You're like, man, this is level 1. Can't believe I might be.
Times 3 bets to you out of position. You're making me stand.
Zhang, just a world of pain here.
Trying to pick up something. Can he be up against the same hand? Can he be up against queens? Let's put a lot in there. 40,000.
I wonder if this dynamic, the verbal jousting that's been going on back and forth, will play a role in Michael Zhang's decision making.
A little bit, I would suppose. And it's just very tough.
He does make the call. I mean, massive sigh of relief for Michael seeing the ace-king.
Huh? That's one way to look at it.
Jungle's saying he'll take it.
You could also look at it as
both got one life flush draw.
If this is your kind of battle.
Clubs for Zhang.
Boring.
Diamonds for Kate's. Boring announced.
It's not my kind of battle. I'm
On the rainbow board.
Yeah. See, it was actually teamwork. That's another way.
We got this. We got 1K each. Did I use 2 or 1?
You know, we gotta think of the kids. Like, this guy's not thinking.
The kids.
He's thinking of his own personal kids.
Shit, we're taking from other equality as well. It's even worse.
After the first 4 levels, there's going to be a full redraw. Pairs have to be separated until the final 2 tables. So it could be a case of a full redraw that has all pros or all business or players from the business side, or it could be, you know, a mix.
Of course. Oh, you're a big
And
star on the screen there. For
your pairing needs to stay separated
That's right.
until the final 2 tables.
That's right, which I'm interested to see how that one plays out. Because if we get down to the final 3 tables...
Well, we've had pairings reach the end at the Triton Million, I'm pretty sure. So, you know, nothing really changes. So it makes sense that you invite the strongest player so you don't have to play with them until the final 2 tables. That's why Paul picked Phil Ivey. It makes a lot of sense, although he did bust out first. So maybe not the right time to say that.
You've just been throwing shade all day,
I'm
Randy.
not throwing shade.
What did they put in your coffee this morning?
True statements.
Been calling me out on stream.
Hold on. Let's worry about the shade another time. We got a race here. Top pair, not flush. Fatahi has a better hand, but it's a little scary. Of course, if he's behind, he's very behind. Usually it's up against a 2 pair or a set.
Yeah, the saving grace of this hand for Fatahi is that, you know, he is just looking down at top pair. 8 kicker.
Makes the call.
Let's see one out of position.
Oh,
wow.
I mean, that's the card that you're like, okay, I don't feel too worried anymore.
How has the dealer found the most exciting card in the deck? The offsuit 8, giving Fatahi 2 pair. Now still losing to the sets and the ace-9s of the world that you already mentioned, but it does knuckle through. Eric taking a free card.
Is a bit connected. Once he sees the check back on the turn, he won't be worried about, you know, a bigger 2 pair or sets. Those will most certainly bet the turn with deep stacks. Maybe a bit of value he can find. There's a...
I'd like to see him come with like 15% block.
22,000?
How about 22,000? 15%. It's kind of small, but I see your logic is mainly the 4 straight out there where people don't like the hero call as much against the tiny bets. I like this 22K. And ace deuce of hearts. Man, it's kind of weird because like you block hearts, but the hearts aren't relevant, right? The ace of hearts, the deuce of hearts. You know, no one really plays the little heart. I'm using a time bank here.
Eric's been through the blender today already, level 1. Been put in a lot of tough spots.
6.
From what we've seen, you can get a bit sticky in these river spots. If
Had a huge flop.
The sample size of 1 level is anything to go by.
Yeah, he's trying to, if he calls, he's trying to pick off like the queen, jack, or hearts type hands.
Right.
Even jack 10 of hearts got there.
Up.
Aces up is good.
Tahi getting value on the river. Do you even math, bro?
Yeah, I was listening to that. I was just confused. But hold on. Johan Gilbert's opened 8 deuce of hearts. Is this a normal raise from the cutoff?
I didn't see I can't see the flop.
Is that a real question, Randy?
Yeah, it's a real question.
Well, you can see that Johan has raised from the cutoff.
Well, we've actually kind of got a little bit of action pot brewing up because of this ace deuce of hearts opening it up. There's a 3-bet. Eric, who seems to be in every single pot lately, so his VIP. It's looking quite high. Might get some action. Cold 4-bet incoming.
Would like to see a cold 4-bet, especially in these positions. Cut off the small blind, the big blind.
I mean, he made it 30K before queens. That's about right.
You're sensitive on my 3-bet, huh?
Hmm? I can officially say I like this table. Good table.
Action table.
Johan announcing action table after opening the 8 deuce suited.
Always with us.
Yeah, but A7 spades. We'll see it now.
Let's see. Ace queen, a tricky spot. And actually, if that 8 deuce of heart didn't open, we could have a very different pot. Probably a 3-bet pot, but now we've got a 4-bet potential pot, depending if he wants to continue with ace queen. He's out of position, which is pretty annoying. It's a very confusing hand to play. Then again, Eric has been, he's 4-bet before. Seems to be calling 3-bets.
Last time he did have queens.
Tight fold.
Wow, big laydown.
Tight fold.
I have 8 deuce.
Very, very tight fold.
I have 8 deuce.
Using my phone.
I'm not sure.
8 deuce
I'll
of
be.
hearts.
I mean, I don't know if anyone else.
Good evening and a warm welcome back to the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino, and Spa for the evening shift. Yours truly, Ali Najad, alongside Brian Rast, as we take you home on day 1 of the Coin Rivet Invitational, a $200,000 U.S. buy-in, which of course features the format of VIPs and pros. We'll be playing down to the end of level 8 today. The blinds coming back are 1K, 2K, starting stacks with 300,000 if you're just joining us. And of course, that format means that on day 2, we will play 4 levels exactly at 50 minutes apiece, where as best as we can, we're going to balance the remaining VIPs and pros half and half at each remaining table. And then at the conclusion of those 4 levels there on day 2, Rast, we're going to merge the field. Obviously, this format was tremendously popular when it was first deployed at the Triton Million out in London. That was a £1 million charity tournament. And so we've reprised it here today. And we've got a couple of new featured tables that are going to be coming your way. The first of which features one of the 2 founders of Coin Rivet, that being Rob Young. And he and little Dave Nicholson both seated at the same table. And Rast, Rob's a guy who knows how to put people to the test.
Oh, yeah, Ali. I played poker with Rob a couple different times before, and he's just got different gears. You know, he's got a gear where he's kind of waiting around and not necessarily taking too many risks, and then he can just very suddenly shift into another gear where he's making some pretty crazy bluffs and playing some wild hands.
And it's not always readily apparent when those gear shifts have taken place is the big issue, right? He has the same affect all the time. Maybe you take a beat, you feel like a guy's opened up a touch, and you assume that he's changed the gear, and yet he's still playing snug as a bug. Now, on the other side, we have a pro feature table, which features Rob's partner, the person he invited, defending main event champion, Espen Jorstad, who we know is probably the most sound player out there in terms of mindset.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Espen's a player that I didn't even know really existed before he won the main event. But, you know, he had a great run, seemed to play pretty well on that. And now he's come out to Triton and has been doing pretty well in some of these tournaments so far. I'm pretty excited to get to watch him even more. I actually didn't watch any main event coverage this year, so everything I've heard about that is all just hearsay and other people's opinions. But, you know, this is a chance. He's on one of the feature tables to get to follow and see. Listen, in the main, yeah, it's for big money, but it's not against top flight competition, if we're being honest.
Not across the board, maybe toward the end, yeah.
But
some of
here, well, I mean, even towards the end, you know, like what big name pro was at the final table or even the final 50 with him? Like none. Also, like Dan Smith and me were kind of the last 2 to go out, and we didn't even make it to the top 100.
Bit of a different experience here, obviously. Definitely want to take a moment to apologize for the commentary team earlier. Obviously, we know that you deserve better than Henry Kilbane and Randy Liu. Only kidding. They kept calling us the B team all day long. But
they did.
Good to take the torch. Shots have been fired, Rast.
But listen, here we are, and we see that Espen has a chance to really whet his sword and go against some of the very top names in the field. I mean, look up and down this table, it's tough. I mean, Steve O'Dwyer, Patrick Antonius, Eric Seidel, Adrian Mateos, Henrik Hecklin. These guys have tens of millions Sam Grafton and Victor Malinowski, all of them, like tens of millions, each of them.
You can't leave a name out when you're talking about what a minefield this specific event is.
So, here's a chance for Espen to show that, hey, like, I'm not just a good poker player. I'm not trying to say, he's good, he showed it. I'm a world-class poker player. Let me show how I apply my craft against the best of the best.
You know what's interesting? Just in a casual conversation in passing with Espen here on property early on, I said, oh, no big deal. I think he'd busted out of the 25K or something like that. I don't know when exactly it happened, but I said, well, no big deal because it's not like you have anything to prove. And he immediately corrected me. He said, actually, to the contrary, I think I have everything to prove. Because having won the main, now everyone is wondering, is it a fluke? Did I just, get lucky? Or am I actually the kind of player that I'd like to think that I am? And I'd like certainly for my peers and my colleagues out there to acknowledge that I am. And no better opportunity perhaps than this one right here at this absolutely treacherous table of pros. You see the first pot is a fold around to the small blind of Patrick Antonius. He and Seidel share a 7. Not sure what Seidel's side card is, but it would need to be a jack, a king, or a 7 for him to be better than Patrick here. As Antonius has made a pair of 4s. It goes check, check. Nice little turn card for Patrick's purposes.
I think the way to phrase that is no one tournament is ever going to prove that point. Proving that you're a truly elite world-class poker player happens over a span of time where you show consistency both in your results and in the quality of your play as analyzed by other top players. So, Espen is a person who obviously wasn't very well known to the poker community at large. Now he ran super well and won, kind of the freakiest tournament ever that has 8,000 runners and 1,000x your buy-in going from 10K to 10 million. All right, now he's kind of made a mark and everybody knows who he is. And now's the chance that people are following people are following him for him to do what he said, what we're talking about, which is show, hey, I'm an excellent player and I'm going to have consistent results over time.
Well, having watched him play, having had the opportunity to commentate on him play throughout his run in the main, he really did stand out to me as somebody who was somewhat head and shoulders above the field in terms of his readiness for that specific sort of long, protracted battle. Truly just sound. As we see Grafton opening to 5,000 under the gun, Antonius on the button with an ace-10 offsuit is a customer. Oh, and Steve O'Dwyer is going to be a protagonist, not just a customer. 2 red kings out of the big blind.
Yeah, so this pot's going to sort of boil down to what does Grafton think about it. I mean, this is a pretty strong play by Steve, and as such can also be interpreted perhaps as being bluffy. Ace-queen off is a very dicey proposition in this spot. Grafton can do a couple different things here. All of the options are on the table. He could call. He could do like a small kind of 4-bet bluff with his hand. It's actually a reasonable combo to do it with. And maybe they're kind of just deep enough at, it looks like about 80 blinds to start this pot to do that. And maybe he could call as well. The call and 4-bet are all dicey. Yeah, so Grafton did the option I said, which is usually you make it about 50, I would say here.
Good news for Antonius, by the way, as he can simply duck out with the ace-10, which was dominated. And now for O'Dwyer, Rast, is it a compulsory 5-bet?
It's a compulsory continue here. Kings, for 80 blinds in this type of spot, you just are never folding.
Well, no one's thinking he's folding.
Yes.
That we take off the table,
well, 5-betting is going all in. So either all in or call. You could argue either one, but I think all in makes a lot of sense out of position here. And in fact, it's even against some of these like ace-x type hands that Grafton shows up with a lot as his bluffs, right? Like such as this ace-queen off, maybe ace-jack, maybe like ace-5 suited, etc. It's nice to deny that equity to the ace. Like he's already put in a third of the stack, and now you don't give him a chance to flop an ace. In situations where he's 4-bet bluffing and folds.
Yes, please.
And then in
Thank
the
you.
situations where he's not, yeah, you have to fade aces, but maybe he has ace, king, or queens for value as well. And you're in great shape against those hands.
Well, for Grafton, that was a decent chunk of his remaining 150-ish K that he came into the hand with that was lost. Now he is lurking among the shortest stacks, all of which are around that 100K spot. And then Artur Martirosyan, currently 87th with just over 20K in front of him. Now another ace-10 pops up, this time in the hands of Wiktor Malinowski, the chip leader here at this featured table.
And Steve O'Dwyer, again in the blinds with a pair and a hand he's definitely going to play. And it's just a decision, really, whether he decides to call or 3-bet. This one is, I'd say, less compulsory than the last one. I think you can kind of take either line, whereas the kings is just an auto squeeze in the last pot. And Steve keeps it aggressive, which, you know, versus the ace-10 off, probably ends up working well. I think ace-10 off is not really the hand you want to battle with in this spot. You know, ace-10 suited, probably flats behind, and some other hands. But yeah, ace-10 off just plays pretty badly against what should be a pretty strong 3-betting range there, considering the relative positions of the players.
So back-to-back pickups there for Steve O'Dwyer, who came into this frame, the short stack at this table. Now finds himself with 229,000, so that is no longer the case. He is ahead of both Patrick and Sam, neck and neck with Seidel. And now we get our first look at the VIP table.
You don't have to be sorry. You're not in a rush to come back.
You know, before we move on real fast, just want to say, you know, Steve O'Dwyer is a guy who, like, maybe in the poker world, his name isn't quite as famous as some others, but he's truly an excellent player, and then it's going to be fun to watch him here on these feature tables. Anyway,
he's got the right temperament too.
Yeah, great temperament, like amazing player, makes great consistent decisions. You know, doesn't tilt. Anyway.
Does that change the bet?
I want to get Sean's hopes up. Sean's joined Daddy. 10 11.
What do you mean it's 10?
No, I lost. Look over here.
And here's a look at the chip counts at this VIP table. Phil Nagy, 539,000, a very healthy stack, just in front of Rob Young and Sean Perry. Sean, we know, among the more talkative guys in the field. Rob should be driving conversation as well. And then you have Triton co-founder Richard Young's son, Wykin, who is accomplished on the Triton series, 300K. Chinwei Lim, Colin Webster, 288K. Vadim Godstanger, he is the gentleman that invited Wiktor Malinowski to the party, much to the chagrin, I'm sure, of all of the other pros and the VIPs for that matter. And then rounding it out, you have little Dave Nicholson, co-founder of Coin Rivet, pictured there, alongside Phil Nagy.
We gotta have a talk.
Mild Fedor vibes, by the way. We slap a goatee on Fedor and a hat, and I think we might have,
They don't let us. They don't
some
let us.
crossover.
Yeah, and for anyone who's wondering, basically the decision about what category to put players was done by a triumvirate of votes between, I believe it was Rob Young, Paul Foy, and Jason Kuhn.
Okay.
So if you want to know, like, hey, you know, for example, is Sean Perry a VIP? What else does he do other than poker? Well, that determination was just made by those voters. And, you know, I don't know what all they took into consideration. Maybe they consider who the partner is as well, or maybe not. You know, I don't know. But they were the decision makers on this.
Either way, you're a penis.
And, you know, a wide array of people. I think the VIP section has a wider array, sort of people in their exposure to poker.
No question about that, as we see Phil Nagy opening a king-9 offsuit and promptly being 3-bet by the 2-10s of Sean Perry, which are in trouble against Rob Young, who chose to flat in the small.
Yeah, they're really deep.
I'm not saying anything about you to suggest you're a man who's not as afraid to
You got anything good, Rob?
his thoughts as they enter his head.
So wait, how did Sean Perry 3-bet this? Rob didn't 3-bet?
No, Phil Nagy opened, Perry 3-bet, Rob flatted from the small.
Okay.
And both guys have an overpair on this 8-high rainbow board with 44-5 in the middle.
So Sean has a hand where, I mean, he's a little worried about the fact that he got flatted here, because, like, if let's say Rob had a smaller pair. He hits a set a lot other than 9s. If he has a bigger pair, he's beat. That said, hands like ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack suited, etc., you know, he does want to deny equity to those, so he goes ahead and bets probably about half pot, which Rob calls pretty quickly. At this point, Sean's probably a bit worried about 10s, especially after that card. In case, say, Rob decided to call flop with like ace-queen of diamonds. So I think Sean probably checks here, right? Hard to imagine betting unless he's imagining some kind of crazy turning 10s into a bluff play. I don't see any value at this point. You know, versus a small blind flatting range versus a 3-bet.
Oh, but to the contrary, Sean Perry is deciding to fire, and he's betting about a third pot.
So what I think about this is Sean Perry saying, I don't think Rob's going to check raise me very much. Let me go ahead and bet small now to save myself from a large river value bet. So what I think is going to happen is Rob's going to check this, and Sean will just like not bet the river unless he hits a 10. And that kind of, he was betting the river, I mean the turn small to save from a larger river value bet. So I think it's kind of a, so now I expect Sean checks. See, yeah, snap checks it back. And I don't think he thinks he's winning this.
What pair?
Well, as prophesized, it comes down in exactly that fashion, as the river was a 9 and both players check it down.
Why are you betting when an ace comes on the turn?
Me?
Yeah, you've only got one pair. Dangerous.
He's picking up bad habits from me.
Yeah. I'm sick of, anyone bets when the ace comes now, I'm not folding my pairs.
Interesting that Rob zeroed in on the very same surprising aspect that you did, which was Perry firing on the turn. As we take a moment to remind you that the official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series is Jacob & Co. Had an opportunity to look at that beautiful Bugatti piece with a working 16-cylinder engine in it on the wrist of one of their representatives who have made their way down here to North Cyprus to help support the brand as they support us. And of course, we know it is KT Thanaratakul who was rocking that Astronomia Casino piece. As we flip back over to the pro side, where Antonius finds himself with a pair of 10s here. Comfortable stuff against Malinowski's Jack Deuce, which defended the big. Looks like Victor chose to lead out on the Queen 8-5 board here, Rast. Three now on the turn after Patrick flatted. So after defending the big with Jack Deuce suited, Victor leads out on the flop on a Queen 8-5 board. And then Patrick flats with the 2 10s and is facing a second barrel, this time 62,000 on the turn.
Yeah, this puts 10s in kind of a tough spot. The difficulty being it's a very hard hand to improve when you're beat. You know, you'd almost rather have a hand like King 8 of diamonds or something, because now you have 5 outs to improve and there isn't that big a difference rank-wise between the hands. So, and 10s kind of, you know, you could argue it blocks a few bluffs like 10-9 and 10-jack. You know, that said, it's still a reasonably strong hand. So I don't know what Patrick's going to do here. You can make good arguments for either play.
If he does make the call, of course, Rast, now we're sending another 124,000 into the pot, bringing it to roughly $250,000. And the concern becomes, in a texture that doesn't change whatsoever, if I'm facing a third barrel, where do I go with 2 10s? Now, we reserve the right to obviously cross that bridge when we get to it, but it's on his mind.
Which is definitely an issue. You know, always an issue in big bet games here on turns, kind of, is that, yeah, I mean, pot gets geometrically bigger, and you, unless you have a really strong hand, you even tougher decision on a future street. So, Yeah, this is a difficult spot, and you also have to notice Patrick only has 145K, so 62 represents, I don't know, like 40% of his remaining chips. It's
Yeah, an oversight on my part. Obviously, calling here and then unimproved on the river, you can expect to be asked for the rest of your stack. The decision feels like it is now, isn't it? For
Wow.
Patrick.
How many?
Patrick has had good feel largely so far in these spots. I mean, he made that crazy call with bottom pair.
It was a jack deuce, ironically enough, that he did it with.
So we'll see. I mean, he's taking his time. Him taking this much time here kind of is leading me to think, for whatever reason, he's going to fold, given that it's not all in. But yeah, I'm not going to be surprised either way. I mean, after taking 3 or 4 time banks, calling is a little. It's a little odd in the sense that you've kind of announced at this point that your hand is very marginal, and there's still money left to play. So I'm almost wondering if he does end up playing, if he just goes all in because of this.
He's had his eyes fixed on Victor on a number of occasions here during this very significant tank where he's shredding through his time banks. Victor doesn't appear to be giving anything away as we just took that shot of him. A 5th time bank now apparently being utilized by Patrick, and while they replenish at the start of tomorrow, we do have a decent amount of play left for today.
If you don't use them, do you just add on to your time banks, or is it merely replenished to a certain level? Do you know?
No, you can't. I don't think it rolls over.
Okay. They do roll over, I've been told.
Okay.
So
stand corrected.
Which makes sense. You don't use them, you get to save them. I like that.
Wow, Patrick has really put himself in the blender here. And to be fair, it is Malinowski who's put him there, as much as he has put himself there. The line just is a little fishy, right?
I mean, this is a hand that is just very tough to play in this spot. I mean, I actually think quite a large number of pros would probably end up folding this. So just given the situation, the difficulty to improve, the fact that sort of in a sense your blockers are working against you as opposed to when you actually have a pair, and with the 10s, I mean, not being the best draw blocking cards, but they definitely are blocking some.
Last one. So I have used all.
Patrick's down to his last time bank. If he doesn't make a decision before the expiration of time on this occasion, his hand will be dead. The decision will be made for him.
That's why I kind of think if he continues, he just goes all in at this point.
Yeah.
Just because it's obvious he doesn't have a good hand, really.
Better to go all in, though, than let Victor take a tug at a jack.
Yeah, I thought he would probably let it go after.
One left.
But
no, I think if he hits zero, that was... Okay.
Wow, and Malinowski just with the stone air, no pair, no draw.
Gets it through, by the way, and he says he didn't expect that. As we flip back over to the VIP table where we find little Dave Nicholson 3-betting an open from... Stand by for the opener. Regardless, it's a 3-bet on the button with the 2 Black Kings. Then the 4-bet comes in from the small of Phil Nagy. And now the jam. from Nicholson, who's being asked for a count.
How did it end up being a 4-bet from the small blind?
Somebody opened.
Oh, someone
3-bet.
opened. Oh, and Nagy.
I'm working on
Sixes
the opener.
is kind of a light 4-bet here, almost regardless of where the initial opener opened from. So Nagy going for it a little bit here with that small blind 4-bet and runs into a big hand. And
Still got some tipping money.
I mean, at this point, I think you probably need... It sucks when you have a pair here, but, I mean, if you're up against a pair, it's always bigger. And I don't think there's a ton of unpaired hands you expect them to have. Sure, ace-king. There's 16 combos of that. Does he have ace-queen off? 3-bet, then 5-bet jam? I mean, for 75 bigs, maybe. Ace-queen suited, yeah, good chance. But, okay, now we're talking about, what, like 20? For sure, 20 unpaired combos, maybe 30.
Let's race. I hope I'm racing. Please don't be not racing. I'm not racing.
Not racing. I don't really like this call.
To be fair, neither did Phil.
Yeah.
But, he played the guessing game, knew that he was either racing against 2 overs or he was crushed, and it ends up being the latter, much to his chagrin, as we play a 310,000 chip pot. Little Dave Nicholson's 2 kings.
Two nice people.
Are 4-1 favorite heading to the flop. Even more so now.
The hearts.
The hearts are no longer a concern, and only 2 6s would be disaster. Instead, it is an 8, so the kings will double through the big stack at our VIP table.
Yeah, I mean, this is the type of thing that happens when, sometimes you start going off tree, off route, and making certain plays. I mean, really, Nagy isn't supposed to, I think versus a button 3-bet, it's kind of 9s-ish where you start 4-betting there. So when you go down to 6s, you can, when you're right and everybody's bluffing, it works out great. And you pick up the pot. When you're wrong, you get yourself in tough spots and, sometimes end up losing big pots with hands you maybe shouldn't have gotten involved in.
Well, on the topic of big pots, perhaps one developing here back at the pro table where Adrian Mateos, as his ace-5 suited, going to work with the gut shot straight draw acquired on the turn against these 2 queens of Seidel.
Yeah. And
bringing you up to speed, Rasty. Seidel open to 4,500. The 3-bet from Mateos to 14,000 pre-flop was flatted. Then on the 9-8-4 rainbow board, Seidel would check out of position, face a bet of 20K, which he called. And here he has check called once more with the sizing going up to 57K. Has 187,000 in the middle now, and Mateos is unimproved as Seidel checks a 3rd time.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Mateos give this up here. I think after getting called on the turn, it's probably pretty clear. Seidel has a hand out like ace-9 suited, 10s, jacks, queens. And it's like, do you really think you're getting your opponent to fold those hands? I don't know. I know Mateos has almost no showdown. Actually, maybe you're beating jack 10, but that probably folds turn. So, yeah, basically no showdown. So it's very tempting to bluff, but we can see Seidel has queens. I really don't expect Seidel to fold queens. I wouldn't expect him to fold an overpair here, the way this hand played. But sometimes you never know till you try. And Adrian Mateos is a person who is definitely willing to try some bluffs.
Oh,
and
my goodness, he's jamming all in.
He had a really cool bluff the other time where he check raised queen 6 and ended up getting Chidwick to fold aces in a pot in a previous tournament. And he really went for it. It was jack 3, ran out deuce 5, and the flop flush draw got there, and he just had queen 6.
For Seidel as played, Rast, is this just a question of am I up against kings or aces?
Is
there some 9-9-8-8 in there?
Maybe 9s or 8s. The problem is those hands flat a lot too, but it's possible. Maybe 4-5 suited or ace-4 suited, although those hands probably don't bet turn. At least ace-4 probably doesn't. So, and then yeah, aces and kings are the, I'd say, a big part of that range.
And this decision is for all of it, Rask.
Yes. And queens at this point are pretty much mostly bluff catching. The problem is that sometimes you have to catch bluffs.
And he's done exactly that.
And queens is a good hand to catch a bluff with here, in my opinion. So,
and you see the dejected look on Adrian Mateos' face as he goes from the bullfighter to the bull in this exchange. El Matador.
you know, there are some hands that make a lot of sense for Mateos to try to get folds from there. And I think like 8-7 suited or pocket sevens, which were pair and open enders, you know, much weaker than queens. But yeah, it's, you know,
Seidel up to over 500,000.
Yes, I think it's easier to call with queens there than like jacks or even tens, because tens especially and jacks like block the jack 10 suited that Adrian Mateos might bet jam river with. So yeah, I just don't think you can, even though it's basically bluff catching, fold
Front row
queens
seats
there
at the lake, isn't it?
against somebody who's capable like Adrian Mateos.
Mateos down to just 20-ish big blinds. And what the doctor ordered, an ace-king. You'd be happy to get all these chips in right now. Going to start with a min raise.
You know, another calculation I'm wondering a little bit if was going on in Adrian's head is, okay, you know, there's 200K in this pot. I've got about 200K left here. Yeah, like Eric's probably pretty strong after calling the 60K on the turn. Maybe I get him to fold and we have a big chip stack. Or if this bluff doesn't work out, I don't know how much I love it. It's a close spot. I'm going to rebuy. So, you know, because there's one re-entry in this tournament. And I do think in like really close spots sometimes where it's sort of like gambling, like, you know, you're gambling on that river. It's like you got called on the turn pretty strong, etc. But maybe it's a little easier to go for it when you know you can re-enter.
And he could be going for it here, which he does against the 3-bet of Henrik Eklund, who has ace-jack suited and is a customer. Ran into Henrik last night up in the VIP room at the Royal Casino, where everybody tends to congregate to play some cash games. He was playing with his partner, Tice. Not going to take a swing at Tice's last name just yet. It's a tough one. All threes on the flop do present some chop outs for Henrik. But instead, the ace-king plays all the way down.
Right around that jack, but not quite a jack.
And so some instant relief for Mateos. Henrik could well afford to absorb that blow. He still has over 300,000 in front of him. Ace-deuce and ace-5, both into the muck.
Yeah, you'll notice that these kind of low, even the wheel, and then mid offsuit aces, the pros are generally not going to open them, especially at tough tables in the early especially, but even middle positions. And for good reason.
200 is still big.
Especially when you're relatively deep, as they don't really play well in 100-plus big blind situations.
King Jack 10, rainbow in a 3-way pot. Malinowski, the fire starter.
He doesn't go to these things?
Has himself an open ender. Checked it to him.
Yeah. Leaderboard for sure.
Yeah, I played all the games.
And Malinowski
What,
seems
you
like
talking
he's
about WCUB, the online leaderboard?
kind of willing to gamble it up.
The World Championship of Online Poker?
Well, we just saw him with a no equity bluff with Jack Deuce suited, and now he's opening the Queen 4 in the cutoff, which is a touch on the loose side.
I think you're being kind.
Is it close? It's close. It's not unreasonable. It's just.
I wish we could play Winamax from UK. So. Rip.
Board pairs on the turn. Malinowski sprinkles 6,500 out there, and this is sort of the luxury of having one of those bigger stacks, Rast, as you can begin to maybe open up a little bit, deviate a little bit in the interest of applying pressure. As we get a look at Sean Perry, who apparently visited the Cartier and Louis Vuitton stores at some point since we last saw him.
You know, like we were talking about earlier, right? Yeah. Can you imagine what happens when, like,
has binked an ace on the river here against Rob Young, who flopped a gut shot and a pair of nines.
Yeah.
Rob doesn't have the worst hand with that 10 of clubs to maybe bluff with,
right?
But he's going to opt to call.
And that could be a real
And
thing.
going to see the bad news
So
that this spot, Perry basically didn't have very many ways to win there. The 3-out ace.
Ecuador, Mexico. You get to Venezuela again, Guiana, Natal, Brazil, Fortaleza, Brazil.
So when you're flying to
Cape Town, South
Go
Africa.
to Mexico.
Costa Rica's nowhere.
I don't have the thirst for danger that you have. I think I'll fly through.
That's what they call me, Danger Man.
Costa Rica's not even in the top 50.
No, Costa Rica's pretty safe.
If anything, we go somewhere a bit more exciting. Live a little.
Sounds like Mexico's a little bit risky. All the cities are listed.
My read is the most dangerous place in the world is probably some country that doesn't know when some person's been murdered versus not murdered. Like, the technology's not, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just so much stuff's going on, like, that they can't report it. There's no way Tijuana is the most dangerous place in the world.
Tijuana, Mexico, yeah?
Yeah, there's no way.
But a lot of American tourists go there, don't they? Like, that's a big party city for Americans that can't drink.
A lot of American what?
A lot of Americans that can't drink, it's like a party city, right? You can get there from LA.
No, from San Diego. It's right across the border.
Those suited baby queens, apparently.
I went to high school in San Diego. We used to go to
Are the
Tijuana to, like,
hand du jour to open with, as we saw Malinowski with the Queen 4, here Nagy with the Queen 5.
Go across the border.
Yeah? So it can't be that dangerous. No.
Though I never told my mom. My mom told me the one rule when I moved to San Diego was to never go to Tijuana. But
And Young with like a mini 3.
Yeah.
I was partying in Tijuana.
Wants to isolate Nagy with the deuces out of position. Kind of an interesting play. And it's
an interesting re-raise.
Doesn't look like it's going to work out
like
well.
an angle's being shot at me right now.
Nagy.
Even Nagy thought it was an interesting 3-bet.
As binked the queen.
You know what's nice? Our table has been playing very fast all day today.
Rob's follow through,
really
13K gets called, and now the deuces are slightly concerned.
Hate slow.
It's my least favorite thing, people. Yeah, I hate it.
21.
Golf and
so I have all these time banks. I've played a lot of tournaments. Never once in my life have I ever used a time bank, other than for shot clock reasons. I've never used it to like make a decision.
I may use one, I'm not sure.
Well, that's why we're over here as businessmen.
No, but like I used it the other day.
We're probably getting a lot more hands in the pros, aren't we?
I would say.
Oh, they're
Rob
playing slow
exits
for sure.
on the turn.
Yeah, slow poker games are the worst.
Yeah, but you know when we play cash or whatever, we play fast. Everyone.
I guess I was one of the first people to use a time bank, and look what good it did me.
Who did you use time bank against? Oh, him?
Yeah, your gut feel was supposed to fold, wasn't it? And then you use the time bank, think about it, then you say call, right? It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Your gut feel's normally right.
It's earlier at the other table when I said, you know, earlier at the other table, I said, here, let me just fold fast before I do something stupid.
Yeah.
Right.
I love the
Turns
gut
out.
feel discussions.
I'm just
The other day,
I just don't think well
there
enough
was some
to
pot
spend
Jason
minutes.
Kuhn was playing, and he's this, and then he thought about it, used a couple time banks, ends up folding. It basically was like, oh, my gut was telling me to call, but then it just, after
don't
thinking
see
about
this,
the
do
cards,
you?
I couldn't
Limp,
do it, and
limp.
actually fold was correct. And then later he was like, and that's
She's
why
right,
you always say
very
fuck your gut or whatever. Yeah. So it's just like everyone's got a different take on the gut. You know,
Hey,
here Rob's giving him the, oh yeah, follow your gut. See, you thought about it, went wrong. Your gut was right. Just, you know, different takes.
A lot of confirmation bias when it comes to the gut phenomenon, isn't there? Ace, 10, deuce, a couple of diamonds here in a three-way affair where Phil's 10-7 suited started the party under the gun and has middle pair here following through for 3K and being check raised by Rob with the wheel gutter. And you're starting to see sort of what you talked about at the onset of coverage here, Rast, the multi-geared Rob Young, who is not going to be losing Phil Nagy just yet. He does have a diamond draw, however, after the 10 pairs on the turn. 2 quick checks, and on the river, Rob is totally unimproved. So see if Phil comes with a little value sizing into 24K.
I like the check raise. I like the raise by Rob, rather, on the flop. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, he has a hand with little showdown, an immediate gutter. He happens to have a diamond.
Missing another one?
You want to bet on it?
So
No, I thought it's only 2 today, no?
Phil takes it down.
Level 8. 4 levels today to 8. Dude, I'm all over the place. I told my friend that we're only playing 2 more to be ready to hang out in another hour.
You seem to know exactly the structure of this tournament.
I told her dinner was going to be at 9:30. Dinner was at 8:30. I'm just...
You know how I know he's lying?
Why?
His lips are moving.
That's how you know I'm lying?
Yeah.
Trust me, I wish I was lying, but unfortunately, I actually put my money where my mouth was. And
I heard you say you had a friend.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
shit!
He's such an easy
We're on
target.
stream. I would have said something different if.
Oh
if, like,
no!
you know what
I
mean?
say I say all this stuff. I'm just me all the time.
Are you camera shy?
I'm not camera shy, but I'm smart enough to know that I don't want to cock block myself.
I actually
okay.
forgot
You know what I'm
that
saying?
we were on the stream.
All right. Like I said, like I said earlier at the other table. I said, anything I say here at the table, you can repeat to anybody
But see, the
you
thing
want.
is, you're married.
Yes.
Me, I'm
happily.
still single, and I still gotta.
I love my
attempt
wife.
to be
And
married.
hi, mom.
I also
How
love
much
my
did you
life.
make it?
5.
If I make it more than that, I know. I'll just go ahead and just play with Rob.
But yeah, being in love is the best feeling. I was
I have a
happiest
good
in my
record
life
here
when I
so
was in
far.
love.
Let's see if I can screw it all up.
Well, talk to him as much as possible and put him off during this hand.
Keep talking to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. It takes me out of the groove.
7-4-3
Tell
as
me more
Nagy
about
defends
cock
with that 9-3 suited and outflops the queen jack. Nice turn card for his
7,000.
purposes. And with Rob having checked back, he will lead at it.
So your mom watches the stream? Oh wow. Is she a better or worse poker player than you?
She's a much better poker player than I am. Because I've lost money at poker and she never has.
Oh, so she doesn't play?
No.
Be careful about talking about his mum.
Who's mom? We all love our moms here. What do you
Why
mean?
do you think I bought at your mom's house?
Whoa. Might have been a good time to cut away there. as we give you yet another opportunity to partake in the Triton series via GG Poker. Those Triton satellites range anywhere from $25 to $250 to $2,500. And in event number 1, we had no less than 3 online qualifiers. Yuri Zivalevsky, Mulacher, and Martirosyan all worked their way into the Triton events. And right now, the 2022 World Series of Poker Online is raging on through the 27th. 33 bracelets are available. And there's a $20 million guarantee on the main event on September 26th, the 5K buy-in. I suspect we're going to see a lot of the pros
Just moms. Because the other ones you can
hopping into that one, Rast.
You can really offend somebody. You know what I mean?
You going to play that
Like,
5K
I don't
GG
know,
online main
I
for
never
$20
wanna hurt
million?
anybody's feelings except,
When is
you know,
it?
This guy.
September 26th. Obviously, you hadn't circled it on your calendar.
No, I'll be in the U.S.
beautiful.
So
I go to a poker game.
Well, you know, you
They're
don't
passing
have to
around
be
my
in the
mom's
U.S.
business
fast. You
card
could go to
everyone
Canada or
together.
Mexico.
yes, I'm not doing a special travel trip to play a 5K online tournament. Not changing
I
my
have
plans for that.
so many jokes about that
If
right
I
now
was out of
Like,
the
she's a
country,
realtor,
yeah,
but
maybe I would fire
how
it up.
much is it,
But
Rob?
3.
5?
Speaking of firing it up, Queen
more
3 suited. As again, the hand du jour appears to be the
I'd
big
like
little
everybody in
suited
the world
queen.
to notice that
You got?
that was an easy
I mean, that'd be a
target,
pretty good correct.
and I didn't take it.
Yep.
There was
Oh, Rob flops
Mr.
himself
Nagy,
a spade draw
reach
against
the
middle
highway.
pair here as
right?
Perry defended with 10-9.
Welcome aboard.
it's all fun and games until they make it that easy.
Yeah.
check, bet, call, all very fast.
Taking candy from a baby, isn't it?
And
Where's the
beautiful card for Rob.
I'm taking candy from babies.
Now is the second nut
Shouldn't
flush.
be giving candy to babies.
That is kind of true.
Feels like a bluff.
Taking candy from a baby because they
Wow,
shouldn't have
25K just gets through.
Too risky bluffing you. I had a
You
top
surprised?
set of kings.
No, I mean, Sean had third pair.
Yeah, I exaggerated it.
I folded the flush.
I wonder if your mom
And
watched
gutter, but no spade. I mean, maybe if it was 9-10 with the 10 of spades, he gets a call in there, but
You know what's
it was
funny?
like
I
a
did
pot-sized
tell 2
bet.
things. I told her, I mean, first of
No
all,
surprise.
my mom would love for her business card because it's like you're just gonna bring her new clients.
Why didn't you bring it here?
She's a real estate agent. Her name's Mary Perry. If
We're
anyone
at the
needs a
TV
realtor,
we're at the TV table. You should have a patch of your
president of
mom.
the whole entire real estate organization.
We would all wear patches of your mom right now.
She gets me all the time to tell me to. I told her making patches. This would
Yeah,
be
it's good networking. Anyone around here wants to buy an
100%.
apartment in Vegas, you should have bought business cards.
Right?
Really, you should
I'm
promote
saying
it.
you should wear a patch. Here, call my mom.
Mary Perry's her name.
For
Look
a-
her up. It's famous.
For a good price on a
There's
great
lots of
house.
people
and a
around
good
here
time.
that are interested in places
Like,
in
call
Vegas.
my mom. Good time buying a house. Good time buying a house. It's pleasant.
Right.
Come
You're having a
on.
good time. He just casually puts that in there. And a good time.
Oh, God.
I think they're going to close out our stream if we talk about mum.
2 red queens for little Dave.
Bottom line is, I only make fun of people I like, and I've never said anything about Rob at all.
By the way,
But you see how you see what level that is? I've now said
that's
something
the
about
17th
it.
time he's told that joke.
Oh, I have to get new friends all the time because I can't come up with new jokes. If the
Webster
company
Lim.
doesn't keep growing and I
AC.
don't have
You
new
have to
people.
expand the network for the
Yeah, I
jokes,
have to expand the network just so I can keep telling the same jokes.
Defends and checks it.
$4,000.
I'm sure I'll be getting a text from my mom in about a half an hour saying, I'm so disappointed in you.
I thought I heard him say 12,000, but I see 4,000.
No, in like just life in
Oh, your
general.
mom's disappointed in you? Here, look, let me tell you
So-
how my mom's relationship is.
Yeah, it
I'll
looks
read a
like the
message
bet's
I messaged
4,
the other day.
which is small enough to keep
This
the
is
ace-8
what
off
happened
in.
after I bubbled the 75K.
Wait.
Webster really doesn't want to
Let
hit
me
his
tell you how your
ace.
mom's, let me tell you how your mom's been.
Yo, I lived a good fucking life. I'm extremely blessed. Thanks for everything you have done for me. And then she goes, love you. You have a very long life coming and more blessings.
That's awesome.
A beautiful card for Nicholson,
awesome.
It's
as
bringing
that
a tear to
10
my
is
eye.
very unlikely to
Yeah.
interact with many
How was she think
Many
I come up with
cards that Webster
200,000
would
play
check
these
call.
tournaments? Or when I was 20 years old to keep giving away
So
money.
probably feels pretty good about double barreling here for value. And at this point, ace-8 off.
It's actually pretty,
Three away
pretty big
from
deal.
100,
Pretty big deal. The other day when
Can't feel
I finished 11th in the 50.
pretty hard to justify staying in, especially for a bet that's larger than pot.
A few years ago.
I mean, yeah, maybe you're suspicious, but
Well,
calling here,
And then
I-
hoping that you get a check back on the river.
yeah, calling here, I
was really lucky.
feel like
I was
it's
really lucky 'cause,
not, you shouldn't do it.
I'm one of those
And yeah,
procrastinators.
sometimes, you know, your opponent might have the 8-9 or the 4 king of hearts, but, you know, then you're hoping for a check back on the river, or, you know, you never know exactly which draw fills your opponent in, what you're going to call 75 on the river, hoping they're bluffing. It's just, I think it's just time to let ace-8 go.
After I left, he was gone. But
You're going to have plenty of other hands you can defend with there that are better.
It was the biggest live cash ever for me. And my mom said, you realize you won that on your dad's birthday? And it didn't even occur to me, and it was a big deal.
So you won the slot machine on your dad's birthday as well then?
Yeah,
You
I won the slot machine. I won the slot machine that I wasn't going to play the 50K,
Didn't even know how
and then
much you
free
was
rolled
playing
into the 50K to win the 50K
And here
all
he
on
is.
my dad's birthday. And here I am,
Playing more slot machines.
giving away money to the gentleman on my right because I'm dumb.
We did say before he looks for opportunities. He's not in every pot, but he's looking for little pokes.
Slithering around.
And you gave him the opportunity.
It's when they put that hat on him, it didn't say Gryffindor, it said Slytherin.
Slytherin.
Ah.
How old do you reckon he is?
Huh?
How old would you say he was?
14.
That
You
old?
see me without the goatee.
He's trying to grow goatee to look older.
Why do you want to look older?
It took me 9 years.
You're gonna
to
get
do
there.
this.
It took you 9 years to grow.
I'm not. That's not even a joke. That's just exactly the truth.
Okay.
Sean 3-bet you every hand?
Yeah, every hand.
9 years.
I
mean, I get a goatee like that in nine hours, perhaps.
How many tips do you have?
I start with like 350.
Okay.
I have found from watching
If you end with like 20.
Mr. Nagy in previous pots that when he takes a really long time, it's usually with a weak hand that he ends up folding.
Say what?
I mean, I have big hands
So
every time.
I was predicting a fold, but he did it mid-prediction.
That was one of
Note that Perry got after him with a Jack-10.
Yeah, with a large 3-bet.
Pussy, but against you, he's bang, bang,
Might be a
bang.
bit of a dynamic there. There was even they've even been talking now about how, hey, Sean, do you
kings,
3-bet
they
Phil
lose
every
to
hand?
queens.
So looks
You
like
had
Sean is going to battle against
jacks,
Phil there in position
ace,
against a
king.
deep stack.
Yeah.
You have aces already or no? I mean, you just showed monsters over and over again.
I know, I have them.
What am I supposed to do? A set? You had a set?
Is that a twos, yeah?
Yep.
I'm still not winning.
Get out of here, man.
All these good hands, I'm still.
I mean, no one can help you.
All these good hands, I've still got starting stack.
That's not.
There or thereabouts.
You're chip leader, man.
There or thereabouts.
I've had all these big hands and I still have starting stack.
I'm more of a chip follower.
So you're saying you're not specifically 3-betting Phil, because you see him as a.
I'm having good hands.
4,500.
There we go.
And he'll make it 14,000 something. Oh.
Listen, I'm here playing my cards.
That's okay. You play cards. I play the man. Oh, it's Rob's blind. That was so like you just can't miss opportunities like that in life. You see it, you have to point it out.
Never folding.
That's it. That's the big blind you want to pick on.
Right? You know what?
Gives it up.
I'm just here to have a good time.
Ooh, trip 9s for Rob in the big blind.
I'm just here trying to get in 2 bullets. That's just
Nagy's
the truth.
ace-jack
You know,
suited,
I
the best
got-
hand I think
got
he's
4
seen
hours
thus
to
far
fire away my money.
during
Try
our
harder.
coverage. And he's cooked. Young, trying to get him to put chips into the pot.
Probably value bets the river. Yeah. You know, ooh, wow. What is that, like 2x
I think I'm
pot?
gonna snap call because I think this is. I'm either a retard. I'd let go.
Looks like you're good. Oh, why?
Oh, the slow roll.
Like that, man? Why are you slow rolling him like that?
I called you with ace high.
I didn't slow roll him. I didn't know where the 9 was. or
Nah,
where the 4
come on.
was.
You look like.
I didn't know which one was the 4.
Hey, you got to do it in a bigger pot. You're gonna do it in a small pot.
It's called 25,000 with ace high.
I'd call me with ace high there.
I made a king high call yesterday, day before yesterday.
You?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, that's the first time in 15 years Rob's had a hand. That's how unlucky you are.
Yeah. I mean, I play 9-4, right?
How much
Take
money
the
people
under.
would have made just never folding ace high to you in their lives?
A lot.
Deep dynasties could have been built.
Oh. I was going to win the pot anyway, bluff him out of it if I missed.
Yeah.
With his premium cards.
Well, at least you know I was attacking your blind with a bunch of
Crap.
Very fair hand. Ace jack.
Thing is, everyone knows that
unfortunate I
every
didn't see
time
about
they
that.
raise my blind, I'm never folding, right? So they've got to have a hand, right? People are smart. So they've got to have decent hands.
You know something interesting? This observation just occurred to me.
Did find someone to
Here's a
battle
table,
who actually
the VIP table,
yourself.
not poker pros, and the conversation at this table is really all
that whole
focused
six like
on
It's like betting with Bill
the
Gates
dynamics
on
at the
what
table.
might come up.
Raising this blind with good hands, I'm
is a
bluffing
different
this guy.
story.
It's all
The
about
whole
the
sixes
game.
between kings.
It's interesting because at the pro table, if there's talking, it's like almost never about poker. They're talking about some other topic. But the VIPs, they're here, they're fascinated with the game,
no
they're down to
difference
talk
at
about the
all, Rob.
dynamics
You
that are
keep
happening.
doing
Oh,
you.
this guy's 3-betting. Oh, you have it, you're bluffing, whatever. It's kind of a funny little switch.
On the topic of dynamics, Sean Perry has ace-king suited on an ace-high flop, against
Okay,
Rob
sure.
Young here, and
How
this
do
is
you just
problems for
start
Rob.
talking like a 200K
Yeah,
tournament?
this
Like,
is-
it just doesn't
and
happen.
5K bet and call,
It's a bad
fairly
card
dry
for
looking
Rob.
turn.
I played last week.
That's the kind of card that leads
I
to
like
potential
something.
3
I haven't
barrels
played
for
a live
value.
tournament for 3 years maybe. Some of the tables I had.
So I don't think Rob can really get away
Some of them
here.
are
I mean,
really,
it would be a pretty spectacular fold. So yeah,
That's
I
how-
mean,
that's how it needs to be.
and
Luck of the draw.
pretty standard call.
I've had a great time. It's normally I mean.
And now
I've been
the
playing for a lot of
river.
years, but
Oh my goodness. What a cooler. The
on average,
case
I guess, I
ace.
probably
Rob
played
is
2 live
cooked.
tournaments a
Easy
year.
3 barrel for Sean. If anything, you know, depending on the size,
one of those
Rob
guys.
probably just calls. He could consider raising like a tiny bet, but Sean probably doesn't go small here.
64,000 in the middle.
I like being at home with the wife.
Yeah,
and kids
Sean's
and
going
going to
like
the office, and, you know, doing that kind of stuff.
Oh, Sean's going 2x pot. Actually, that is big enough where Rob is now, even with a hand as good as ace-jack, figure he's probably only bluff catching, but, you know, I mean, he has 3 aces with a good kicker.
Somewhere with Chris.
He sure does.
Yeah.
And he does make the call of 2x pot. He didn't make a meal of it.
You always bet big when you got the kahunas, don't you?
Sorry.
Sean Perry.
If I bet small, you check raise all in. I stack you.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Rolls in a very healthy
Let's put it on
pot.
the big screen and watch me lose again. That's awesome.
I play that hand bet, right? If I bet small, you check raise, I shove, you call.
I should fold the end.
Meanwhile, back at the pro table, considerably less conversation. 8-9 suited. Seidel opening to 4,500. A flat from Steve O'Dwyer off of just shy of 200,000 with the 2 jacks. Hecklin will accept the invitation and will take a flop 3 ways.
Yeah, less conversation, and when they do talk, I do not expect it to be about the poker hands being played at the table, as I pointed out.
Where's our tea?
And
Oh, we ordered like 8 of them there.
Hecklin found his way into this pot because he's in the big blind, and O'Dwyer didn't 3-bet. But O'Dwyer not 3-betting because the Seidel and him are in kind of early position. I think O'Dwyer probably mixes jacks here with a sometimes 3-bet, sometimes call, depending on probably a number of factors, maybe even randomized it.
That's my boomer. I can't see.
And he's going to check and close the action on this Queen 9-6 board, Ras.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense with 2 jacks because jacks is a hand that, you know, given that it's weaker than top pair, there's still only 2 overcards to it. So it's a hand, probably one of the hand that favors check the most on that board, I would say, as him. And that's a flop that, as the in-position caller, he probably bets a decent amount, but he does need to find some checks, including with pretty strong hands, and Jack is a hand that loves being a part of that range. Now this card, Hecklin had absolute 0 on the flop, and this is one of his better cards, giving him a gutter, which we can see would be good, and give Seidel 2 pair, but he can't know it would be good as it makes a 4-card straight, as well as a flush draw, which is the draw he's probably more interested in making.
And the sizing is certainly designed much more so to try to take the pot here and now than it is to, you know, get anyone to call him.
Yes, and this call is actually easier for Eric than O'Dwyer because Eric not only has middle pair, but he has an open-ender, so he has way more ways to improve.
And he's also the first to make the call, whereas for
Yeah.
Steve, it would be an overcall against the 2 players in front of him. As we see the jacks hit them up.
Yeah, I think overcalling jacks there, no. But even if, let's say Seidel folds, it's still an
there's
easier
the
call.
8, by the way, on the river Ras, which gives Hecklin that 9 high straight. And Seidel with 2 pair.
Yeah, so now Hecklin has to decide if he wants to value bet this. I think he probably figures Seidel can have some 10s, but not a ton of 10s. Like maybe a hand like Queen 10 suited, 9-10 suited, perhaps pocket 10s. But beyond that, probably a lot of hands still behind his 5. So I think a value bet makes sense. I don't think large makes too much sense, like going more than pot. I would expect maybe something on the smaller side if he value bets, which I guess Henrik agrees with me and goes for like quarter pot.
And it's a kind of sizing that I don't think Seidel's going to be folding ever, but are there worlds in which maybe he turns his hand into a bluff?
I don't think so. I think it's more between call and
Right.
We see he does make the call. Folding was an option to that sizing?
Straight, right? Yeah.
I'm sure he was thinking about it. You know, it's hard to know in a spot kind of as weird and as that one. You know, you can guess, like, am I beating any value or not with 9-8 there? It's hard to say. Obviously, if Eric thinks he could be beating any value, it's kind of an easy call. If you think you're bluff catching, then you ask yourself, like, how good are my cards? You know, versus hands that might be value betting. How good are these blockers versus hands that might be value betting quarter pot for Henrik? I think calling is pretty standard, but, you know, I wouldn't be, like, shocked if he found a fold. I would be surprised if he raised his hand. Yeah.
Well, a little blow to Seidel's stack, which is still very healthy at 450 plus after opening to 5,500 with the ace-king.
You know hands that I would... You're saying, like, what would he raise with? No, before we move on, let me just say, if he has a hand like Queen-Jack or Jacks, I think those are hands that want to raise bluff the river more than, say, like 9-8 for 2-pair. Anyway, moving on.
Victor, with 2 kings on the button, has 3-bet to 20,000.
And, I mean, the good news for Eric here, in a sense, is that they're so deep at 200 big blinds that, you know, under the gun, getting 3-bet as the under the gun opener, you don't really want to get in 200 blinds here with ace-king. And, you know, so Eric just calls. And, yeah, it's the type of spot where might not end up losing that much. Whereas if these guys were like 80 blinds deep, Eric's probably out of this pot, you know, out of this tournament like 2/3 of the time, because he ends up 4-bet getting it in.
Jack high rainbow flop as Seidel did flat pre and checks to Malinowski.
And this is this is a board that isn't that good for ace-king off. I think Eric has plenty of hands to continue with here. He might decide that versus like half pot, maybe just ace-king is good enough to call once and probably give up on most turns where he doesn't improve. That said, it'd be much nicer to have backdoor flush draw or some other hands. It's a pretty close spot. Eric comes with call. I don't blame him. I expect him to be out on most turns to a double barrel, though.
On the turn, the queen of diamonds now providing Seidel with the Broadway draw as he checks once more.
Correct, Ali, but this is like a two-sided card. Yes, it provides him with a Broadway draw, but it also improves hands that he's beating, such as ace, queen, and king, queen. So despite having the Broadway draw, I expect him to probably fold here to a bet. I mean, this is a large bet, right? 70 into what, 96? So we're talking 3/4 pot. I think calling here, it would not be absurd, but it's asking a lot. And yeah, I feel like the fold is prudent, even though sometimes you'll be getting bluffed there, and you can come up with bluffs like 10-9 suited, you know, 8-9 suited, ace-10, etc. But, you know, sometimes you just still got to let it go. Your opponent could have the same hand.
Slow down. Huh?
And let it go is exactly
we're just extras
what Seidel did there.
Victor's world. The Victor,
somewhere in the field, somebody appears excited. Not sure whether or not that
for now I still have
gleeful
chips,
yell fled through our mics. I think it's Mustafa Kanit, according to our producer James Dempsey.
If we had, as good we didn't have that table. That table was funny.
That's good.
I had some nice value. And
Oh dear.
Entertaining.
We should hang out in real life one day, Hagrid. No, away from the table. Yeah, actually, I mean, I was joking, but yeah, even more than we do.
Man, I was eating dinner with Sam Grafton a couple nights ago, and he literally brought up, "Oh hey, I think the queen is like in trouble because like they're not really reporting it, but on Twitter they're saying some things." And sure enough, actually, like a few hours later, became the announcement that she died.
Yeah, not
Literally
the queen of
talking about
clubs, diamonds, hearts, or
No.
spades,
You
as we
guys
might
look
have
like
otherwise
you're
thought
in
you were
Squid Game
referring
over
to,
there.
but Queen of England did pass.
Like we were literally talking about a couple hours before it happened. He was like, "Wow, I think the queen might actually be really sick this time." But
was he able to get a bet down, or? I'm sorry, is that morbid? Well, I'm being told that we're going to be swapping out our pro table. So here's one last look at Limitless and Company.
Oh, is Malinowski? He's Limitless, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I take it back. These guys are going to stay put. It is the VIP table that we're going to be exchanging. So this is not a last look, but you do see Grafton, the shortest of all stacks, with 43 blinds, neck and neck with Mateos, who of course took that big hit after he tried to bluff Seidel. And that is in part why Seidel finds himself as deep as he does. So the pros are going to take a small breather while that's orchestrated. Well, from what we've seen thus far, Rast, in terms of the action at the pro table and the VIP, where are you finding the more interesting poker happening? Tough question, right?
Yeah, you know,
because I said interesting.
I don't think it's really clear. There's not a clear standout for me. I mean, that one Limitless hand with the Jack Deuce that we kind of just jumped onto was like a pretty good one. What I would say is maybe like the most interesting hand maybe was that, but the overall level of interest a little higher being on the VIP table. But yeah, maybe like the most interesting hand was that Jack Deuce one that Patrick used all his time banks. So, but
that's
the
right.
other hands being more standard.
Like 7 or 8 of them, if I'm not mistaken, and then ended up folding. And it was basically the calculus of, do I want to get it all in here and now with one overcard out there with these 2 10s, or?
So I guess I'll say the VIP just because of the average, but the most interesting hand was probably that one.
That's where we saw the big overbets. Sean Perry, 2x with trip aces on the end. Rob Young into Phil Nagy with the trip 9s that he checked twice.
Yeah.
Another 2x pot kind of situation.
I'm also not sure a single time bank has been used on that table.
You're right.
They're just, Rob just...
I think Phil Nagy used 1
okay.
with the 2 6s against the 2 kings of Little Dave.
Correct.
But really, the pace of play, and they talked about it, has been extraordinary over there. And you might assume that the pace of play would be slower at the VIP table, just given the lack of familiarity.
No. It's like, listen, they're VIPs, but they're not guys that haven't played a bunch of poker before.
They just probably look for Ginger on Cyprus. Look where he's growing.
And we pick the action back up now. Grafton, suited and connected off of the shortest stack. Opens.
10-9 suited. Nice hand. Always nice to be a little deeper than Grafton is, but still nice and playable. And Hecklin, again, for 6-5 suited, would probably prefer if Grafton was a little deeper, but I guess it's just deep enough here at 40 blinds to go for it. And Seidel was going to be very happy getting this good a price on 3s to close the action.
I don't know if you guys got a glimpse of it, but Henrik is rocking, there it is, on his left hand, from the main event in Madrid, which he won, that beautiful Jacob & Company collaboration piece that actually features Triton logos inside of it, skeletonized, really slick. I gotta say, even Stephen Chidwick, who picked up a title and a watch, is wearing it, and he's not the kind of guy that you would think would do it. And the reason it's interesting to me is, when was the last time you saw somebody wearing a World Series of Poker bracelet to a poker table?
Yeah, like
so
never,
seldom,
really. Seldom.
Right?
Now this was a very interesting board that all 3 players hit pretty well. Hecklin has an interesting decision here. Like, do you bet the 6-high flush draw with the gutter, try to take it down, or do you try to keep the pot a little bit smaller and keep this 6-high flush draw in your check back range in the rare but possible instance also where you're out flushed over flushed? He bets. And Eric comes with call, which will definitely keep Grafton in with his top pair and almost no equity.
I picked a heck of a time to start talking about watches because this flop really is where the focus should have centered. The flush draw and the gutty, top pair and bottom set.
I let you finish, but I was looking at this going, wow, here we go. Oh, wow, Grafton comes with check raise with the 5% equity here.
And by the way, we're not the only two interested in this particular spot, as Jason Kuhn has come over from his table to soak it all up as well. Real collision brewing here.
I mean, this is a beautiful development for Seidel. I mean, Hecklin is very likely to continue here, at least for call, in position. He probably assumes that Seidel is not strong here very often, that he would check raise some with some of his stronger hands like top 2 or sets. Now Seidel has an interesting decision at this point. Do you re-raise or call? Being the person who's out of position on a board this wet,
86 behind the
I think
raise.
Seidel with bottom set here is going to find a raise pretty often and to both deny Hecklin equity if he has draws and potentially get it in with Grafton, who is pretty short with only 40 blinds.
Maybe if it's a limit.
Now, I think, yeah, Grafton, given all of the action, that top pair mediocre kicker really goes down in value.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
So
that
he gets
80K is so big.
Now Hecklin has a decision if he wants to peel here. I think with all of his draws being to the, not to the nuts, like a 7, there's a bigger straight, a flush comes, everybody knows there's a flush, and you have pretty much the lowest flush possible. Realistically speaking, giving the action, you do have the lowest flush possible. It's a spot where your implied odds aren't as big as you'd think they would be.
I think also, though, you do need to take into consideration how often Seidel's big 3-bet there is with a draw in that spot.
Well, if it is with a draw, it's with a hand that crushes you, such as, like, Seidel could have, let's say, like ace-8 of spades for the pair and the nut flush draw, or jack-10 of spades, or queen-10 of spades.
But how often is he going to put the 3-bet in with that sort of
he
texture?
definitely might, if he has a draw that big, and those hands smash
The
you.
fact that we're wearing the same shirt.
Or Seidel could have a set or 2 pair, and those hands are also doing well against you. So,
Because I got a lot of style.
Yeah.
What was your name?
Morton.
Morton, Sean, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah, this is good. I love Virgil. This and Off-White and stuff.
It's 6,000.
And the new feature table,
Sean
don't adjust your
Perry.
screen, features twinsies in Morton Klein and Sean Perry.
If he was
Who
playing on
both-
a later stage, they would believe he was on the team.
Came with the Louis Vuitton jumper.
So we're not on the team.
somehow, oh, here's Phil Sternheim. Yeah, a buddy of mine.
Yeah, Phil
from
actually
the UK.
came a long way. He was in Spain, had to backtrack all the way up to the UK, then back down to Cyprus.
No, actually, he came from Burning Man not that long ago. He went to Burning Man
even
this year.
before. My goodness.
And that,
But
then-
in chatting with him, he was in Spain. He was in Menorca, and then kind of made a late decision, I think, to come out from what it sounded like, and was looking for flights, and it was like a 20-hour affair to get here. But here he is, and here is 2 players with straight draws on a 9-8-7 rainbow board. First look at Ivan Liao, who started the party, sitting with 450K plus, and he was flatted.
Yeah, this is
by the Canadian,
going to
Andrew
be a
Pantling.
tough spot for Andrew because, yeah, he has some equity. The problem is Ivan's going to have a hand that likes bluffing if it doesn't improve, and Andrew has kind of a tough hand to call all the way down versus, 2 or 3 barrels.
Well, he's called the first barrel as the board pairs on the turn.
Yeah, which is standard. Okay, now that's great for Pantling because he would love to just get the showdown and hope that his 2 pair here is good. A bet here isn't really for value. It's kind of more a like slight value, but more for protection, in my opinion. And so one of the reasons why sixes likes betting for protection is not only, let's say your opponent has a hand like ace-queen, a 7 or a 9 actually counterfeits you, so getting those hands to fold is a pretty big deal. Like, as you can see here, he's only 70-30 against the king 10. So, you know, getting your opponent to fold over cards and, you know, potentially 30% equity is nice for a bet that's only a third of the pot. So, yeah,
that was efficient,
nice bet by Andrew.
really efficient there from Pantling in position. And Liao aware that when the board pairs, obviously that king 10 goes down in value, and your hands sort of face up when you do get there with the 6 or the jack. So
I think Pantling is a player to watch. Like, he's a guy who actually a long time ago in another lifetime was quite a good poker player who played a lot, and, you know, has since for a long time now gotten into other things and other businesses, and, you know, poker's definitely taken a back seat. But, you know, he once upon a time was a very good player.
Indeed. And we'll get to that shortly, but for the time being, we remind you that you can engage with us here at Triton Poker on a multitude of platforms: Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitch. And we certainly would love to have you on board across all of those platforms as we keep the conversation and the interest level up in between Triton series as Mustafa Kani continues
Sending
to holler
my wife so she can
out there in the field.
So now when she judges your style, be like, look, you see the 25-year-old, he wears the same thing as me. Clearly, I'm wearing the right thing.
Oh, and he's probably going to burn the sweater after today. Let's just be clear.
No, he's not. He's happy. Are you happy or not happy?
I'm so happy.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm so happy.
Unless he runs ridiculously good, it's literally going.
Oh, you're burning
I'd have burned, gifted away.
Perry getting needled by Scott Paul.
Seems like people like needling Sean Perry so far.
Well, listen, Sean's a guy that can dish it out, so he's
Yeah.
got to be able to take it. Scott Ball, coincidentally, rasped the $1 million mystery bounty on GG, part of the 2022 World Series of Poker Online. Very early in the action, won the $1 million bounty, didn't even realize it, thought he'd won $1,000. Jeff Gross and I were doing commentary for GG on that event, and Jeff advised that somebody had to text Scott and let him know that he'd won the million. They were like, hey, do you realize that you just won the $1 million bounty? He was like, oh, my bad. I thought it was just 1,000. The decimal places were kind of weird there. I mean, you know, you just don't expect one of the first bounties in the tournament to be the big one.
Sweet.
As we see Morton Klein open with the ace-10, picks up 2 other inferior 10s. Chape Gatien and Waikin Yang, and then Ivan Liao closed the action from the big blind. He's flopped himself a club draw here.
And the 2 players who like this flop the most have checked. So we end up getting a free card.
Board pairs now.
Wyken still has top pair. And Wyken and Sean Perry being the 2 players that held over, I guess, from the previous table. And Ivan now has to decide what he wants to do. There's 2 players behind him. Do any of them have a 5? Is King High ever good? Am I getting the right price? Do I get paid if I hit a club draw, etc.? A lot of stuff going through his mind there. Do I call? Do I raise? Do I fold? Yeah, so he comes with raise, hoping that maybe Wyken was leading weak, which I don't know how likely that is into 4 players, but a raise might ask a queen to fold, although I think pretty unlikely.
And I mean, a 5 is certainly plausible given that Ivan was getting the price that he was out of the big blind.
Sure.
It's certainly the range advantage.
Yeah, he definitely is the most likely to have a 5, which is a reason to make this raise. I think this raise is semi-unlikely to get a queen to fold, and yeah, Wyken doesn't fold the queen. But Ivan can always bluff the river if he misses.
And Ivan does have a bit of a reputation as we see him get there on the end with the 8 of clubs. And these 2 are not at all unfamiliar with one another, Rast.
That's going to be a card that's pretty hard for Wyken to pay off. I mean, what are you beating realistically that bluffs river? Like maybe 7-8 that just turns the 8 into a bluff? Otherwise, you know, clubs got there. You were already losing to a 5. So it's hard to really give Ivan too many hands unless Ivan's being super creative with his turn raises there. So I think Wyken probably folds this. I mean, maybe he stares at Ivan and feels like he has an Oreo cookie tell and calls, which in this case would be wrong.
The Oreo cookie tell is pretty pronounced.
Like he's just doing this with, you know, ace 10 off with the ace of clubs and going to bluff clubs when they come, which isn't the worst play. I'm just saying you kind of have to start giving Ivan hands like that to call here. Yeah.
And he's unable to do so. So a nice fold there from Wykin. Called when he had the best hand and folded when he no longer did. And that is a winning formula for success. Ivan Leao is a very exciting player to watch. You and I both know it. His Triton record includes 6.6 million plus in career earnings, 14 cashes, and 2 titles. The last of which came all the way back in 2018 in Russia, and the $100,000 super high roller event, and the prior stop in Jeju in 2018 where he won the 500K Hong Kong Hold'em event. Also rumbles in the short deck streets though.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, and I agree. From the selfish, fun commentator perspective, Ivan's a positive at the table because you're usually in store for a fun hand or two when he's at the table and has a seat.
Meanwhile, Andrew Pantling opened to 6,000, and it looks like Deuce 3 suited is feeling frisky as the Frenchman Carl Chappé-Gatien has 3-bet it to 21,000, seeing some cool things, and now that presents a strange spot for the 2 6s of Ivan Leao.
Yeah, no, out of position here. I mean, 6s are supposed to fold. This is similar to the last situation that we saw Nagy previously, and that was a button 3-bet. I mean, 6s are just too weak given this action, theoretically speaking, to continue. But, you know, sometimes people do it. And we can see here, so we haven't seen the Frenchman play yet, but he's actually second in chips in the tournament behind David Einhorn in first. And, you know, maybe this is how he got some of those chips. The good old 3-high 3-bet.
Well, he's flopped the wheel draw on an ace-king-4 board, Pantling with top pair.
And this is going to be potentially a fun pot because I think with 3-deuce, Carl is going to be pretty incentivized to bluff. This is a dry board. He actually has like one of the few draws, and unlike with queen or jack high, he has literal 0 showdown with 3-high. It's like the nut low. And Pantling has a hand good enough to stick around for a while. So
we do see the bet and then the call. Another 50,000 into the middle. 7 on the turn. Does present backdoor hearts.
There was some commotion in the room. It was a little distracting. People were yelling. I don't know what happened.
It's not people. It's just Mustafa Kanit who has decided that he is going to make sure everyone knows that he is in the event.
Okay.
Sam Greenwood popping over to soak this one up with us on the rail as both players
check.
And now backdoor hearts show up, which give Pantling aces and jacks.
You know, after the event at the World Series when, I don't know, the crazy stampede, for like a split second there, I was like, what's going on? Okay, do we running out of here? Anyways, all right. So yeah, after checking back turn, you know, I think you're pretty much waving the white flag with 3-deuce, and, you know, you definitely can't call. He could continue with a crazy bluff raise on the river, but it doesn't make sense, and he doesn't even have the right blockers to do it. You'd want at least a heart in your hand because you're repping a flush. So, yeah, nothing to see here. Let's move along.
And move along we do as Adrian Mateos on the button, open to 5,500. Espen Jorstad with the 2 jacks has 3-bet it to 22,000. You see Malinowski mucking what looked like a couple of 4s, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and Espen with the standard 3-bet here, 4x versus a button open with a very nice hand. And Mateos comes right along, calling. Pretty much hoping for the deuce or maybe a low flop.
10-10-4, not terrible, but
yeah, could be terrible for Mateos though, in the sense of he, you know, since it's more likely at this point the deuces are ahead, he probably continues to put money in the pot.
Yeah, obviously it's troublesome texture for his purposes.
given
Yes.
that we know their hands. But obviously Adrian doesn't know that Espen is bladed up here with 2 jacks.
And Malinowski, I stand corrected, did not have 4-4. He had 3-4.
13.
Having folded pre, and now Jorstad, the follow-up, 13,000. Kind of delivered with a crab claw technique there. There was like a weird, strange delivery system. This is not the spot where deuces are going to be able to get away, so Mateos does make the call. Another 26,000 into the middle. And he does look over at Espen. Overcard rolls off to the jacks.
That's a card that's definitely favors Espen's range as the 3-better. You know, obviously hands like Queen Jack, King Queen, and Ace Queen improve, but even hands like King Jack, Ace King, etc. all make strong draws at this point. So kind of continuing here with deuces is pretty tough versus another bet. Espen with jacks is in a spot where it's like, hey, do I keep betting for value? You know, you can't really, realistically speaking, get 3 streets with jacks. So you sort of have to check either here or the river generally, unless you size really small. So Espen decides to check here. Very likely a river value bet will follow should this go check, check. Now Adrian's in a spot where he has to decide, do I check or do I do kind of like a little protection bet with my deuces? Comes with check. Now the river with an 8. Espen has to feel not completely confident, but reasonably likely at this point his hand is good. He's probably fine value betting. If he checks, it's most likely to induce Adrian to bet. Now Adrian has a perfect hand to check back because he beats ace high. Very unlikely to value bet deuces here, should Espen check.
5 seconds. 18.5.
Oh, and this is very milky. 18,500 on the river. And isn't it weird in these spots, Rast, how you're almost less inclined to call because you feel like you got a hook in your cheek with the 2 deuces in this spot based on the sizing, even though the price is so attractive. They come with a bigger bet and you're like, well, at least I can feel like there's some bluffs more so in here. But maybe, you know, out there in the zeitgeist, the downsized bets have now begun to be employed more by the bluffs than they were once upon a time.
Well, I certainly think, you know, good, conscientious rather, players are including bluffs in those ranges because you should, or you'd be totally imbalanced in those spots, and what you're saying would be true. You know,
oh, the time banks are being placed.
Adrian has to ask himself in this spot, like, is there any value I'm beating? Like, would he ever just do this bet with ace king here, thinking it's kind of like a blocker, some value, some stopping me from raising? If he can give him a hand like ace king, kind of calling deuces becomes almost obligatory because ace king's a reasonable like hand to have in the range here to play this way. If it's shading to like I'm only beating bluffs, he wouldn't do this with ace king, then, you know, it's like, is he bluffing like this enough? Which this question that you said is a very valid one because I do think it's just something where even though players should be balanced, they often aren't. Anyway. You know, Adrian sees the bad news.
Mateos does end up making the call, and a nice pickup there from Jorstad, who, as you mentioned, Rast, it's your first opportunity to kind of soak in his navigations. I assume you're impressed thus far?
I'll tell you, that hand seemed to be played fine by me. Totally, you know, I'll give a stamp of approval on that one. Seems like he played it pretty well. I mean, hard to say he could have got more out of Adrian on that from just a pure exploitive we're seeing their card sense.
All right, because
so,
you were free bet, sorry about it.
Jorstad now 3rd overall in chips.
But yeah, just to reiterate, like excellence in poker, I believe, like true world-class excellence is established over time. You know, 1 tournament, 2 tournaments isn't going to prove it. because not only because it's primarily a luck factor to how you do in one tournament, but also just that consistency matters.
Stand corrected, by the way. Espen third in chips at this table. He is 14th overall with 84 remaining. Grafton, ace-5 suited. Raises it up. Current overall chip leader, Leon Sukernick, who is partnered with Bertrand Elke Grospellier. David Einhorn in second, Carl Chappé-Gatien in third. Cale Burns, who was at the top of the leaderboard for a lot of play, currently in fourth, and Jean-Noel Torel in fifth.
Most of the people at the top are in the VIP section.
Yeah, only Cale Burns is a pro. As we see Malinowski choosing to flat from the small with the Jack-10 suited. And now Eklund with ace-9 in spades as well. Will close the action from the big. So three-way to the flop. Two deuces and a king, two hearts. The more relevant aspect of the texture, which gives Grafton the nut flush draw.
Yep, by far flopping the best here. Just forget what the equities say. He's the only one who likes this flop, having flopped the nut flush draw. I mean, Limitless with really nothing doesn't have the worst hand to kind of bluff with. Yeah, he's not really representing deuces. He is blocking King Jack and King 10. Coming with call here is a bit surprising to me with Jack 10 of spades. Very curious to see his thoughts and how he plays this. It seems like a hand, especially with no backdoor flush draw, that doesn't really make, especially in a three-way pot, like a minimum defense frequency type of thing. But I mean, Limitless is an excellent player, so I want to get some insight into whatever theories he's got going on at this point.
Just tore one off here. Is sitting on that big stack, but of course, from an effective stack range, Grafton with the shortest of stacks at this table doesn't really provide Malinowski with a lot of upside in terms of what there is to be gained from.
So, I mean, I expect Limitless to bluff this river. I don't think you really check call Jack 10 off. Listen, he doesn't have a heart in his hand, so he's unblocking your opponent from having hearts.
And a super clean run out.
Hearts didn't come. Yeah, I mean, it's... I think it's obligatory to bluff non-heart rivers on this run out. And he does, and for a big sizing, so...
And now the ace high is really the bad type of ace high to be bluff catching, because of course we want to assign those flush draws to our opponent, which we're blocking.
Yeah, maybe, you know, the ace of hearts, not as big a deal. The five of hearts, definitely a little worse. Sam is probably not calling this. He doesn't have a good bluff catcher. And yeah, we can see Limitless.
Those deuces are dangerous.
Getting a very cheap price to bluff certain runouts there.
He's a guy who definitely thinks about the game on higher levels.
Yeah, yeah, nice hand.
I wonder when the heart rolls off if he tries to bluff it.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I think he's a lot less likely. I mean, I feel like the non-heart run out, it's like 100%, right? Heart run outs, my guess is he usually doesn't, but might occasionally. With the holding he had right there.
Mateos trying to spin things up here. Still reasonably deep in the first day of this No limit hold'em, coin, Rivet Invitational, $200,000 buy-in. Blinds at 1,000, 2,500. And 10-9 deuce hits Patrick Antonius. Second pair in the best of it after he defended the big blind behind Malinowski, who flatted with ace-jack, worthy of note, staying balanced.
That's 7,500.
Yeah, and so the 10-9 with the suit flop, one that favors in some sense the in-position caller, and I think Limitless really likes having the jack of diamonds in his hand, so even though ace-jack off is a hand that probably likes checking some, I think with the jack of diamonds and the fact that the board favors him, he finds some bets there.
Nice turn card for the 9-7 as Patrick checks again.
Yeah, doesn't fill in any draws, makes it a little less likely your opponent has a 10.
Soccer player? Is that what it is?
I mean, ace-jack off seems like a weird hand to barrel with here. You're blocking with that jack of diamonds some hands you'd like to fold, and you can win with ace-high.
Yeah, we'll come back.
So it makes sense to check that back. Now, on the queen, wow, okay, I think Patrick probably checks this queen quite a lot, trying to get the showdown, and I think we see a bluff here, because I think Limitless has a really nice hand to have check back turn and then bluff this river.
And was that a check from Patrick? Yes, it was. Very subtle. 35K in the middle, and no bluff from Malinowski. Shuts it down, deeming the ace-jack to have some showdown value against maybe some of that 7-8 business.
Yeah, no, sure. And I think check is fine. I do think his hand, the queen is a card where ace high ends up becoming way down in your range of hands, and the showdown goes down quite a bit, as opposed to if that river was like a 6.
Queen 10 suited under the gun for Steve O'Dwyer.
The fuck is that?
Mustafa continues to...
I prefer this one more.
Mustafa Khan.
Capture the attention of our pro table here. Mateo set mining with 2-4. Seidel with a couple of nickels. We'll call as well. Jack 6. Advantage Seidel.
Yeah, I don't know. I would say advantage Steve Dwyer if I had to pick the person most likely to win this hand. But we'll see. He was the pre-flop raiser. And pairs under the 6 can't really love it. They're more likely to be counterfeited.
And after that round of checks, a very clean 3 of clubs for these two pairs. Seidel will speak up.
Yeah, coming with third pot. Really doubt O'Dwyer folds.
Yeah, that's...
Having picked up the flush
how
draw.
I could say it, I guess.
For a bet this small.
I wouldn't know how to say it in English, honestly. Ace, tight, tight.
Yeah, and versus a bet and a call. pretty easy fold by Mateos with 4s. Wow, beautiful river for
Very much so. And for
Steve.
O'Dwyer, the plan here with the flush draw included perhaps the ability to bluff, but now, having hit the queen on the river and having it checked to him, maybe the plan is for value.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can put Eric on not 5s, but a 6 is very possible. So in other words, a 2 pair smaller than the queen.
It's low frequency.
I mean, realistically, the only hand you're kind of losing to is 3 jacks. Queen 10 is actually a pretty good hand to block, because you're blocking hands like Jack 10 off and Queen Jack off.
And now Seidel going through the process of figuring out what sorts of hands he beats, Rast. Walk us through it.
He's going to beat potentially some ace highs that turn into bluffs, and then definitely miss clubs. I think those are the biggest hands. Like, does he have a hand like King 10 or Ace 10? Would he turn that into a bluff? Miss clubs, something like 7-8 of clubs. Now a hand that definitely bluffs the river, should O'Dwyer have called with it.
And Steve continuing to operate quietly.
Yeah, I cannot see that one as well, right? But he has
sort of similar in makeup to Seidel is O'Dwyer. Rast?
Come on, mate. I've opened the door there for you. You got
Fair? In terms of his table kind of demeanor, the way he goes about his business?
Yeah, I would say that's a fair comparison. I like it.
Big fuming, isn't ya? You've had a little cheeky bet. You've had a little stab. Could have just checked backs in the turn. Oh, dear.
Mate, you put in big blinds with top pair for no reason.
I'll find out where I am. I asked the question and Eric told me. Eric just said, top pair no good, and I said, okay, Eric, thank you very much. Said, flush draw no good, sir. Off your pot.
Close the board.
9 high.
9-8.
9-8-3.
Can you check?
I hope so, because Eric's got pocket 3s. So if there's not a 3 out there.
Was it 9-8-4 or? No, it's fine.
Ah, there we go.
Looks like the table has caught up on delay to the
overplaying
dynamite hand where
overplayed top pair. This is what I'm
Grafton had
now.
the 10-9 top pair against a set of 3s and the 5-6 suited for Hecklin.
You block 9s?
You sure?
Who is opening here with ace-queen suited.
Block 9s and 10s. Best bluff in the deck.
Exactly. It's going to get value from 6-5, but then.
It's not super close. You can win. Wait, what? I'm not sure. You're very sensitive, man.
Maybe. I will wait a little. By the way, it's a good drink, right?
You like it?
Yeah, I really liked it. So it's not got much caffeine in it? Is that what
No, and then I told them to auto-refill all the time.
It's just like a fruit. It's just like a fruity tea.
I told them to auto-refill the tea all the time.
You got auto-rebuy clicked, auto-rebuy function. Top up to 100 big blinds all times.
Yeah, and for the tea, the same.
That's the feature we have on PokerStars.com.
Nice advertising.
Check folding the 8-6 as Malinowski has a
the home of poker.
hydration strat in place with the auto refuel of the tea.
Here we go. Can I get
Meanwhile, back over at the VIP table where the twinsies seem to be having a good time. Chape Gatien making it 6,000 to go. Philip Sternheimer with the pocket 3s has flatted, and one of those 3s is busy in Wai Kin Yong's hand, who is getting busy with that baby suited ace on the button, making it 3 bets, 25,000. And Liao's got a lot of hand here, but the downside is he's in the small blind with not 1, not 2, but 3 players with position on him.
Oh, and this could be a multi-way pot here, because we could get 4-way action.
It's back over to Chape Gatien.
Yeah, I don't think he has to be very worried about Sternheimer back raising this. And Sternheimer with 2-3 is probably pretty happy with the price he's getting. He would fold if he knew that 3 was out, but he doesn't know that. I mean, what, he puts in another 19K here with 86 in the pot to try to flop a 3?
I was never before, but after this collection,
Seems
I really
reasonable.
like the...
These are actually these are kind of cool.
Yeah, they are quite.
Sternheimer, by the way, invited Adrian
them.
Mateos.
Oh,
Chape
my
Gatien invited
goodness.
Rui Cao, and we've got a problem here if your name's Waikin Yang.
Yeah.
Aces up against bottom set, and Ivan Liao also.
Yeah, Ivan Liao's going to lose some money. I mean,
Yeah, we should order and...
yeah, Waikin will bet this.
I asked if
Ivan
the
will
sweater
call,
because that's what
probably. I mean, he's not folding.
Yeah,
We can
no,
match again,
I actually don't have it.
And then, wow.
Where are you from, Norway?
Norway.
I mean, I guess Ivan,
I'm from Oslo.
he probably calls here and probably gets away, assuming
Norway is quite cool.
Phil check
good with the
raises and
four
Waikin
seasons,
continues. I mean, ace jack, but he's going to lose another 35K at least right here.
35 into 105, about 1/3 pot. But obviously, it carries a little bit more weight, giving the multi-way aspect here.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 175 out there. Phil's
Happily married.
got a
what I want
monster.
one day, man.
You know, you do ask yourself, do I
like I'm
call?
fooling
Can I
around too much
count on Waikin betting again? What if a club rolls off?
I had one girlfriend. And
You know, can I get ace king or ace queen or maybe even ace jack to put it in with me?
I can't find one.
So Phil's asking himself all these questions and to decide what to do.
Really, just the presence of the two clubs is the only thing that's on his mind in terms of concerns
Yes,
moving
definitely,
forward.
because that shuts down the action versus the just the an ace queen. It's hard to stack.
I'm young and doing like out of line.
You know,
things,
the other
it's
thing
like,
is you're
there's so many.
the nice thing about raising here with bottom set is it's more likely your opponents have ace x hands, right? Because you're unblocking them, and in fact we can see two of his opponents have an ace. Waikin is just, I mean, he's pretty screwed here. You know, you could maybe tell yourself, hey, if my opponent has if my opponent check raises and you only have ace queen, maybe you can find a fold here. It's possible. But with ace 3, I mean, you're blocking a set of 3s and you're beating ace queen, you're beating ace king. It's just too much hand to get away. Now, Ivan's the person who at this point can find a fold. This action's very strong, and ace jack at this point really shrivels up in value. He's getting a good price, but he could be drawing dead, and we can see that's basically the case. And even if he's not drawing dead, maybe just to a jack, and it could just be an offsuit jack, like not a club. That could only be 2 outs. So it's dicey.
And there's no heart out there either.
There we are.
Liao understands this is a treacherous spot here for his hand.
We look good together.
If Waikin had folded, this would be a far more comfortable proposition.
Yes. If he folded, I think it's closer. I like that he found the fold there. That's good disciplined play.
Yeah.
You know, nice job, Ivan. I think a call is a mistake.
Oh, and he must be lamenting it, but absolutely avoided disaster here.
Yeah. Totally avoided disaster. Oh, my goodness. He's probably, in his head, there's probably like all kinds of crazy thoughts happening right now of what did I do? How did I fold this hand? But, yeah, he'll be happy to see the news.
You know, I don't speak a tremendous amount of Chinese, learning more at each Triton stop, but I do know some profanity, and if I had to guess, in Ivan's mind, the word Thiu is coming to mind right now.
Which translation?
Yeah, it's an F-bomb.
Okay.
Now Sternheimer is heads up, breathing a little easier, and with no club on the turn, he is going to stuff his remaining 207,000 into the pot. Two-tone texture, and of course that ace X of diamonds falls into the hand ranking that Waikin could think that he's performing well against.
Yeah, as well as clubs. I mean, the problem for Waikin at this point is, yes, there's not 506 in the pot. It's more like 450, but he only has 145. So realistically speaking, he's getting 3-1 on a call, and it's a total disaster getting 3-1 to fold if he has the best hand. And it's hard for him, really, other than like aces, like does he 3-bet pocket nines versus raise call? He might just flat behind. He does have one of the better hands that he can have. Not the best hand he can have. He can obviously have aces, maybe has nines sometimes. Never has pocket jacks. Could have ace nine suited or ace jack. So this is a close spot. And I think most people usually call, but a fold is not impossible and would be
Where's home base for you again? Somewhere in Europe, right?
exploitively pretty impressive. And yeah, I don't blame Wycombe for calling there, man. Just tough hand. It's pretty much just a cooler. You know, that's the way it goes.
And he knows that he has only 2 outs. One technically in the 10 of hearts is, of course, not among them. Liao having folded the ace.
GG.
Left Yang in dire straits.
And Ivan due changing to, oh my God, I'm such a genius.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Changing to Sheshe or Doje. Tough spot there for Wykin. Not a lot of opportunity to get away from it, Rast.
Who raised pre?
It's one of those things that's possible, but I think the standard thing is to continue and call down. And so, I mostly that hand. Well, not like a stone cooler. I think not folding is pretty standard there.
Well, one re-entry is provided to everyone in the field if they've got an extra 200,000 laying around.
He hit a monster. I mean, it's a cool.
Kind of what more are you looking for when you 3-bet with ace-3 suited? I mean, like other than making a flush. You know, you make aces up. It is what it is. You're going to be beat. It's pretty. The action's a little bit scary. I'm sure you're concerned. Fold is possible, but I just think it's kind of a standard hand, and sometimes the cards just mostly deal you out of the tournament unless you make, you know, a crazy expert play.
Except there's Sean Perry in the game.
You wouldn't invite him to your home?
And by expert, I don't know. I don't necessarily even mean standard. It's just sometimes in poker, maybe you can look over, you get a feeling on the bet sizing, on the comfort level of your opponent, and you can dig deep and make a big fold or a big call. But, you know.
I asked earlier when we were in pot, but what was your name again?
Meanwhile,
Phil. Sean, yeah.
Ivan Liao with 2 black aces has made it 6,000 to go from the button, and these late opens oftentimes are played back against by the likes of pocket nines, which have 3-bet to 24,000.
And this spells trouble for Ball because when you 3-bet here off of, it looks like about 60 blinds in the small blind versus a button open, you're pretty much not folding. So, I mean, Ivan Leo has a decision. If he slow plays, it'll give Ball a chance to not lose his whole stack. But if he fast plays his hand right here, Ball is strong enough that, you know, it's probably all going in. So here we go. I expect this to get all in. And
yeah, the 4-bet to 60,000.
A big dog.
Does set the stage for the rest of Ball's chips to potentially be delivered here. Four bets obviously mean business.
Usually. They can occasionally be bluffs as well.
Especially when they're coming from the stack of Ivan Liao, who we know can get frisky.
Yeah. Ivan's definitely capable. You know, it's not a comfortable spot with nines, but I think off of 60 blinds when you 3-bet here, you know, you're generally going with it versus a 4-bet. Even if your opponent has a good hand, I mean, ace, king, and even maybe like ace, queen suited, definitely possible. Wow, he finds a fold. That is not an easy fold, and when you're right, you're right. And Scott is right. Ivan had a big hand, and he avoided likely disaster.
Nice lay down there from Ball as the players will be heading to a break, and at some point he's going to get some validation when the stream catches up.
Yeah.
And here is a look at the chip counts of that VIP table. Carl Chape-Gatien, 224 bigs. Scott Ball with 45.
Sternheimer moving his way up there, now almost as many as Carl with 651K. Big move for him in that huge pot versus Wyken on the 4-way 3-bet.
Yeah, so winding things down here from Cyprus in the Coin Rivet Invitational, the $200,000 buy-in. Ali Nejad and Brian Rast here at the break desk, and it certainly has been entertaining thus far. And the entertainment has come in two different forms, Rast. Sort of the VIPs giving us some really different looks, but also giving us some top-shelf poker in terms of discipline, decision-making, and sort of aptitude, wherewithal, awareness, and then, of course, the pros. Pro-on-pro violence is always a treat to watch.
Oh, yes, sir, it is. I agree wholeheartedly with everything you just said.
All right, well, we're going to step aside as the players do take us to a break. When we come back, we'll be profiling a couple of other guys in the field, in Artur Martirosyan and Ali Reza Fatehi. You won't want to miss that, so stay close. More to come from Cyprus as the Coin Rivet Invitational rolls on.
Bust out, like Phil Ivey did, for example. You have 30 minutes to decide whether to rebuy or not. If you do not rebuy within 30 minutes, you're locked out of the tournament.
Right.
2.5.
So if someone is eliminated, they have 30 minutes to just go and get a coffee, blow off some steam, take a walk, come back. They have to be in their seat after 30 minutes. Now tomorrow, day 2, the first 4 levels, as Lara explained during the pre-show, they're going to be seeded tables. So we're going to have half and half. So for example, on an 8-handed table, we're going to have 4 pros and 4 VIPs. And then after the first 4 levels, there's going to be a full redraw. Pairs have to be separated until the final 2 tables. So it could be a case of a full redraw that has all pros or all business or players from the business side, or it could be, you know, a mix.
Of course.
Oh, you're a big
And
star on the screen there. For
your pairing needs to stay separated
That's right.
until the final 2 tables.
That's right, which I'm interested to see how that one plays out. Because if we get down to the final 3 tables...
Well, we've had pairings reach the end at the Triton Million, I'm pretty sure. So, you know, nothing really changes. So it makes sense that you invite the strongest player so you don't have to play with them until the final 2 tables. That's why Paul picked Phil Ivey. It makes a lot of sense, although he did bust out first, so maybe not the right time to say that.
You've just been throwing shade all day,
I'm
Randy.
not throwing shade.
What did they put in
These are
your
true,
coffee this morning?
True statements.
Been calling me out on stream.
Hold on. Let's worry about the shade another time. We got a race here. Top pair, not flush. Fatahi has a better hand, but it's a little scary. Of course, if he's behind, he's very behind. Usually it's up against a 2-pair or a set.
Yeah, the saving grace of this hand for Fatahi is that, he is just looking down at top pair. 8 kicker.
Makes the call.
Let's see one out of position.
Oh,
wow.
I mean, that's the card that you're like, okay, I don't feel too worried anymore.
How has the dealer found the most exciting card in the deck? The offsuit 8, giving Fatahi 2-pair. Now still losing to the sets and the ace-9s of the world that you already mentioned, but it does knuckle through. Eric taking a free card.
Is a bit connected. Once he sees a check back on a turn, he won't be worried about, a bigger 2-pair or sets. Those will most certainly bet the turn with deep stacks. Maybe a bit of value he can find. There's a...
I'd like to see him come with like 15% block.
22,000?
How about 22,000? 15%. It's kind of small, but I see your logic is mainly the 4 straight out there where people don't like the hero call as much against the tiny bets. I like this 22K. And ace deuce of hearts. Man, it's kind of weird because like you block hearts, but the hearts aren't relevant, right? The ace of hearts, the deuce of hearts. No one really plays the little heart. I'm using a time bank here.
Eric's been through the blender today already, level 1. Been put in a lot of tough spots. Still with 32% equity.
It's actually on Fatahi. Think about leading out. Yeah. Just trying to... expecting checkbacks from those 10x's, 7x's over cards. So, going for some value. From Yufeng's point of view, you got to be thinking, well, if he's leading into me on the jack, most likely he's hit this card in some manner. Whether it's 8-9, 2-pair, or a little inside straight draw. So, calling seems like the right play here. Try to hit your hand. You got the position. Don't got to worry about it getting checked through in case you do hit your hand.
Yeah, Yufeng must be getting slightly frustrated. He's bricked a lot of big draws so far today. Nut spades twice. Now getting led into on the turn after flopping top pair and turning a queen high flush draw. Bricks out, 6 of spades on the river. 35,000 in the middle. Comes with half pot. I don't think Yu's going to be able to get away from this,
Well, you need to think about what hands check called, let turn, and can lead river as a bluff. So it'd have to be like, maybe like he check called him.
And welcome back to North Cyprus for continuing coverage of the Coin Rivet Invitational $200,000 no-limit hold'em event, part of the Triton Super High Roller Series here at the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel Resort and Casino and Spa. And the party is just getting started here in the late evening. Of course, that party came crashing to an end potentially, save for the fact that there is one re-entry in the event for one Wai Kin Yong, whose aces and threes were downed by a set of threes for Philip Sternheimer just before the break. And our Lulu Yang caught up with him during that break. Let's take a listen.
A very familiar player for Triton events, but we're now going to speak some Cantonese. So 喂，健，你今日過嚟好似狀態唔係咁好啊，依家。
啱啱輸咗狀態一定唔係咁好。
啱啱 bust 咗啊？
係啱啱 bust 咗最尾一手牌。
咁你呢個Coin Rivet 嘅 Invitation 又係同邊個 pair up 啊
？Linus。
Linus。
Yes。
但 Linus 依家應該 doing well。
Yeah，he's doing very well. Yeah, he's lost chips.
How did you bust it?
3 bet with ace-3 suited, flop top bottom pair, and my opponent has trees. Yeah, we got a lead on turn.
其實你知唔知今日你Richard 哥都 bust 咗啊？之前
係我知道佢好早就俾人哋仲佢嘅3條已經俾人買到花係。
但係今次我哋今次嘅 Triton 咧喺 Cyprus 啦，我哋會見到好多嘅新嘅面孔啦。咁之前可能大家都會個個行到場上都會識得啦，但係今次會有好多嘅好似未見過嘅一啲新玩家喎。你覺得佢哋啲水平點啊？
我覺得大部分都打得幾好嘅，咁多啲新嘅人嚟 Triton 一個好事啦。咁我哋可以識得更多朋友啦，咁我哋嘅 branding 可以做得更加好。就希望以後會有更多嘅新面孔嚟咯。
咁我哋都知依家呢個 Coin Rivet 都未 close 㗎，咁你會唔會再 rebuy 啊？
一定會。我諗下行多15分鐘 cool down 下自己先。
咁你準備咗幾個 bullet 啊？
其實呢個 event 最盡2個 bullet 啫嘛。Single re-entry。
咁希望你可以今日先入咗個 Day 2先啦。咁聽日希望再有機會同一啲 businessman 去同台競技，傳多啲籌碼，咁可以有機會贏啦。
希望係咁啦，我都希望陣間唔好咁快出啦，希望可以捱到第2日啦。如果唔係嘅話，都有啲失望。
哇！你依家咁謙虛嘅，都係 good luck 啦。
Okay, thank you.
And for those of you maybe that weren't able to understand what was happening there in that particular interview, I do have some translation here. Rast, of course, Wykin paired up with Linus Laliger. Lulu asking him whether or not he knew that his dad also ended up busting out with top set of aces against a flush. He is aware, but both are going to be re-entering. Also, Lulu talked to him about the brand, all of the new faces. Obviously, Wykin quite pleased to see Triton continuing to expand and evolve. He's happy to be making these new friends and is looking forward to the future. When asked whether or not he would rebuy, of course, he said he would after a 15-minute walk to cool off. So certainly not immune to some of the tilt that comes from a bad beat right there. And he's looking to get himself into Day 2 and not bust this second bullet. So obviously, nice work there from Lulu. And we'll see Wykin right back in the event. We turn our attention now to our 2 new feature tables, and we're going to be zeroing in on a couple of names, the first of which is going to be Artur Martirosyan, who is going to be coming in on the pro side, and you see him there in seat number 1. Well, actually, let's start, shall we, with the VIPs here, and they're going to be at the blue table. Leon Sukernik has already rebought, and look at that massive stack, 878,000, currently tops among all stacks with the blinds at 1,500 and 3,000. He has a decent gap between himself and the Finn, Elias Talviti. Santosh Suvarna, who is paired up with Patrick Antonius in there. Vadim Gozdenker paired up with Victor Malinowski there as well. And you do see everyone taking their seats. Rumor has it, by the way, that Leon was enjoying some very expensive whiskey during the break. And he is kind of a wild card without the alcohol, Rast, but with the liquor flowing, we could see some real big pots developing here at this VIP table.
Yeah, certainly. It's fun to get in some fresh blood, and let's check out these guys. You know, James Board is someone who haven't seen playing poker in a little while. I actually ran into him and had a long chat with him. Speaking of, you added in Spa. Yesterday at the spa, while we were relaxing, it was after I did a workout, he was excited to play after really not playing much poker for a while.
Bordy actually is the right guy to be here with Leon. Never mind Elton saying, and I mean, this is going to be a really action table. I'm just going to get that out there right now.
Oh, yeah.
Alexei Platonov with a couple of 6s. Opening to 6,000. Sukernik's going to flat. Leon, of course, owner of the King's Casino out in Rozvadov, which plays host to the World Series of Poker Europe. No stranger to the highest of stakes and has plenty of gamble in him. Godsdanker out of the big blind with Jack 10 suited. Closes the action, playing under the Belarus flag.
3 solidly playable hands here. Leon could have 3-betted, but opted not to.
Jack 8-5 and advantage Godsdanker, who will check it. No betting. Now 7 on the turn does provide Platonov with a two-way straight draw. Of course, the 9 would make a jack-high straight possible.
Yeah, a nice card for Jack 10 there. And after getting checks behind, it's going to feel good betting for value. 6 yeah, that 7 also a good card for him from his perspective, giving him the open-ender. So getting 3-1, decides to stick around, and no surprise that King Queen is into the muck. And wow, the 9, that's really kind of the action card, because there's definitely going to be at least a bet and a call here, with both players having made a straight. Now, albeit a 1-card straight, should Jack 10 bet, I don't think 6 raises, given that it's so easy to have a 10. If he checks, though, 6 does probably bet, and he could get in a check raise. But yeah, versus a bet, I mean, I would think 6 probably calls here. The one thing he might be thinking is, oh, the bet's small. It's only 3rd pot. So, you know, maybe he's trying to get away cheap with 2 pair, and I'm going to raise him. But yeah, I think call is most likely. Yeah, and he finds the call, and we'll be happy to see that he only had to put in 15K.
Yeah, it could have been quite a bit more expensive for Platonov, who already is sitting on one of the shorter stacks at this table. Of course, the shortest stack belongs to Yulong Zhou, who has just 4 big blinds. Rast, that of course the shortest of all stacks remaining in the field right now, which is currently sitting at 85 players. Sam Grafton, the second shortest stack in the field with 55K. That is, of course, 18 bigs and far more playable than Yulong Zhou's 4 bigs. You see him there to the left of your screen, to the right of Godsdanker. This table is shockingly quiet, considering the characters we have seated at it.
Yeah, certainly.
Maybe, should we send some whiskey?
I think at some point there'll be some conversation that starts up. Just have to give him time, the right opportunity. Svarna, Queen Jack off, finds the raise, 6K, minimum possible.
Santosh Savarna playing under the Indian flag, partnered up with Patrick Antonius. Santosh did manage to cash in the 75K, where he finished 8th place for 245,000. This is his first ever Triton series.
11,000. 10,500. Can he rewrite?
You need the lights on. Pretty standard all in here by ace 4 of diamonds.
Yeah, on the button.
Versus
the remaining
a raise with, I mean, there's
10-5.
7,500 in the blinds, right? So I mean, it's nearly a triple up should he win this pot.
A diamond in the window followed by another is a good development for Zhou, who obviously needs to spin something up here. His ace high is still good against his queen jack, which picks up an open ender, but does not complete it on the river. So good news in the early going here for China's Yu Longzhou. He looks thrilled, right? Oh, there we go. There's a touch of emotion. The trouble is you double there and you still are just a nub.
Yeah. Yeah, from nub junior to nub senior. But it's moving in the right direction.
And on the heels of that Zhou double, maybe he's got the dreams of being anointed with some of our lovely Shambhala bracelets, which are delivered to our champions at all of our Triton Series events. Finely crafted with diamonds, precious stones, and 18-karat gold by hand in Copenhagen. Visit them at shambalajewels.com. You think I can get a discount? I mean, I'm obviously not going to win one of these things, let alone play one of these things, which is the bigger issue. But, you know, how am I going to afford one of those things if I don't?
I mean, I'd say you're live. You're live if you ask.
I need a promo code. Is that so wrong?
Wow, so you're going to be hawking your promo code on the stream?
My affiliate code. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to spin up enough Shambhala credits via my affiliate code to get myself a bracelet.
Yeah. Which they would be happy to do since you're earning them all that business on the way.
Right.
See, that's how it works.
Well, looking for business is Leon Sukernik with this 6-7 offsuit, and the whiskey may be taking effect here.
He'll be very happy to see just call on the button. Whoa, wait, 15,000. So he just opened to the 5X. All right.
By the way, a very deep Godstanker on the button, choosing to flat the ace-queen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 5X, right? Like, what does he have? We're in position. Let's just call. This is bizarre.
Elton resisting the temptation, given the sizing perhaps, with 10-6 suited. So he will leave the Czech and the Belarusian to battle heads up with 37-5 in the middle. And the board, Jack 9-3, missed by both players. And Leon's turning to the water. That's a disappointment.
Now, ace-queen here doesn't really hit this. You figure you have some showdown. But will Leon take that check back as a sign of weakness? I mean, he does have no pair, no draw. He can't win at showdown. He knows that. At some point, you'd figure he might bluff. Maybe here, if it goes check, check, he just bluffs the river. But we'll see whether or not that works. Now, Godstanker has to think, do I check back, just try to show down the nut, no pair, or do I start kind of bluffing, protection value bet? He goes with check, very reasonable, and improves on the river. And now Leon, with pretty close to the worst hand possible, finds a bet, and Godstanker can't really love second pair. Pretty much bluff catching, but it did get checked all the way to the river.
Obviously, 7 high was not going to be a winner at showdown, so Sukernik getting busy with the 28K bet after Godstanker checked back that Broadway gutty on the turn, which is turned into second pair and a kicker.
Here's the thing. If Godstanker would think that the 5X open from early position would include hands as wide as 7-6 offsuit, he'd certainly call here bluff catching. The thing is, he might not think Leon is this wide, right? Like, let's put him on better hands, like pocket pairs, ace-X, suited broadways, etc. Now he's losing to most of those hands. So if he's breaking this down in his mind, a really big question is how wide is Leon? And he doesn't know the answer to that. Now we can see that Leon has some garbage here. So a fold is reasonable. And
that's exactly what happens as Godstanker mucks the winner with that texture being a little bit intimidating against that presumed range of Leon Sukernik, which of course was being assigned far more narrowly than we can see it needed to be.
Did Godstanker know that our man was down in the whiskey on break? Maybe not. You know?
I don't know. You can usually smell the whiskey on someone's breath, can't you? I think he's got the seat right across from Leon too, so. But he was turning to the water, so he's looking to maybe dilute his imbibed state. A touch.
Oh, we're sizing down a little bit here, just over 3x with a slightly better hand.
And this is just, I know it's early, but it's a glimpse into what makes Leon Sukernik so difficult to play against for the average player. Is he's all over the place in terms of his range, in terms of his sizings. When I first got a glimpse of him, it was with Nick Schulman at a Super High Roller Series, Super High Roller Bowl rather, back in Vegas, and we had coined him the Milkman because he would make these extraordinarily small bets on the river, and people would be like, "You're gonna lay me 30 to 1 right now in this pot?" Like, it was just so odd. He just does things that make you scratch your temple and just deviates from sort of the generally accepted protocol.
Yeah, he's got his own theories.
Ace Queen once again, the hand he's up against, and on this occasion, it is a far more treacherous proposition as Suvarna out of the big blind, flops top pair. He did 3-bet it pre. Sukernik hung in there.
Yeah, and just a very kind of nice flop for Ace Queen, but
super clean.
But not one you can expect to get much action on, and sure enough, it goes bet fold.
It maybe got more action than we would have anticipated pre-flop with the 3-bet, but of course we know Leon doesn't like to be bullied out of a pot without at least taking a peek at a flop.
The note there is that
No,
Suvarna out of position against the early position, still 3-bet the Ace Queen despite Leon's upsize, where we saw in the previous pot the Ace Queen didn't 3-bet versus the the upsize. So just a little note. Anyway, now we're moving over to the pro table, where I doubt we'll be seeing any 5x opens.
Oops. Display how many times can I drop this stupid fucking thing. Actually, someone else dropped it. I thought it was me because I drop it like 10 times.
You have 125 in white?
Yeah.
Didn't want to get in a 300 big blind flip.
Chris Brewer, our first look at him at this new table of pros, which of course, as all others, is going to be an absolute minefield. And this is problems for Nick Petrangelo, who is still hunting his first ever cash at a Triton series. The Open to 7,000, 3-bet to 21. Nicky P makes the call as the under the gun raiser, and he flops an overpair on an 8-high rainbow texture.
Yeah, not a good flop.
Are you close to probies or not?
For Nicky P versus 2 kings, but a flop that he's gonna kind of like. Given it's UTG versus +2, he definitely will be worried as these ranges have shriveled up in size to be small and tight. That said, 9s is still an overpair and still ahead of hands like Ace King, Ace Queen, and suited broadways.
Sounds Italian, right?
I thought it's front.
Those check, by the way, Rast, is Brewer maybe setting up an opportunity to look more bluffy with the 2 kings?
Well, I think with only 127K, which is, let's say it's about 2.5 stack to pot ratio, he doesn't need to bet 3 streets to basically double up or win a lot of chips, and just decides to check back to maybe make that range stronger. That includes some of the hands that a hand like 9s is ahead of.
By the Spanish designer, but the headquarters it's France.
Which now causes Nick to think there's a good chance 9s are ahead. He also picked up a gutter. The jack is a little problematic because it does improve some hands he was ahead of, but definitely not as bad as a ace, certainly, or even a king.
I like that one because you wouldn't think it.
And for Brewer, this texture deteriorating a touch in terms of the coordination and the backdoor diamonds.
Sure, that said, he's still ahead of a bunch of hands and is,
but it dissuades the raise.
I think like something like
yeah, well, I don't think he really wants to raise there because after calling, there's still a 1 stack to pot ratio, so he's pretty happy to call and play rivers. Now, he's not going to be happy to play this river versus pocket 9s, but might even possibly be able to fold. It's going to be a tough spot. I expect Nick to bet probably all in because it's basically a pot-sized bet, and very tough spot for Brewer.
Such a disastrous run out for these two kings in a 100K pot. And you kind of see the look on Brewer's face, the grin, the chuckle. He knows this is just gross.
I mean, Nick is a very capable player here in terms of being able to find bluffs. That said, that 10, kind of the Jack 10 run out was so bad for Brewer's hand that it's just possible he could find enough better hands to call that he doesn't have to call a pot-sized bet here. He's calculating all that. Let's see what he comes up with.
Remember, Pietrangelo raised it up under the gun, and presumably we kind of give him some of that range that includes the ace X's, which might be betting for value, like the ace Jack and the ace 10, Rast, or
No.
on this board texture, no shot.
No, ace Jack is not betting the river for value, for pot. No way. I mean, I think Brewer's ascent is pure bluff catching. The King of Diamonds also is not a good card because it blocks a lot of Petrangelo's bluffs.
Right.
So
there you go. Yeah, it's like just
having
a pro,
that it was checked flop, so the flush, the diamond on the turn is the flush draw
I
that
didn't know.
came. You know, I think if you're looking for bluffs, it might be, you know, maybe a hand such as like 5s or 6s, 7-6 suited. You know, you can come out with some hands like ace 5 of diamonds.
The sizing is also kind of polarizing, right?
Yeah, certainly. So it's polarizing to the point where kings is bluff catching, because I don't, you suggested ace jack, but I don't think realistically speaking ace jack value bets this for pot. I think ace jack's just a great check hand. You know, you don't want to bluff. You're too good, and you can't really value bet it on this river.
Nice.
And Brewer does end up making the call here, and I think that's all she wrote for his first bullet. So painful.
Yeah. Yeah, tough run out for Brewer.
Yeah, you see.
Get yourself a little, take a walk, do some sprints.
Some sympathy being expressed there by Jason Kuhn, and Chris Brewer has definitely had a tough go of things in the Triton series. Does have 900,000 in career earnings, 1 title, 4 cashes, but a lot of blanks can get very expensive. As we turn our attention back to the VIP table, where the Finn, Talvidi, opened up to 7,000 with the 2 6s. Godstinker has flatted with a couple of 8s, and then Elton Sang wakes up with 2 10s, 3-betting it to 31,000. Sukernik with ace queen suited out of the big blind is going to call that 3-bet, and something brews.
Well, hey, if you're Nicky P, this is the one to cash if you haven't cashed for, 10
Good
plus.
point. He's still yet to cash, so things going even rougher on him than for Chris Brewer.
So there, that was a big double, and this would be a good one to try to get him positive on Tritons. Anyway, to this hand, we can see, given that Leon decided to flat, we're just very likely to see another multi-way pot. 3 pocket pairs. So relatively likely we see a set here. Decent chance. Okay. No set, an ace queen of hearts with second pair with the best hand, but definitely likely to play it cautious, especially because he's first to act. Seems like this probably gets checked through. Not really sure. Elton bets.
No, not with 2 overcards out there, even if he is the man in position against the field. Oh, what do we know?
Elton decides to bet.
Little
Also,
30K.
there's a little bit of disrespect on this bet. Okay, it's like, you know what? I just don't think people are going to raise enough that I should be scared of betting 10s here and getting blown off my equity. Oh, wow. And it did save Leon from getting outsetted by the 6s, that's for sure.
Yeah, the check back would have left Talvidi with the best hand. He was the one with the 6s, right? I'm not imagining things there.
I mean, I don't know. One of the 2 players to fold had 6s. It sounds good. So yeah, he checks it back. And a 9. Interesting card. I mean, I think 10s here has too much showdown to want to turn into a bluff, like where you're going to try to bluff out a king or a queen after checking back. That said, he's obviously blocking Jack 10. If he wants to bluff, he probably basically goes all in because, but he probably just checks down. 10s can be good. But Elton, you can see he's thinking about it.
It's pretty draw heavy.
Yeah.
And having the 2 10s, we're blocking that 10 jack stuff, so maybe we think we're no good, and indeed, we're not. So, Leon able to take down a nice one here as we flip back over. At one of our outer tables, 2 kings and a 3. Developing pot here between Martirosian and Cale Burns.
Yeah, please don't like that.
This actually our other feature table.
No, it's just a hand against Damo. They decided to play a 4-bet pot with ace-5 suited against 5-6 suited.
2 premiums.
And then it comes 6, 7, 8, 2 clubs. Goes bet.
Burns coming off of that victory in the 75K last night, riding the high.
Gets it through.
Yeah. Well, hard to call it off with ace-5 there, man.
Going to peel against the Martirosian follow through here.
Push down.
8 of diamonds on the turn, doesn't add any equity to the 10 high. Pre-flop, this one was spicy, Rast, as Laszlo Wojtas was actually the opener, min raising to 6,000, then Cale clicked back to 9,000 with the 2 7s, and Martirosian decided to 4-bet to 30,000, which of course left Wojtas' hand in the muck. Cale made the call, and then we just saw that bet call of 15,000. Now here we are with Cale checking once more.
32.
And Artur is really committing to this thing, at least in terms of storyline, not necessarily sizing. 32,000.
Yeah, and now is when it starts to get a little dicier for 7s. Yeah, all fun and games. You call the bet on the flop, but now your opponent's double barreling, starting to tell a story where you're bluff catching, and then you have to ask, like, how likely is he bluffing? It's very hard for me to improve. How many outs? You know, if he has a hand like Queen Jack, between a queen and a jack, there's also an 8 which counterfeits me. But Cale susses it out and makes a nice little turn call.
But now we've got a little bit of a problem because some of that bluffing range or some of that backdoor range, obviously, with the diamonds showing up, is really giving these 7s a problem, courtesy of that ace of diamonds arrival with 167.5 in the middle.
And certainly, if Cale checks, Martirosian will think about bluffing. His hand has no showdown.
Might Cale turn this thing into a bluff with a lead?
Yeah.
He's using the time bank.
It looks like he's thinking about that.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's big enough where it can be.
You know, this is a bluff that I would imagine, unless he goes huge, just seems to be targeting a pretty small range of like 9s, 10s, jacks, queens. You know,
Here and there, somebody will notice me.
you have to ask yourself, like, do you want to get aces and kings to fold? And maybe you have to go pretty big.
Burnsy's been so dialed in, Rast.
Wow, and he's going tiny. I wonder what the thought is on going tiny.
13,000 certainly is not the kind of size that's going to send really anything that's connected with that board into the muck. Might he have been looking to induce a raise and then some sort of heroic 3-bet bluff?
That is definitely something that was on the table with that. I don't think 13,000 is getting any hand better than his to fold.
Right.
Right? So maybe he's trying to just get a really cheap price if he's beat. Maybe he is trying to induce a bluff and rebluff. I don't know. That was a very creative play by Kale. So, yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of the things he might have been thinking. And using the 7 of diamonds as a card that's blocking some flushes.
He's misclicking.
I just...
Every time.
You know, doing the final table yesterday where Kale, you know, won his first Triton title, won 1.7 million. I'll say he took a lot of bluff spots.
What's going on?
And was very creatively able to find them. It was very fun because I would say, oh, you know, this is a spot where he might bluff. And it was like magic. He took it, so it makes me feel like a genius in the booth. But like, you know, so that was even... That was a pretty creative one that, you know, I'm going to have to ask him about later. But
far from feeling like a genius, I'm over here thinking to myself, just when you think you may understand the game on some sort of level, you get shown something like that and go, whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah, no, that's one that it's weird because obviously the initial bet has no bluff in it. But there's the threat of the bluff that might come should he get raised. So, yeah, I'm very curious his thinking behind that, like as to, you know, because he's not always going to get raised there. Like, let's say his opponent has 2 10s, he probably checks back the river. So now he's losing 13,000 he wouldn't have lost if he checked. So, like, there is some downside to his bet. But, you know, so why? I don't know. I know Kale well enough.
Track him down.
I know Kale well enough that I will ask him later if I remember.
Meanwhile, it was the cutoff of Artur Martirosyan with 2 6s that started this party. Bernsey in the hijack with the Queen 10 suited as flop top pair. Same story for Laszlo Bojtas, though, who defended his big blind, but he is outkicked as the Hungarian will check it over to Kale. Look at this, Kale just sprinkling 4,000 into 25-5, Rast, showing us again one of these hyper downsized bets.
Yeah, certainly. Now here, to me, this bet, it's a little bit easier, you know, to say why. A bet this small at this point, Kale has a hand strong enough. He's sort of okay inducing. I mean, most likely he's not folding here unless both of his opponents put money in the pot.
Well, Bojtas is out of the way, courtesy of this Martirosyan raise to 22,000, which with no diamonds and just 2 6s certainly is designed more to take the pot here and now than try to see at its streets.
Check.
Now the 5 comes off after Bernsey hung in.
Yeah, the 5 is kind of an interesting card. I'm not sure Martirosyan takes this combo and starts multi-street bluffing it much. I kind of think the raise there was more just designed to get out the riff-raff and probably get to showdown with 6s. But the 5 giving him equity and now blocking straights is something that he might start betting with, which might end up earning him this pot. Because Kale, while he had a hand, he was probably happy, you know, okay, I'm in bet flop, I get raised, I call and continue. He doesn't really want to see like multi-street betting with Queen 10, no diamond on this board. So I think fold here would be pretty standard. But that said, you can give Martirosyan, a creative player, a lot of bluffs and maybe kind of find a heroic call down. But yeah, I definitely don't blame him for getting out of the way there. I think it's standard. And honestly, I think he wins that pot most of the time on runouts. I don't think Martirosyan multi-street bluffs that, but the 5 was the perfect card for him.
Yeah, giving him that open ender. And you're starting to see sort of Artur's willingness to get in there and build some big pots. He's on his second bullet.
I've seen that not even just in this tournament. I've seen Martirosyan doing commentary here, you know, do a lot of kind of creative multi-street bluffs. Like he's a guy who's willing to kind of go for it. He has courage. You know, he's not just trying to make hands.
Well, there's no shortage of courage spread across the felt here at this table of pros, Rast, and it's always so cool to see this intense amount of talent colliding. You know, I always talk about that desire to see the contrast with VIPs and pros sprinkled into one another, which of course we will be guaranteed to see tomorrow during the first 4 levels of play when we balance all the tables out to the extent that we can. But it is also cool to take the literal upper crust of poker and then stick them all out there in a cage and see what happens.
Yeah, it's like those in ancient Rome, put all the gladiators down there and see who walks out of the Colosseum. The Royal Rumble. We have 2 Royal Rumbles going on right now, at least for 8 levels. We got the pro on pro violence and the VIPs.
How often do you find Phil Ivey seated at a table and the 2 guys in the booth not calling his name this deep into the coverage? Just kind of goes to show you how many other things we have to talk about. Yet to see Ivey participate in a pot. Same story with Jason Kuhn, by the way, and Danny Tang. Albert Daher, also out there.
And Laszlo Boitas. The other day when a player told me how much he thought Boitas had won.
20 million?
Yeah, okay, you heard the same figure.
Yeah, coin poker. It was Tony G who put it out there.
Yeah. Okay, so this is pretty public info in like online PLO games. And I was like, oh, wow, okay. And he doesn't just play on coin poker.
No, they
I'm
don't.
like, oh. So I started
They don't
asking more questions, but like, how low will he just like play regularly in order to grind? And the guy was like, oh, like 25, 50. I'm like, okay. Guy wins 20 million.
Respect.
Just plays 25, 50 sometimes.
Don't mess around and give me 20 million, Rast. You know, I'd sign right off from the desk and be like, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure, but unfortunately, I'm now super rich, and I'm not going to do this anymore. No, I'm kidding. I love what I do. Obviously, always a pleasure to be bringing you guys coverage from any Triton series where we really do draw upon the best that poker has to offer. Certainly hope you're enjoying the coverage. If you're streaming us out there on YouTube, be sure to subscribe and like as we seek to continue to deliver you the best in poker production free of charge. So a 3-way affair here. The party starter was Phil Ivey with King 7 suited. He has been given 1 diamond on this flop, but sits well behind Boitas as he declines to follow through and checks it over to Laszlo.
Laszlo, the only person who really hit this, is going to be quite happy. Top pair, top kicker, backdoor flush draw. Let's bet it, and hopefully we get some action, but I don't think any of his opponents are going to be able to oblige here.
11K as he hauls one in.
Did you say those?
When are we going to go buy these Balenciaga hoodies? Everybody has a Balenciaga hoodie except me and you.
Well, I can't buy one now.
Because everyone's got one?
Yeah, exactly.
You're a trailblazer?
Not necessarily, but I definitely don't want to be the last person on the boat.
I want to go and get that sweater that both John Perry and Morton Klein have and wear it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Where's the nearest
stream.
Louis Vuitton store? Is there a Louis Vuitton here in North Cyprus? I gotta get out there.
How much do you think a Balenciaga hoodie is? Like $600? I mean, I don't think I
feel
can do
$600
that.
to $800. I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, I
Are
don't
you a
think I can do that.
fashion knit? I'm an absolute whale when it comes to the fashion streets.
I wouldn't
Like,
call
I'll stay
myself a
broke.
knit, but I'm not a whale.
Okay.
I'm like, okay.
You're
700
balanced.
I'm like this. 700 for a hoodie? Nah. I can't do that. You can get great hoodies for like 100 or 200. Like great.
Nike ones.
Dude, I mean, even these Triton hoodies are solid. They look
Fire.
great. They got the extra pocket, whatever. They're like 100 or 150 bucks.
I think honestly, as we see Albert Daher raising the price of this pot, we should be considering really jacking up the price of all of our Triton gear. I want to make it cost prohibitive to buy Triton gear. I want a minimum of $1,000 for a Triton hoodie.
Dude, will you go away with this right now? What are you trying to do? I'm just saying this hoodie's decent value, and all of a sudden we have to price it out of that.
That's the problem. Decent value. We are Triton. Okay.
You are clearly not a professional gambler. You give 0 shits about value. I mean, that's the problem here, okay? What the hell? I'm trying to seek out value, and you're just trying to close it off, Ali.
Matter of fact, you know what?
No more free Triton streams. You got to pay $1,000 if you want to watch a Triton stream. I'm only kidding, obviously. As we look at the chip counts here at the Pro Table, brought to you by GG Poker. Gail Burns, 231 big blinds, resting comfortably atop that board. And Phil Ivey with 51 bigs. Let's call him the short stack, but you and I both know 50 plus bigs is more than enough off of which to operate for Phil.
Physics is the ultimate timepiece. I'm gonna have him bring that. I'll wear that $1 million Triton watch. Here, hold up.
They'll bring it to you.
Yeah, I'll tell him to bring it here. I'll wear that ridiculous.
For free advertising, right?
Yeah.
I'll advertise the watch for you guys.
Yeah.
$1 million watch?
Yeah, the Triton one. It's like 800K, I think. Bring me that.
I take
watch.
it, Rast, you're not going to get in line to buy the $800,000 Triton watch?
I'd love to win it in a poker tournament, but no, buy it.
What if there was no money available, but first prize was the watch and the watch alone?
I mean, you can sell them. Isn't there like a huge market for watches? I don't know.
Really? You would sell a Triton
Yeah, if I have
watch?
to put up like 20K in a poker tournament and I win a watch, yeah. But if I'm playing like a 100K buy-in tournament and I win 3 million in the watch, I'd probably keep it. You know? They're just throwing in the watch with the prize money.
Andy?
I would wear that watch around my forehead. I'd actually get an extended strap, make sure that everyone could see it.
I don't wear watches though. I mean, I have a Whoop strap, which isn't a watch. It keeps track of like heart rate and all this stuff. It's similar to an Oura ring, which I also have. But yeah, watch, I don't know. I mean, 800,000, I'd probably sell it.
Ivey and Martirosyan squaring off here. Artur having defended with Queen 5 suited. Flops middle pair, backdoor diamonds against Phil, who has air, but is c-betting in position. 4 dimes, it gets called.
Just send a text and say, hey, bring me $1 million watch. And
Turn card. Looks safe. Martirosyan with the range advantage decides to come out swinging here for 8,000, and that might relieve Phil Ivey of the sense
Doesn't look like he's carrying a watch on him, man.
that he might be able to multi-barrel and take this one down.
Looks like they might be bringing me.
Yeah, I mean, Ivey definitely does a hand. Okay.
It's only 400K.
Now this is Ivey digging a little deep here and playing some pokers.
We're talking about your watches.
I mean, he's calling here not because he thinks he has the best hand, but because he's gonna
Just
consider
looking to bluff it on the river.
I think,
Yeah.
yeah. He's getting a good price. Obviously, get a king or a 10, and he's going to consider bluffing some rivers. And I think this is a river he'll consider bluffing.
Yeah, that Queen of Spades doesn't connect with the remainder of the texture or improve any of that sort of semi-bluffy stuff that Martirosyan may have barreled with.
The issue is that Martirosyan, now that he improved, actually, the queen happens to give him queens up in a very strong hand, very well might value bet his hand, and might value bet at large, and that might preclude Ivey from bluffing, which he might have done had Martirosyan, let's say it was a jack on the river and Martirosyan checks over
Oh, the
a pair of
overbet.
fives.
65,000, 1.5x.
Yeah. I mean, so like I said, it precludes him from bluffing. You know, had that been a jack, let's say, very similar type card.
But one that didn't hit Martirosyan.
Yes, and Martirosyan checks the fives. I think we see Ivey bluff that river, especially a non-hard.
You have to buy a $3 million car to buy a 400K watch. I mean, to own the shoe one.
A shoe one?
Yeah, if you got a shoe on.
Oh, okay.
It's like the new
It's
Bayron.
like Rolex, you can't just walk in the store and buy it. They want you to spend some money first. You're on the wait list.
Now, I had to keep up with you guys with your sweet watch.
You want to compete? Now they want to take it off.
No, I don't know. That's a beautiful watch.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think this is more expensive.
6,000.
Yeah.
It looks more expensive at least.
Yeah, it feels expensive. I'm afraid I'm gonna bump it into something.
Boom.
Philly, I'm sorry. Everybody keeps asking me what you got. I just fuck. Okay.
Ivey back in the saddle here under the gun with the Queen Jack suited as Jason Kuhn navigates pocket fives.
Yeah, and I don't think we saw 5 folded. So, well, we're ruling out 12 other cards in the deck. Raises the chance of Kuhn flopping a 5 significantly. But no dice. And this is a flop which doesn't really hit anybody.
Daher does have the deuces.
Yeah, but I think we see Ivey off the strength of his range advantage as the pre-flop raiser, as well as these backdoor clubs and queen high not having tons of showdown. C-bet here, which he does. I think Kuhn's with a diamond continues. He's got the diamonds. He's got kind of a goofy backdoor straight plus flush draw, and fives might be good, and he has position. You know, small bet. Definitely continues with fives with a diamond, may or may not continue with fives with no diamond, and Albert, after bet and call, is out with just the pair of deuces. And now we get to see how this interesting pot develops between two dynamos of the poker world, Ivey and Kuhn. And this is a very interesting card, because it's a card that is half of Ivey's backdoor flush draw, and it's a card that improves Kuhn's fives, not immediately, but if the fives aren't good, he now has 4 more outs to make a very strong hand with a 3 filling in a gut shot straight. Ivey, somewhat surprisingly, doesn't double barrel this. And I wonder what Kuhn will do here in position. Whether he'll kind of like mergey protection value bet or just check back and get to river. He goes with check.
And that club draw does not materialize for Ivey, nor does a queen or a jack, as top card on the flop pairs.
Yeah, and Ivey deciding if he wants to do the bet check bet line here. Obviously targeting some mid pocket pairs to fold. Kind of a big ask. He realizes that check on the turn, not always, but caps his range a little. That said, you do have to find some bluffs with this line. And if you are going to bluff, you kind of have to bluff big enough to try to get 2 pair to fold. Hands like 5s, ace-6, 7s. And Ivey ends up deciding to do it. And now Kuhn, tough spot. 5s, only bluff catching. You know, is Ivey going bet check bet with air? Or did he go bet check bet with a hand like aces, queens, jacks, maybe even king 10? Kuhn's gonna run all the numbers, probably even take a time bank here. Yeah, not a fun spot.
30K into 38.5. The diamonds missed.
They did. Which, I mean, having the 5 of diamonds, you could put Ivey on ace-5 of diamonds really only, I think. Yeah, he ends up passing it up. So Ivey, the line ends up working against the 2 5s. There we go. Small pot, but nevertheless very interesting.
And very meaningful for the shorter stack of Phil Ivey as he seeks to spin his way back up to a healthier depth. If you haven't already done so, do yourself a favor and through the iOS store or the Google Play Store, download the Triton Poker Plus app. You can stream live coverage, you can look at each and every hand history, you can look at player profiles, and you can keep up with all the action at each and every Triton series and in the archives.
I have no idea.
It's the Triton Poker Plus app, the same that the players and us here at the desk are using to stay abreast of all the happenings.
And the number of players just keep climbing. We have 13 rebuys at this point. We're up to 103. What a prize pool.
It's not a huge delay, is it?
5 seconds. It's 22,000.
It's not a huge delay. 30 minutes, I guess.
I do it all the time. The lead's made for someone 8 foot
Heavy?
tall, that's why.
No, it's very light,
Fucking
believe it or
stupid.
not. That
They
was
should
the thing.
have like
I'm
2
actually
parts
surprised.
Velcro
It's lighter
connected
than
to something.
my Mauler.
Kale's turn to play pocket 5s, and his open is 3-bet by Martirosyan. You touched on it earlier, Rasty. He likes to build pots, likes to target people, get in there with some hands that maybe others wouldn't be willing to. And here he is having flop top pair. Burnsy staring at the 3 over cards. May not be looking for any additional streets in the face of a follow through.
It's like 400 maybe US? 350, 400?
17.
Bet 17,000.
And we'll see if this
Hey, how much
17K
is
is
this?
enough to draw the curtain.
340? 340.
Yeah, pretty awful flop for 2-5s. And no surprise, it's just out.
like a min cash in this, basically. Min cash.
Yeah.
Nice pickup there from Martirosian. And there's kind of those two classes of players,
Everything's
Ras,
better when
the
it's
ones
free.
who want to create their own destiny,
They just give
create
it to
their
you
own
for free?
fate,
I wish.
not just necessarily wait for the appropriate opportunities
Everyone
in terms
Maybe
of
they
their
should
hands.
sponsor you.
And then the other
Yeah.
ones who are just kind of
Why not?
going to navigate
I like where your
what's
head's
given
at.
to them, sort of more in line with what we would expect.
Yeah, so we got the nits and the punters.
I don't think we can call Artur a punter, but he certainly is a higher variance player, as we see Danny Tang, ace-9 suited. Opening it at 7K.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't think we can really call anyone at this table a nit or a punter. But nevertheless, if we're forced to put them into one of the two categories, I think you would slide him to the punter side.
Well, if those are the only two options on the board.
What's the biggest laydown you've ever made being correct? That you know.
I mean, I'm sure we've all folded like the second nuts in a spot where it was like obvious, you know.
I folded straight flush one time. There's 4 liner on the board though. It's a bit different.
Yeah.
The guy bet small, I raised, and then he did a massive jam and I just folded.
Yeah.
I'm basically folding everything, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's not say river.
Wish I could tell you.
Oh, I just got pain in the stomach.
Yeah, we've all been there.
I haven't.
I've been there a few
I don't
times.
fold queens, man.
I've been there a few times where it was super. Yeah, you would have snap folded kings in a couple of spots I folded kings.
Albert Daher?
I've folded the second nuts in Hold'em before. Have you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I play limit.
Oh.
I think, which is weird because what's harder, right? In limit, you're getting such a great price.
Folding the second nuts in limit is pretty tough.
Well, it's a multi-way pot, right? Where you have the bet and the raise in front of you.
Yeah,
and,
maybe.
you know,
Yeah.
Not heads up.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Daher's opened the 6,000. He's being flatted by Ivey's pocket sevens. And now Jason Kuhn out of the big with this king-queen has some options. Flatting is the standard one.
Yeah, you can squeeze there versus cut off open dealer flat, for sure. He could go either way, I think.
Well, he's flop top pair on the queen 10-6 board. Daher with second pair. Board pairs on the turn after a round of checks, and now Kuhn
What time does it start tomorrow?
can very comfortably reach out.
You know what?
And
I'm going
touch.
to go ahead and take that back, Ali. I just went to
7K.
my pre-flop solution for 50 blinds, which is approximately what this pot is, as both the cutoff and dealer have around 50.
Can't squeeze the king-queen?
And it turns out that versus
You
cutoff,
should go
cutoff
all in,
open,
man.
button
You want-
call. Big blind is pure calling king-queen off, which Kuhn nailed. So, you know, it's not really a both. I'm sure it's not that bad to squeeze it, but that said, it's better to flat, and Kuhn got it, obviously.
Daher has flatted his 10s. And the backdoor diamonds arrive as Ivy 7s went into the muck.
Yep. So, not the worst card for Daher in the sense that, you know, the flush got there, but no straights filled in. Huge class of hands you could put Kuhn on. Anything from King Jack, Jack 9, Jack 8, 9-8, etc. 8 not being a great card for Daher in terms of blockers. And now the question is Kuhn going to go for value? I mean, your hand's pretty strong. And he says yes. Now, I think with the 8, probably at this point, Daher's hand even for a small size, slightly leans fold. You are only beating straight draws, and you have one of the worst blockers for it. It's close though. And, you know, if he feels Kuhn is bluffing here, maybe he gives a call, getting a pretty good price.
1/3 pot, the sizing, laying Dar
85.
4-1, and rather than call, he's going to turn these 10s into a bluff.
And you know, this is a very interesting play. A lot of times, solvers like when you have kind of one of the fringe call hands, you turn it into a bluff. A hand that's just on the fringe, being one of the the best folds or the worst calls, you turn that hand into a bluff. And Albert did that even without a diamond in his hand.
But the flush certainly does fall into the range of hands that would have approached this pot in the way that he did.
Certainly. And Kuhn now in a very tough spot versus this. Obviously, he's bluff catching, but the King of Diamonds becomes a really nice card to bluff catch with because, I mean, King X suited are a pretty big class of hands that Albert could have for value here. So, you know, yeah, let's see what he comes with here. 2 pots in a row where people are going after Kuhn on the river. He didn't catch the last one with Ivey, but will he catch this one with Albert?
Bluffs, actually. I was thinking I had to call you every time. But now I think you bluff a bunch with one of the cards I have, so... Now I might not call you. Yeah, I mean, you bluff a bunch of ace X, King of Diamonds, Jack. Yeah. Doesn't feel as good as I thought it was.
So Kuhn's now actually decided that contrary to what we were speculating, the King of Diamonds isn't such a good bluff catching card because it's part of a lot of bluffs which offset the value hands in terms of Albert's range. And ends up making the fold.
Kuhn says nice hand as he is forced to lay it down. Who was that? Was that Mustafa Kanat?
Thought I had a big fucking hand.
He is amped up.
That was a very aggressive shoulder slap.
It really was.
It's like if you weren't expecting it, like you might have.
You might reflex punch someone.
Reflex punch or get your shoulder dislocated.
Blinds up to 2,000 and 4,000 here. There's a lot of fun happening in these outer tables, and there is no shortage of them here in this Coin Rivet Invitational. In particular, tremendous amount of laughter coming from the Adrian Mateos, Espen Jorstad, Victor Malinowski, Chris Brewer, Henrik Eklund, Steve O'Dwyer, and now Tom Vogelsang table. They're having a little bit too much fun. And I know it's not the product of alcohol either. Espen currently in a
They're high on
prop
life,
bet
Ollie.
with Henry Kilbane not to drink any alcohol through the end of the year, I believe. So keeping it clean out there.
They're high on life, Ollie.
I don't know that I can share what the other side of that bet is for Henry. But I'll keep it kosher. He has to abstain from consuming any adult entertainment. Content. Porn, if you will, Rast.
Oh, okay.
You with me?
I'm with you.
I couldn't do it.
I mean, you know, there is a lot of discussion out there that it's very unhealthy, actually, for the men. Even though it's easy, but a lot of unhealthy effects. You know, I'll leave it at that.
Bring it on. Back over to the VIP tables where Santosh Suvarna with 2 black aces under the gun. Living the dream here.
Yeah. I mean, the dream really isn't under the gun, but getting aces is usually step 1 in the dream. The dream is more like, you know, like raise and 3-bet to you and you're in the big blind. And
I was thinking more on the macro side, if I'm being honest.
okay.
$500,000 in chips here in a 200K with a field of half VIPs and half businessmen where the VIPs are sequestered into their own segment for the first day, as we see Leon Sukernick getting frisky with King 6 suited.
And Elton with a King 6 also.
Which country?
I mean, it's getting. This is a pretty dreamy setup.
Belarus.
It's going to be very hard for Leon to out flop turn and river the aces without making a flush now with a king and a 6 gone. So aces could definitely check over here. Obviously betting for value is fine, but if checking to induce maybe a bluff from your opponent, you know, there's no overcard, so you don't have to worry as much about getting sucked out on. But sometimes it's nice to build the pot yourself. I think both plays are fine. Suvarna bets and gets called. Now we'll see. Oh, he checks it on over to Leon. And will Leon take the bait? He does. Betting here, likely designed to get ace high to fold. And goes big enough to try to accomplish that with 28K. And Suvarna going to be very happy to continue. I like the just call. Let's keep on leaving some rope. He's probably going to go ahead and check the river over, I would imagine. All the draws miss. Gives our man a sidelong look. And Leon does not take the bait, checks it back instantly.
And you see the big smile on Suvarna's face.
Batman, river.
You are
can
so
bluff, man.
beautiful.
Leon,
Aces
that
all
is
the way.
not good.
Beautiful.
Leon, why you are not betting in the river?
You're so wonderful. I love you.
I love you too.
Oh man, this is some pretty good poker banner. I like it.
Good times.
I tried to push you out from that pot. The best I
Bet,
could.
big bet, man. Big 100,
big,
200.
Ace 5.
Oh,
Ace 5.
no problem. If you crack aces, no, I will happily go. Happily I will go if you crack aces.
Ace 5. Can you imagine?
Well, it's hard to have ace 5 when someone else has 2 aces. A lot of those combos gone.
Leon choosing to limp.
That is straddle or what? No.
Yeah, limping the ace 5 off and early. Not a standard play, but
But don't expect a whole lot of standard things to happen in Camp
no.
Zukernick, that's for sure. As Suvarna now with King Queen in the big blind.
will he shoot it on up?
Unbelievable. If I would have Ace 5,
Nope. Happy to just
would
check.
have been crazy.
Little respect given to Leon out of
Ace 5.
position.
Unbelievable.
And now Leon making sure to talk about the ace 5.
Yeah.
Now that he has it. Definitely doing that intentionally.
Four on the turn. Now hits Elton's hand as Suvarna, the second pair against the top pair of Zukernick, both of them having checked, inducing Elton to take a little stab. Of course, it's never going to work as 10,000 is plunked in there by both players. 8 doesn't change anything.
And Elton now very sure that he does not have the best hand, despite all the draws. But doesn't want to bluff. And Suvarna in a situation where he thinks his hand's probably good, but he'll find out the bad news that Leon actually had an ace.
I said
Bet,
Ace 5
Leon,
like
bet
10 times. I
this
said Ace 5, Ace 5, Ace 5 is there.
Queen.
Wow, dream. And I said it. Ace 5, Ace 5, Ace 5. Why didn't I have last time? That is coming. Unbelievable. Did you hear it? Ace 5, Ace 5, Ace 5.
By this
The
theory,
hypothetical
Leon,
ace 5 is really taking root here.
Well, by Leon's theory of calling in the hands by repeatedly saying the name of the cards that you want, I feel like he should start saying aces a bunch right now and then just get the aces. But I guess we're not going to test this theory. The room is definitely buzzing today, Ali.
It really is.
A lot of energy.
Now, it is Vadzim Godsdanker, the Belarusian, with an ace-5 of his own, but unlike Leon, he will shoot it up. And now Elton Sang on the button with a suited baby ace.
Yeah, Hilton deciding what he wants to do here. Call, 3-bet, goes with call.
His stack runs slightly lean.
And the big blind getting a very good price to close the action 3 ways with Queen 5 suited. And I'll have it be noted that a 5 was also folded, so it's only 1 5 left in the deck, I think. A lot of overlap in these hands. And no surprise that the flop almost misses everybody, but Elton does flop the 4.
Yeah, with 2 5s and 2 aces spread across this threesome. Neither of those cards appear, nor does the queen, but advantage Sang with bottom pair. Backdoor clubs, position, and the opportunity to bet with 2 checks in front of him, which he declines to exercise. Really nice turn card for him here. Badanov checks again. Ooh, and now Godsdanker is going to take a little initiative as the pre-flop opener.
Куда ты звонишь? Болтаем,
Yeah, a
да?
small bet like this
Я тоже хочу поболтать.
is not going to let Elton go anywhere. Godsdankers actually only has the 1 out, as we know 2 5s have been folded, so. And that counterfeits Elton's pair, and these players actually chop now with 10s and 7s with an ace kicker.
So Sang gets his way to the river, and it's showdown. We'll collect a meaningful little pot. Oh, did they? Oh, they chopped it up there. I'm sorry. Looked away for a moment. I confess I was buried in the Triton Poker Plus app there, taking a look at some of the action happening at our outer tables as we flip it back over to our pro table. The red table.
What was I thinking? Betting under with Paul, 100.
What was the line?
Wait, you bet under 100?
Paul
Oh, it must have been a while
Total
ago.
entries.
This must have been a
Paul
while
Sharp
ago, though. Because before it,
Like
everybody knew there was
90%,
90,
like-
and obviously there was going to be enough rebuys, so they must have bet this like a month ago.
If he loses, he just chuckles. If you lose, you start complaining. So Paul always wins. Because he just chuckles when he loses, huh?
It's okay.
King, queen off for Cale Burns.
What was I thinking? I must have been stupid. At the time, it was like 33 pairs, so it was like 66. I was like, you never know.
Ah, okay, yeah. Danny
Yeah.
alluding to the fact that the bet came in when there was 33
Had to
registrants.
have been a while ago.
Yeah.
What was the bet?
Huh?
What was the bet?
Under 100?
Terrible bet.
Terrible bet. I mean, it started with 90. You know?
I'm always off what these things too, though. I thought
I
130.
mean, I'll tell you what, Ollie. After seeing, I mean, each of these Triton stocks has gotten bigger. And after seeing how big this one is and how good, I mean, the 25, the 30K, those had 130 runners, like 80 plus 90 uniques. The 50K had 70 something uniques, 115 runners. This is going to get 100 something entries. Man, like, I'm jonesing at it.
What is it?
It's going to be hard to stay in the commentary booth for too long with these tournaments being so good.
After level 10.
Meanwhile, top two pair for Kale after Albert Daher on the button decided to flat with 2 10s. It goes check, check, and he's picked up the open ender.
So this thing's going to be enormous.
Yeah, and after the check back, going to feel pretty good about betting this.
At least.
I think, you know, as Kale, you're assuming ace-10 and 10-9 probably bet some in position, so it's very likely you have the best hand because you have top two pair, and also because a lot of the hands that jack makes beat you probably bet. You know, jacks, yeah, he could have jacks. He probably 3-bets jacks pre, though. Probably 3-bets them to get it in. I mean, we're only talking hijack dealer. They have about 60 blinds to start the hand.
He told me how he
So
was the first guy to cross the 100 million mark. Is there anything like similar or any goals you have in poker?
No, just enjoy it while I do it. See what happens. Adjust. Be flexible. Ready to make sure.
So you have kind of done it all, you know. You got that monkey off your back as well now. So.
Yeah, I just want to enjoy it, and if new opportunities come up, be ready to go after them, you know.
Board does pair on the river here.
Yeah, it's not the cleanest card for Kale, but it's also not the worst.
Hardly at all. None. I don't.
Doesn't fill any of the flush draws. Doesn't fill a straight draw, which we can see is what Albert had.
I work like 5 days a week.
Does make some Jack X hands that we're losing to him now win. And so now the question is how to proceed. Value bet yourself, check. What do you do?
Yeah, the jack is a little bit pesky for the king-queen.
A little bit. But I mean, you know, there's a lot. There's many cards that are worse than that. It's not as clean as the 3 of hearts, though.
There's like always a random 100K or something to play in Vegas.
And Kale goes small, it looks like, which I think is interesting because it's the type of bet where clearly it's for value, but versus a raise, Kale gets to decide if he folds because he thinks he's beat, if he calls because he thinks his opponent's bluffing, or if he raises, turning king-queen into a bluff. So this down bet here makes a lot of sense to me.
A lot of pairs. 3 of them.
Unlike, say, the previous one with pocket sevens.
9K ultra downsized river barrel there from Kale. As we take a moment to remind you that the 2022 World Series of Poker Online is still happening, and on September 26th, there is a massive $20 million guaranteed event of 5K. Certainly won't want to miss that. It all happens at GG Poker, including qualifications for future Triton events for as little as $25. Sign up today at GG Poker.
Look at that. Whoa. 4 languages.
Impressive.
Muy impresivo, ¿sí? Yo es idiota de Australia. Uno langoteras. Un poquito hispana. Little. Un poquito español. Yeah. I said a little Spain, which is wrong, isn't it? Hispana is Spain, Espanol is Spanish language. See, I learn something every day.
Ivey, King 4, offsuit, on the button.
Must be so useful knowing all those languages, huh?
Takes a look at the 2 blinds and decides not to attack them.
All the doors open.
Jason Kuhn's a tough customer, so is Laszlo Boytas.
Yeah.
I mean, Ivey not one to be intimidated, of course. But.
No, but it's like, you know, he's just looking at EV and like, okay, these aren't easy blinds. My hand's pretty bad. You know, it's not horrible, king, but it's marginal, so let's find a better spot. I like the fold. But
Kuhn.
Definitely a hand if I'm like, hey, let me play pots with these blinds. They're fish. I'm raising that. So unless they're aggro fish, but, you know.
mentioning there that Kuhn punished the limp from Boitas.
All right, let's go.
Shot it up
Let's
4x
go.
off of that 10-6 offsuit. And I should just take it right there. Jason, certainly with a nose for success in the Triton series.
Hi.
15.7 million
Can I get some
plus
fruit?
in career
Just orange
earnings.
fruit.
4 titles, matching the most ever.
15.7 million just at Triton?
Yeah.
Yeah, damn. That's a lot of money.
Strong, huh?
Yeah.
Only other player with 4 titles, of course, Mikita Badziakuski.
I think I might speak to some people about having a crack.
I mean, they're two of the best, the guys you
televised
just
full
named.
cards,
Makita and
like
Jason play
you know,
great.
they
Always,
don't break,
always
they
a
need to be
pleasure
watched
to
all the time.
see how they
Solving
think
the whole
about the
code,
game
you know?
yeah.
Just having
by
one
watching
week,
their
you just keep
hands.
smashing them out. Only need to touch the corners or don't overbend. I think it can be done. Calculated approach of fixing the whole cards. What how much these whole card decks cost? Probably not too cheap, right?
There's 9,000.
No, I think they're very expensive actually.
What's very
Relative.
expensive?
I mean,
Relative,
you know,
yeah.
yeah.
Like plastic deck of cards, 20 bucks. These probably 100 or something.
Not even probably, but yeah, like.
Since when a pack of frigging decks are 20 bucks?
No,
Really?
Depends what you're from.
RFID cards.
Okay.
Artur,
Yeah,
King
I mean,
Queen
if you're
up
on
front.
Copacs or something, really good stuff there. It'll be
Picks
like
up
20
Dara for the ride.
Unless you buy them in bulk. I bought like 12 of them and just started gifting them to my friends. Hoorays, Ana, and cool. Negativo.
Boy, they are howling over at the Espen Jorstad table.
What is happening at this fucking table? What is happening here that's so good?
Kale can't stand it. He's gone over to figure out why they're having so much fun without him, as the 8-7-5 board gives Daher the gut shot straight draw to go with what is the best hand.
You can see it.
Martirosian declines to follow through.
So you did really good. Because that folded a hand that I think is supposed to call you a lot.
It's cool every time, so you say
tricked
better.
me. You tricked me good.
You called and he just rolled over like 10s or something.
Yeah. That's
Parallel universe,
pretty
I
easy
think
bag,
I'll
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I didn't have a good hand. But I had a pair of 5.
Kuhn now found out about the hand where Ivey bluffed him with the Queen Jack of clubs and that he folded 5s. That's what they were talking about.
That was a bluff.
Daher fires, takes it.
I thought you had it. I was sure you had it. I had it.
Yeah. I mean, it can be a lot of things there. It could just be 9s. You know?
Good bluff.
It was a really good bluff. Fuck me up.
Thought you had 7s. I put you on 7.
Yeah. Kind of the same thing, I guess.
Better bluff versus him?
Not sure if you caught it or not, but earlier, Jason apparently put a little text out there asking for the Jacob & Company reps to bling out the wrist, and he wouldn't be disappointed as they brought over that working Bugatti Chiron watch, 16-cylinder motor in the actual case. First saw it out at Triton Madrid.
Bugatti makes a watch? I thought they just made...
Well, Jacob & Company makes the watch in collaboration with them.
Bugatti, okay. Here we go, little 4-way pot.
Dara with the king-queen, made it 8 to go. Ivey flatting with the pocket 4s. Burns dominated from the small with the suited king.
Yeah.
Flatting and allowing Artur to play an 8-6 suited, which comes up empty on the Jack-5 deuce rainbow board. Pocket 4s, still with the best hand.
Party tomorrow.
Every day's party.
Every day's Friday, every day's Sunday, every day's Monday. It depends what you do.
Three checks in front of Ivey.
Yeah, he definitely might bet here. I mean, you know, if you have the best hand, a lot of protection value in getting overcards to fold, especially between 3 hands, and, you know, you're in position.
Does check it, though, and the 9 now gives Cale Burns the best hand. Martirosyan picking up a gutter. Same story for Dar.
Mr. Islam now, isn't he?
I heard he went, like, radical, like, even radicalized Islam. Like, that could be a myth, but I heard that from somebody.
I'm quite sure that's correct, and he changed his name.
Yeah, he kind of went hardcore for a while or something. But I'm not trying to piss anybody off.
18.
Probably not the best place to be talking about that.
It's working for him.
And
yeah,
Daher definitely picked up some equity here. That said, with 2 players behind him to go in this pot, having somebody bet right into him, it's kind of a tough spot to continue. You know, if you call, will someone behind me raise, either the Burns who checked or Ivey in position? Not so likely with Ivey. And you also only have king high, but Albert navigates this with a call. And I think with bet call...
No, he raises it to 70,000 here.
Okay. Oh, wow.
As he seeks clarity.
And that's going to win him this pot.
Sure is. Nice navigation there from Dar.
In fact, Albert is twice now basically won pots by bluffing.
Dubai?
The pot where he bluffed Kuhn on the river and this pot. Both pretty strong.
Lebanon.
Showing how to win some pots with nothing.
What'd you say? Yeah, you're Lebanese, yeah.
Where do you live?
Vegas.
Oh, you live in Vegas. Well, you're not from Vegas, right?
No.
Where are you from?
I'm from the United States, but I'm from the East Coast, from West Virginia. So the country.
Yeah, I have like one of my best friends who lived there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
He's a poker player, Jeff Hakim. I don't know if you know him.
Jeff Hakim, as in the online legend?
Yeah.
What was his name online back in the day?
Young Supremacy on Full Tilt.
Yeah, I was a big fan of him coming up, man.
Yeah,
I love Jeff.
He's like an OG, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like be cheering for him and stuff. I'd be like on his rails cheering for him.
Yeah, he's a really cool guy.
That's great. Yeah,
yeah, he moved there recently also.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, yeah, he's an OG and he played everything for a while.
Yeah, I know. Now he kind of.
Ivey with 9-7 suited under the gun, raising to 8,000, and now Cale Burns on the button with these 2 queens.
Cool, tell him I said hi next time you see him.
Yeah, I will. He's probably watching.
3 bets to 21K.
Shout out to Jeff.
Small world.
See how Phil reacts.
Where did you stay in Dubai? Where did you stay in Dubai? City Walk. You know the area. It's in downtown.
Calls the extra 13, so we'll take a flop.
I've got
1K I have.
It's like,
can have it.
21K.
Whoa.
Where do you live, Danny? Huh?
To the flop we go with 52K in the middle. Ivey has a piece, and that ace-high texture is slightly pesky for Burns.
Where the party's at.
Obviously
Not
very
place.
plausible for Ivey to hold an ace in this situation. Checks it with the flow of play.
Uh-oh.
Think I got bluffed twice.
Uh-oh.
I lost the flip.
So yeah, here.
Uh-oh. Sorry.
Kale obviously not enthused with the ace. That said, after 3 betting, probably determines on this flop he should be c-betting most of the time with his range advantage, so he goes ahead and does so with the queens. And Ivey off the middle pair and backdoor flush draw, just nowhere to go.
And that flush draw arrives courtesy of the 6 of clubs.
Yeah, good card for Ivey. If the 7s aren't good, he has a lot more outs to improve now. So very unlikely to go anywhere versus a double barrel. That said, Kale really doesn't have a good double barrel hand, so to speak, unless he just decides he bets, then checks back river. But Ivey isn't really the guy to do that with. I think Ivey's not a person you can say, hey, he's just not going to check raise enough. So
now the hearts get there.
Yeah.
After the check back from Burns.
Favorable card removal.
Realistically speaking, Ivey kind of has one of the worst hands he can have here. So even though he doesn't have a heart in his hand, you know, he's probably only calling 7Xs a bunch with clubs. He may or may not fold other 7X. He's probably folding a lot of pairs.
I mean, I don't know.
So I think this is a pretty good candidate to bluff with, as it's right at the bottom of his range and doesn't have much showdown. So I do like this find here by Ivey with 7-9 of clubs. And Kale doesn't have a very good hand to call with. I mean, it's obviously bluff catching with 2 queens, and he doesn't have a heart in his hand. I mean, I think if you're going to call with queens here, you'd want to have a heart to be blocking flushes. So, I mean, to me, based on the cards, this is a fold. But, you know, maybe Kale looks across and says, hey, Ivey, you're bluffing. But you don't get any reads off Ivey.
He lays it down. So nice work there from Phil Ivey. A mergy sort of bet.
No mergy. It's a bluff.
No. Stone cold?
Stone cold. And I'll tell you what, I played a lot of poker with Ivey. And, you know, in no-limit tournaments and a bunch in mixed cash in Bobby's room and other. And he's not really a guy that gives off live tells. I'll tell you what, looking across at Ivey and being like, oh, hey, like, can I get a live tell on this one? Yeah, good luck.
No shot. Just not nervy whatsoever. I think in all the years that I've watched Ivey play, I can't remember the last time I saw him seem even remotely close to flustered in a spot. Now, maybe internally it's going on, but in terms of the affect, never seen it.
Yeah, great. You know, I think he's pretty renowned, actually, for his live presence.
Because it's my phone, maybe?
So.
Danny Tang looks to have a real moth problem in his hotel room. Just based on that shirt. I actually teased him about it earlier. It comes that way with the holes.
I was only trying to, all I was asking was put it back normal after you had looked at it.
I'll just put it in both seats.
You do realize.
It's okay, it doesn't have to
Small blind limp from Daher's ace deuce. Ivey says, let's take a flop. Neither player connects.
I bet you had to use to sleep last night.
Check, check. Board pairs on the turn.
What, 2 hours of sleep for you? Then I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to promise me that you slept a lot.
Little sprinkle from Daher. Takes it down. And we flip back over to the VIP table. And find Finland's Elias Talvidi. I would have presumed that he would have been partnered up with Patrick Antonius, but as we know, that is not the case. In fact, Talvidi is
Good luck, sir.
Thank you. You waited long.
partnered up with Tom Vogelsang
Something like 8, 7
from Holland.
clubs.
Here he is with ace-queen, 3-betting the Zuckernick Open. Yulong Zhou has chosen to move all in with queen-jack suited, as he has just 16,000, 4 big blinds, and he's got a problem because Alexei Platonov has 2 jacks. Talvidi with the ace-queen, really nowhere for him to go. The 9-10 is also being blocked by Zuckernick, but he is the less consequential participant in this hand, as we see Platonov plowing the rest of his stack into the middle, a total of 80,500, and Zuckernick is going to jam over the top of this.
Leon wants to gamble.
I fold.
And ends up getting Talvidi out with the ace-queen, which is massive for Yulong because now he just wins with a queen.
Yeah.
Leon.
Zuckernick doing him a big favor.
That 1 million now is not at risk because these players have 80,000 and 16. That said, had the initial raiser there had a big hand, he would have had to gamble for, how many, did he have 800,000? Yeah, Elias had 800K. So if Elias woke up with like aces or kings or some kind of hand like that, Leon would have been running the 10-9 suited as a pretty big dog for 800,000. But, you know, he faded that and got him off ace-queen off, which is a very reasonable fold there, Ali.
No gamble, no future.
Yeah.
King 4-3 rainbow, 2 jacks for Platonov. Sitting very pretty as it stands. However, the spade draw shows up for Cukrnik, who has both these guys covered. Is he going to go runner and send both these guys to the showers? No. Ace on the river, and that ace queen would have ended up
and Leon,
the winner here.
By playing this hand the way, I don't think anyone on the pro side would have, and probably not most on this side as well, ends up really shifting the course of that pot, because the normal way that gets played is 10-9 suited folds, an ace-queen off just calls the 80K, and they run it 3 ways. An ace-queen off wins.
And those 2 players end up in the showers.
And those 2 players are busted. But now Jax won that pot instead.
Yep.
And so that just, it's one of those sliding doors moments where in an alternate universe something else happened. But in this one, this happened.
Yeah, Platonov with a nice, call it a double up with cheese. But unfortunately for Yulong Zhou, he is felted.
Beautiful card to go all in with the small. Call.
Platonov, a Triton first timer, did play the 75K, did not cash, however. Playing under the Russian flag.
Because I don't want you. I want that.
I thought this is the double up.
Cukrnik, by the way, has played Tritons in the past, starting in Montenegro in 2019, where he went 1 for 3, 4th place in the 100K Hong Kong short deck event. Played the £1 million
You're still alive?
event out in London, did not cash. And then Rosvedov, his home turf, he played a 25K Euro short deck event where he finished 3rd for 104,000. Nice to see him back in the fold here, 200,000 plus in career Triton earnings. Talvidi opening to 10,000. This is his first ever Triton event, let alone series.
Imagine I call, I would have been so scared on the turn.
You had nothing.
Godsdonker.
Yeah, overcards.
Flats with Queen 10 suited.
No, he had a, yeah, for me.
Yeah. But if I called you, it would have been.
And Leon in the big blind with the Brunson here, 10 deuce off. It's pretty dusty though, even for him, but let's see if he just wants to play 3 ways. Nope, don't blame him. Despite that hand being named after someone, it's really not very good.
Always wise to try to let hands with names not navigate your decisions pre, as we see Jack 10-6, both players with a piece, advantage Godsdonker with second pair against bottom pair.
Yeah, a flop that both players have a little something. And, you know, middle versus bottom pair. That said, bottom pair has a kicker over the board and a backdoor flush draw.
Sure. Both players do check it, however. Proceeding with caution. Very blank turn card.
Yeah, one both players are going to kind of like, as they probably both think there's a decent chance their hand is good now, and that deuce improved nobody.
Maybe 2 days.
Half pot bet. And King 6 finds a fold without really much deliberation, and it turned out to be the right decision. So nice play. Elias might be a reason that he has 211 big blinds right now. 842,000 is in 5th place in chips. Might have some card sense. Do you know what his history is? I don't think I've ever seen him before.
Well, he's certainly, as I mentioned, a first-timer to the Triton series. This is his first ever Triton event. Looking into...
I'm going to look up the little Hendon mob.
Hendon. Does have live earnings of $213,000.
Okay. I mean, that's
been around the block a little bit.
most recent
That's the buy-in for
recorded
this tournament.
cash. He finished 6th in a 25K World Poker Tour Online Championship on Party Poker for 113,000. So doing quite a bit more damage in the online streets, it would appear, than in the live streets. The biggest of his caches there came in a Poker Masters online event. 10K, 481,000 there. So I do think also those players, Rast, who kind of cobble their experience together in online do tend to have a bit more technical sense. You really don't have the opportunity to utilize tells to make your decisions for the most part online, and as such you come to rely a bit more on the fundamentals.
Yeah, definitely.
Elton Sang starting this party with King 5 suited. Cukrnik perhaps feeling a bit bored. 9 deuce suited in the small blind, smothered in terms of suits. Talvidi out of the big, able to close the action with Jack 10 and a diamond in the window, but no second one as the 6-4-4 board. Brings a snap lead from Cukrnik of 25,000. Donk bet, as we like to call it. Elton Sang does have the backdoor straight and flush prospects here. And of course, he knows Cukrnik can be all over the map. Mulling it over. Ends up folding. Is that a built-in kind of tactical pouch there on Elton's forearm? Little camo zip up. That's where I'd put like my aces, other things that I might need during a tournament.
Firearm.
Sure.
You know,
Saturday night special maybe, just in case things get testy.
the Magnum.
Might be a little bit higher caliber than the pouch
Oh,
can
but
accommodate.
this time I wasn't talking about a firearm. All right, now a blind versus blind pot has developed. Talvidi coming in for 4x. I'll admit, Talvidi definitely seems like he knows his way around the poker table.
Yeah, even just the littlest of nuanced things like the sizing here as he's
Yeah.
small against big, making the proper adjustment, especially off of a 5-3 suited, which isn't necessarily looking to take a flop, but it does and ends up with bottom pair against top pair, backdoor spades.
Yeah, very nice flop for Godstanker. Exactly the type of flop you want with King 9 off. You know, 9's top pair. You know, versus a downsized bet like this, definitely can go either way. Obviously call, but could raise in position as well. He goes with call, which is very good for Talvidi, who gets to see a turn card, and what a turn card it is.
Yeah, dynamite 4 of spades, giving him the spade draw.
Now
By the way, Godstinker has shown a sort of conservative propensity.
Yeah.
Remember, second pair there, didn't bet in position.
Talvidi comes with check. And Godstanker's almost certain to bet this hand. I was curious to see if Talviti would maybe come with like another small bet here, controlling the pot and giving himself a very good price to get to the river. You know, like he checks and Godstanker goes half pot, but had he bet like quarter or third pot himself, he maybe gets a call and gets to the river cheaply to realize that equity with bottom pair and a flush draw. But certainly not going anywhere for half pot with this hand, and to the river we go.
124,000 out there.
Ooh.
And it's now top 2 for Godstanker, who's not going anywhere. No, Talviti snap checks it.
Now, Godstanker is going to value bet, and we'll see what size he comes with. The thing about Talviti is that, yeah, it's bottom pair. That said, all the natural draws on the flop missed. Any open-ended or gut shot straight draw ranging from queen jack all the way down to 6-5, none of those got there. So you are beating a lot of bluffs. And the 5, yeah, you're blocking 5-6 or 5-7, but you know, overall, it's like if you think your opponent's bluffing, it's not absurd to call here. It was just like anything that can beat queen high. So I do think he might give this some consideration, even though it on the surface maybe looks absurd that he's only has a 3.
Well, let's think back on the action here. Talviti opened, 4x, Godstanker called.
Yeah, so like I said, he called, and that's because he's beating all of the natural draws in the flop. Remember, the flop was rainbow, 9-8, so, you know, queen jack, queen 10, 10 jack, 10-7, 10-6, 6-5, 6-7, 7-5, etc. You can come up with a gajillion straight draws that all missed.
Bet call of 11,000, bet call of 32,000,
No,
and then
he check called the turn.
Call.
And that's actually part of the reason why.
Called, sorry.
That's part of the reason why he can call river. Is see, let's say he bets half pot on the turn. A lot of the gut shots will fold, but by checking, the gut shots could opt to bet themselves, and therefore they're still in Godstanker's range on the river, and still hands that he can beat, and thus call on the river with bottom pair.
And come back again.
So I'm not saying he should call with bottom pair. I'm just saying
you understand the thought process.
Yes, the thought
there.
process is that my opponent, especially if he is going to semi-bluff all of these straight draws, could have a very bluff-heavy range. And, you know, against some opponents who are imbalanced there, you should probably call with all your bluff catchers. And I've played against guys who, it's like in those spots on the river, when they bet, I know I need to call them with anything that can beat the miss straight draw here.
But given what we've seen from Godstanker, and obviously Talviti has a front row seat to it, do we maybe reduce the frequency with which we expect him to be bluffing, just from a player profile standpoint? We've seen some very conservative lines from him. Hasn't looked like a guy who's splashing.
A simplistic analysis might lead you to say yes to that. But if you dig a little deeper into that, let's say, okay, part of what makes him, say, more conservative means he will value bet less wide. Let's say he only value bet, he won't even value bet a 9 on the river. It needs to be better. Now his value betting range gets really small because he's conservative, and there's still a lot of bluffs. So not necessarily.
Good point. As we see Talviti once again engaged. This time he is Zukernick's customer as Leon opened with 7-4 offsuit here. Just showing off his range, and on that 3-over cardboard, he is able to follow through and take it down. Those are the kind of pots that most people would not be winning in that seat with that holding. Very surprised, by the way, Ras, to not have really had the opportunity to see any involvement from James Board at this table. Granted, we haven't been covering it from start to finish, but nevertheless, Board is very much an action player. Plays a tremendous amount of cash, high stakes, has a reputation for being very chatty, a lot of speech play, and by no means a nit. Yet, I can't recall him being involved in a single pot that we've witnessed.
You know, it doesn't seem like there's been a hand that I've seen that, you know, it doesn't look like he's gotten anything. I don't remember a hand that he's folded where it's even seemed that close that he should play it. You know, it seems like he's just gotten a lot of garbage.
Once you've completed the 5th hand, we ask all players to
Well, that doesn't stop some people.
No, well, I mean, not our man Leon here, who's going almost 4x, this time with a pretty good hand.
Far from garbage, 10-9 suited.
You know, and here a spot where, you know, had Leon maybe made a smaller raise, maybe board kind of makes a loose call in the small blind with ace-3 off. But yeah, versus 4x out of position, lets it go, which, you know, I mean, I think is the right play. So,
and listen, you don't want to get into the weeds with a guy like Sukernik
out of
with
position,
ace-3
with
out of
ace-3
position.
off.
I mean,
yeah, no.
He's not the one.
Of the receipt. Of the receipt I gave you. At that dinner. The ticket.
And here we go. Is this the last hand before they back up?
Feels like we're on the precipice of the end of play for the evening as we approach 1 a.m. local time here in North Cyprus.
All right, and Leon with back-to-back 10-9 suited, certainly going to raise this up. Let's see what sizing he comes with. Is it the same one, or will it be a different one? And if so, what will it be? 10-9 of hearts, puts it on the card reader, and we come with the same sizing. There is some kind of consistency.
Ace-Jack for board into the muck. Raston.
That is
Could
pretty
this be
tight.
sort of a strategic thing that we've borne witness to where he wants to lay back a bit?
Yeah, maybe, although, you know, pretty soon they're going to combine with the pros, so I'm not sure he's waiting for that. But yeah, maybe board has decided to play snug.
And by the way, well served, given that Suvarna wakes up with an ace-queen in the big blind and just rips it.
Oh my goodness. 100.
I call.
And he says last hand, and Leon says call here.
What is going on here?
The shove was to 469,500, and Sukernik made no meal of it. He's got over $1 million and decides, yeah,
Wait, that's
let's
a
flip
118,
last hand of the night.
118 big blind shove, which is absurd, followed by an even more absurd call with 10 high. What is happening? Oh my goodness.
Look at this flop texture.
10-9 has to be a favorite. It is.
2 overs and the flush draw, and indeed, 62% from this point forward is Leon Sukernik to shower Suvarna, and the ace of hearts on the turn. And that's it. Suvarna hits top pair, but draws dead.
I ask you, why are you doing? Yes, flop.
He did it because he thought maybe you'd call with 10 high, and you did. But that's how it goes. Oh, no gamble, no future, I think you said.
I'm sorry, I'm just at a loss for words for the time being, Rast. That was unbelievable. Leon.
I mean, listen, when there's 0 fucks given, sometimes you have 1.5 million at the end of the day, right?
You know, every now and again, there's just one right way to describe what you've seen, and I'd say that was the one. Rast, as you see Leon's partner, Elke, from the pro side, coming over to perhaps advise him that that's not the way that we want to proceed, but it did work out on this particular occasion. As you see, Leon now 1.5 million, far and away the overall chip leader. Last hand of the night, sending Suvarna to the rail. Elias Talvidi, who was impressive, 683,000, 171 bigs. Currently good for 10th in chips overall. So that's it for this evening, and what an absolute train wreck of a last hand that was, as we welcome you back to the desk here in North Cyprus. Ali Najad along Brian Rast, both of us simply stunned at what we bore witness to just there to draw the curtain on tonight's affair. And if that's any indication, that big stack of Leon Sukernik heading into tomorrow, where for the first 4 levels, we're going to balance the VIPs with the pros, could be giving the pros some real spins or fits, as it were.
Well, I mean, our man Leon has a big stack now. And as we can see, he's dangerous. You know, I mean, yeah, sure, it's great. you get it all in as a 60-40 favorite, you're happy. But I mean, this is a guy who's clearly unpredictable, clearly going to do some, you just call it off with 10 high, no problem. But, opening to 5x, opening to 4x, doing all kinds of weird things, and makes for some fun poker. And also, throw some curveballs towards those pros, and let's see how they handle it tomorrow.
Yeah, things will be very exciting as we will return with 80 players. Registration will still be open. Never quite know what may materialize. A quick peek, by the way, at the end of day chip counts on the Triton Poker Plus app will show us Sukernick with that overwhelming chip lead. And note that yet another VIP is second. Jean-Noel Torel, didn't really have a chance to see him during our coverage much, but 1 million in chips for him. Then you have Limitless, Victor Malinowski, the boss stack amongst the pros, just shy of 1 million. Ivan Liao and Linus Laliger rounding things out. So a tremendous amount of excitement already in the books here today, and more to come tomorrow as a full 3 days of the Coin Rivet Invitational are in store with 1 day down. In the meantime, on behalf of our entire team here in North Cyprus and my partner Brian Rass, we thank you for watching today's coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series. You don't want to miss it. Tomorrow's coverage will start at 2 p.m. But in the meantime, it's good night from North Cyprus, and we'll see you later.